Good morning, good morning, good morning. Bright and early. I promise I will be here, and I'm here. Ooh, child, I'm barely here. How's everybody doing today? Day 14. I vowed to do the whole trial. I thought about going back on my word. I'm just not a morning person. I'm not a morning person at all. But the trial, this is the trial of the century, and lots going on. Lots went on this morning with that whole Gene Deal and did not situation, and another blogger, another female blogger. I don't say other bloggers' names on my channel because I'm just reporting a story. I don't give a damn who's right or who's wrong. Uh, but Gene Deal and did not are all over the blog. So I did. Uh, so that's why I mentioned their names. I'm gonna have to do a whole segment. Maybe we'll talk about it this afternoon because I don't want to miss anything today. But they just got into it again at the courthouse. He's calling Gene Deal a liar, straight out liar, with the other female blogger, and he's showing how they. So Gene Deal used to go down to the trial every day. I don't know where he lives. I mean, I don't. And I guess did not realize that he was teaming up with this other blogger and they were lying. I'm not throwing any shade at the other blogger by calling her a liar. That's what the industry calls her. It was a whole article written about her in Vibe magazine. Okay, so I'm not hating. And if you lie, I don't give a damn. Remember that, I don't give a damn. But the story is getting where I can't miss the story. So what I'm going to do is, because right now it's going down, what I'm going to do is probably just talk about the regular stuff today. And this afternoon at lunchtime, I'll go into detail about all the shit that's going on down there because now we can't ignore it. I stayed away from it as long as I could, but I don't want to be the only channel not talking about some shit that I kind of know a lot about. So it's crazy. Renee, you said I should do it on members only. Yeah, you're right. I'll do it on members only and break it down because I'm not getting in it. I'm not getting in it, but I can't avoid it. And it's coming to a feverish pitch. And it's so sad because it reminds me of the whole Jaguar rights situation. Don't take advantage of some stuff because you have an opportunity to do so. So it's a mess. It's a mess. And now it's going to be all over the blog today. Big things going down. I've been watching it for about an hour now. So that's what happened. We'll talk about it a little later. I'm in pink lipstick today. I don't know how I feel about it. But anyway, that's what's going on. It's all over the blogs. People were recording it. And I think this all started a couple days ago. Hashtag when there is a big trial going on, never go. Never go in person. Plus, I have to talk about it because people are starting to think I'm talking about Armand. I like Armand Wiggins. I like his show. I'm not, look, y'all don't get me and Armand beefing again. I like Armand. He's doing a great job. I see things from the way he sees it. Hold on, you guys. I got to go grab my phone. Sorry. Here I go. Perry.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? We back. We are back. And I think my wife said day 14, and we probably still got a good maybe 21 days left. Somewhere around there. But hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's here to see my point of view and possibly agree. Right, Renee? And where is my buddy? I don't see my buddy yet this morning.
Am I your buddy?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Truth is truth, and
Conscious or something like that.
yeah, consequences. Yeah, I'm sure they had a nice weekend. They got a chance to settle in, suck in my thoughts, and probably realize Perry's right. It could be two things that's possible,
I don't know if you're right, Perry,
but
but
you get
people
to
are
eliminate them.
definitely drawing a line in the sand.
Huh?
People are definitely drawing a line in the sand
Right.
and becoming just stuck in their opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Really hard for somebody to be neutral. I mean, you can't be just like with this Denard and Gene Deal stuff. I'm going to report it. I can't sit here and act like I don't see what's going on, especially after the morning these two done had.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy, absolutely crazy.
Well, Sherelle, let me just say this before you get into it. I'm just gonna say good morning. I see Lady to You, uh, Ebony Knowledge, Brian McQueen, Alexandra, Kenya, everybody.
Oh yeah, you know, speaking of Kenya, we haven't been covering. Um, oh, I bring that up on another day. I
Okay.
always like Kenya. I don't care what people say. But we don't know these people, so I'm it's a new Sherelle. I'm not riding hard for anybody unless I know you. And anybody's capable of doing anything. You cannot jump in people's heads and see if they have good intentions or not.
Mm-hmm.
So but we're bloggers. And me and Pierre can't keep avoiding a damn story because we don't want to be in it. We're not in it. We're telling you what happened. I might even tell you how I feel about it. Y'all made it public. So you know what I mean? Like that shit
Yeah,
is
yeah,
wild.
yeah,
Absolutely wild.
yeah.
And it's just sad. Also, too, I see now how it looks on the outside. I've been knowing I have a very bad temper. It just when you're a certain age, you got to carry yourself like it, you know? And I'm
Mhm.
guilty of doing that also. Like, but I'm not a liar. I tell everybody, I'm not a liar because a temporary boost. And the lies that you tell could come back to haunt your ass.
Yeah. You sort of remind me of I think I want to say Bad Girls Club. I don't know. It was a group of girls anyway, and they had this girl Rough House and everybody in the group. And every time you say something out of place, pop off, pop off.
Oh,
You make
that's
pop
Tanisha
off.
Thomas. Tanisha Thomas. That's my girl.
Oh, God damn, that
I
remind me
love
of
me
you.
some Tanisha.
She must be from Detroit too.
No, she's from Brooklyn. Brooklyn,
Oh, okay,
Papa.
okay.
I'm from Brooklyn. Uh,
I don't know
yeah,
where
you
she.
talk about with this. Who are you talking about, Renee? Hold on. You're talking about with Donata and Jean.
Yeah, that's a trip to the.
It's crazy.
I guess they just been having a morning talk. The judge is just asking Mr. Steele, how much longer?
Where do you see that at?
Oh, it just popped. Well, it was 12 minutes ago.
No, read it.
Well, it says before his jury's in, the judge says, Mr. Steele, how much longer do you have on cross? Steele said, at least until lunch, maybe after. Judge, we're going to have 15 more Instagram posts.
Oh my God.
Still, I can't promise that.
Why can't I see that? They're
Then he
having their daily argument.
yeah. Then the judge come back. No, judge defense on the elevator hallway video. You are objecting to showing the version we discussed. Defense. Yes, it shows Mr. Combs running 30% faster than really happened. It's prejudice. What's the word?
Prejudicial,
Prejudice. Yeah. Yeah.
prejudices. Okay.
Yeah. Should you get my stuttering ass trying to say it? But then it says, "Oh shit, hold on."
What is I don't even see what you're talking
And
about.
then he said, "We let the government smizer know how we will cross the expert." I guess they got an expert. They're gonna be crossing, or
Am I
was it the one?
lagging? Yeah, they have it's going to be Mia back on the stand today and Enrique Santos. Now, he's a real insider. He's worked with Diddy for years. He's also worked close with Christina Coram, who has to take the stand eventually. They're going around everybody but her. I do not see what you're talking about. How many minutes is it?
It was 16 minutes. Well, let me see. Yeah, well, it wasn't that one. It was 14 minutes ago. Then you see one that say 12
Okay.
minutes.
It just came in. I hope this is before the jury, and here they are having their daily argument. Listen, I'm trying to look at this as if I'm a juror. I'm not looking at this about sometimes I say who I like or what I think, but if I know the routine, okay, and I'm not in the courtroom, then the prosecution should know the routine. They're going to keep springing things on you at the last minute. And I think you guys should do something about it because that could backfire on you. It says here, Judge says, Mr. Steele, how much longer do you have on cross? Steele says, at least until lunch, maybe after. Judge says, we are not going to have 15 more Instagram posts, question mark. He said, I can't promise that. So I'm going around yesterday and I'm listening to different bloggers that are at the trial, expert testimony.
Mhm.
And I like Armand Wiggins. I like Armand Wiggins because I see where he's coming from with this. He's not there lying
Mhm.
so he can make some more money. He's really saying what he sees and how he feels. And I see the same things that he's seeing. You got some people saying this is a perfect case. This is a shoe in. Oh my God. Today they really got in Diddy's ASS. Y'all got to stop
Yeah. Yeah.
because they know that the public is vulnerable right now and the public wants to see Diddy locked up. But they play on y'all emotions. You cannot act like everything is going perfect in the prosecution's favor. You just can't do it. Even though when Perry does it, I don't like to hear it, but it's true. So Armand was thinking right on the lines that you were thinking, Perry.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking, listen, they might not have enough to get Diddy, but you gotta try. You gotta try. We got, you know what I mean? And I tell everybody this. Oh, the Southern District of New York, they got a 98% conviction rate
Mhm.
before other people became the leader. So they're making a lot of mistakes. It's not going perfectly. And I get mad when I hear people saying that, like, because it confuses the audience. That's why,
Well,
like,
this is what I think, Sherelle. Like when people does this, like okay, it could be a couple reasons why a person do it. Because like you know how we all could be biased, right? So if you really want something to happen, you're gonna probably lean, even if the wind ain't blowing, you're gonna act like it was, and you're gonna act like we buried him today. Or you could be on the other side. He didn't do a damn thing. No, we know Diddy did a lot of bad things in his time. But if you sort of in the middle and don't have a dog in the race, you can simply come out and just say, hey, man, I did a lot of stuff. but I don't see these charges. You know, it's almost like you got the you basically trying to make up charges just to get them for things that you didn't get them for in the past, right? And that can set up for future.
And there's nothing wrong with that. We got to
What?
get them, but it has to make sense.
Well, no, well, that the problem is it's not making sense. But then
Okay.
you get the people who want it so bad. No, everybody do that. Mm-hmm. You know, I believe Mia because now, and I get it. It's a true side to it. And like when they break down the logic behind DV and or shit like that, right? SA. Yes, people can be around people that have done things to them, especially family members or whatnot down the road. But I don't think they be this excessive like Mia was.
Okay, here we
And
go. Here we go. Here we go. The judge says, let's have Mr. Garcia. It says, Garcia enters the courtroom. The attorney says, did you receive a subpoena to testify at this trial? He says, yes. Attorney, do you intend to invoke your Fifth Amendment rights? He says, yes. Attorney, have you seen the proposed immunity order? Question mark. He said, yes. So you got, okay, I don't know who Garcia is. I'm getting ready to find out. But this is a person, another hostile witness. This time, he's putting himself in danger because he's saying, I'm going to plead the Fifth. So let me get on it. Perry, you talk. Let me find out who Garcia is.
well, yeah, go ahead. And and I think a person he was like, well, then they came back and said, did you look at the immunity order? Like meaning, you could talk and
They've been
we'll
giving
let you
people
go with it.
immunity.
But this Garcia probably don't seen the news lately and probably saying, shit, I ain't saying a damn thing because anything I might say, Diddy might be out soon, you know, on other grounds. He may be let out by others, put it that way. So immunity don't mean a damn thing if you gonna testify against somebody who you think gonna be out in a few weeks or a month or two. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I really don't. But now going back to what I was just saying, just like that's a couple ways you can see this whole thing. And I get it because people think I don't get it. I get both sides. If you was a person on trial,
Okay, hold on, Perry.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought. Go ahead.
You would want a person to charge you with something that you did, right? Not the things you did in the past and they didn't do it and they try to disguise it as something else. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Hold on.
But then go ahead. Well, I mean, seems how you're doing that. And then on the other side, I know when you see a person do wrong for most of their damn life, you like, hey, no, I don't care how you get them, just get them. But we're still in a courtroom. And these same rules that you apply just because you might want to just get him because he did all this wrong his whole life, the same rule that could be applied to you and I later on down the road when somebody don't feel like well, I mean, basically when a person don't like your ass later on and want to get you, that they can't get you on nothing new, that they're going to pass to try to get you. But I'm just here to just give you my opinion because at the end of the day, regardless if he could be released by somebody else or not later on after this case is over with, it's still 12 jurors. It only take one person to say, hey, I get it. Do I believe they prove arson? Do I believe these people aren't just angry? Or if these things that happen to certain people wasn't consensual? Because,
Okay, so
go ahead.
I'm being told that he was never, no, he's not on the list to take the stand. She said he looks, I think this is the boxer, Ryan Garcia. Remember that boxer,
Yeah,
26 year
and
old?
you get You get an update.
What would he have to do with the Diddy case?
I have
I'm
no idea. But
confused.
he ain't willing to talk about it. Whatever it was. You see the update?
Oh, God, this is very confusing today. Let's see what's going on up in here.
We'll be on track in a little bit. Don't worry about
Here
it.
we go. Here we go. Judge, attorney says, Your Honor, on the basis we propose, you sign the immunity order. Done. Judge says, bring me the witness, Mia. It says, Mia takes the stand. Judge says, all rise. Jury enters. Judge says, Mr. Steele, you may proceed. Steele says, show DX 1750. Okay, so as of now, the people inside, they don't even know what's going on in this Garcia thing. Whoever he is, he was offered immunity and expected to testify. He's saying he doesn't want to testify. He's saying if they put me on the stand, I'm going to plead the fifth. They could put you in contempt of court if you do that. I guess he looks like Ryan Garcia, some boxer. Somebody couldn't verify because they were all shocked as to what is going on. You have this might be the most hostile witness of all times. When you tell the judge, if you put me on there anyway, I'm going to plead the fifth. You cannot plead the fifth without some kind of penalties. This is federal court, Mr. Garcia. So that's the big story. We need to find out what's going on. In the meantime, they got Mia back on the stand. I'm kind of done hearing about Mia's testimony. It could be holes in her statement, or the defense can punch holes in her statement because she says that, he R-ed her, and then she says, she kept calling him, she kept working for him and all that stuff. And so those kind are hard to find because you got to bring in witness testimony to say, this is what happens, this is a natural behavior, all that stuff. And it's just not the smoking gun that I feel like this case should have. I want a smoking gun. Don't want a whole bunch of little debatable circumstantial evidence, which it appears to be. So do I still want Diddy arrested? I do. We live in a country designed by laws. And so he's probably the worst person on the planet, if you ask me. But I don't know. I don't know if this is going to. And anybody who tells you it's a shoo-in, they don't know what they're talking about. First of all, even if you have a strong case with a lot of evidence, never say a case is a shoo-in, because I've seen it over and over in my lifetime. You could be thinking one thing. Every day in court is a new day. Don't say who's winning. I mean, you could say it, but realize that can change at the drop of a dime.
Not when you're dealing with a jury. You see what I'm saying? So, and people look at it like, yeah, the judge know what he's doing. The lawyers know what they're doing. But these jurors are just taking in things just like we are. And if you ask me now to go back and recant everything that happened first week, I can't. Certain things stand out. Certain things did. I wouldn't remember. And then it's a personal side to a juror. Like as much people can say, and most of the time it comes from people who have lived through these situations, can see it clearly from another person. But then if you're on the opposite side and you've seen people lie a lot, that's the lens you might look at it at. And trust me, in my life, I have seen a lot of liars. So, and people say, well, Perry, you never went through this. Well, you probably never experienced dealing with a lot of liars in your life. I have. So I'm looking at it from that thing.
Who's lying, Perry?
What
are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about the witnesses, right? But you're trying to throw me under the bus.
You're talking about you're talking about that lady
Well,
Mia, who's on the stand now.
not everything Cassie was saying lines up to me neither.
Oh my God,
I
Perry,
know,
come
I mean, so
on.
you put me back out there early in the
Here,
morning.
here, I got an update.
Yeah.
I cannot have this argument one more day. Let's see. It says, Semiser says, Your Honor, we renewed our objection. Judge, Mr. Steele, are we just going to show this video? Question mark. We haven't laid any type of foundation. Take the video down. Ooh. Steele says, Did you work as an assistant to someone? She said, maybe between 08 to or 07. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Not sure. She's not sure. Let's see what's going on today. Today's might be a really good day. You never know. Because I'm stuck on Garcia.
My buddy back.
Who's
Truth and
that?
Consequences.
Oh,
Said,
why are you picking on him?
no. It's actually my buddy for real. Perry, it seems
Harry.
like you had
He hates you.
you've been hanging around the wrong people. Need to find new people to hang around. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of I don't distance myself from a lot of people. I just I had to change that, but that's my PTSD. When things come up, like when people have lived something, and it's easy to feel somebody else's pain when they throw it out there. Like somebody came to me, man, you ain't gonna believe this, man. This person lied to me. I would automatically have sympathy for that person, whether they telling the truth or not. Just because I've been lied to, been around a lot of liars for so long. So you had a tendency to
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Steele says, You had a resume saying that you had the ability to multitask and had thick skin. Mia says, I'm not sure I wrote that. Steele says, That you were able to deal with uncomfortable situations 24/7. Attorney Semiser, objection, read the document, not in evidence. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Stop letting them pull the wool over your eyes, prosecution. When they start doing that sneaky stuff, do them the way that they do you. Object through the entire testimony.
and they have that option.
Yeah, but they've got to get serious now, or these defense, they keep getting away with this stuff. And here I am, a blogger outside the courtroom, and I can tell you every morning what the defense is going to do. They're going to argue evidence. They're going to pull the wool over your eyes. Like, come on, Comey, your dad should have told you. Go ahead, Perry. I'm looking for something really quick.
Oh no, I was refreshing, but yeah, no, I mean, it's simple as that. Like you sort of believe people that is speaking about something that you have experienced in your life. Like I said, it could be SA, it could be DV. In my situation, it's been around a lot of liars. And so when people break it down to me, Perry, this does happen in a DV situation. I agree with you. I agree. And just like even with me, I've been around a lot of liars. And I could be wrong when I'm saying, hey, this person's lying, because sometimes you're wrong. But I just feel like there's a lot of bitter people. Okay, let me set the record straight. Diddy have crossed a lot of people, Mace, a lot of people, bad contracts, and probably did a lot of crazy things that we think he did, but we can't prove them. Right? He's an asshole. But so we can describe him, and let's describe some of these people. These people that's really coming out against him. A lot of them stayed because they wanted to stay around the fame, the money. Now, the money might
We have
not have
an
been that
update.
much.
We have an
But it was
update.
a lot. Okay.
The judge says overrule. Steele says, Did you use this as your CTV? She says, Looks like it. Steele, 1753-R for admission. Judge says, Admitted. Steele, you went to James Madison University. It's a well known institution. She said, Sure. Still, then you were a designer assistant. She said, yes. Um, James Madison is in
Virginia.
Virginia,
Yeah.
and that was one of the colleges that we visited for my son. It is a very good school.
Oh yeah, and that could make sense too, because they said that she was from the beach.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Virginia. Okay.
So yeah, now, what was I saying though? I was talking about something. Damn, I lost my train of thought already.
I'm sorry. Oh, boy, what a day. Let's
My
see.
buddy back, and I think all the liars I've been around is messing up my judgment. And see, that's the whole thing. And I think what messes up people' judgment that Hash actually had went through situations is that most people, when they go through these things, I imagine, will want people to have sympathy for them, or or something, or like care about them. So and probably feel like nobody would help them or care about them. So if you hear somebody that's saying they going through it, you had a tendency to want to support that person, which is good. I mean, if people say believe all victims, but I was just watching the show.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay,
Sorry, Perry. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
no,
I'm
you good.
reading a update. It says former hotel security invokes the Fifth Amendment ahead of the testimony later today. The prosecution brought in Eddie Garcia, former security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, to invoke his Fifth Amendment right, not to incriminate himself before the jury enters the courtroom this morning. The judge said Friday he'd signed an immunity order compelling Garcia to testify. The former Intercontinental employee is expected to testify later today. So he got immunity. This is the guy that filmed the cell phone footage that was later sold to CNN. I believe they said he sold it for $65,000, but don't hold me to that. He's just flat out refusing to testify. Now, we know you did a lot of things wrong, sir. And one of them is you didn't protect Cassie. That's number one. Two, you filmed it on your cell phone. Three, you let Diddy basically write the incident report. So I see why you're afraid. Like
You get
you didn't help.
you got an update.
Okay, here we go. Attorney. So when you said they had your passport, they had everyone's passport. True? She said, yes. Still, you are a strong person. She says, I'm good at teaching people, not necessarily at enforcing things. Still says, you're a leader, question mark. She says, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
What's so funny?
man, that done took away her confidence, everything.
All right. So with this security guard from the Intercontinental Hotel refusing to testify, he could. The judge seems kind of reasonable and laid back, okay? And he loves time. He doesn't want you to run over, okay? Do you see the judge holding him in contempt of court, Perry? He has
Uh,
immunity. What? Listen, why would you not want to take the stand when you have immunity? You don't want to get caught. You have said some things that are probably not true
mhm.
or show you in a really bad light, that even though you have immunity, you'll probably never get another job again and the public won't forget the things you've done. I don't see anybody with immunity refusing to take the stand. I never heard of such a thing.
Well, you know, I'm telling you, just from the whispers of the news that came out the last 48 hours, most people think, yeah, I could do this, and I'd be okay because he'll be put away for a long time. So let me save myself But saving yourself going to say this stuff now and having to face repercussions in about a month or two if he was to be released. I don't know. Or basically like what you said, they didn't tell the truth anyway. So, they're gonna expect you to come with the same information you gave them for the immunity. If you get up there and they find out that you lying about it, they can take back the immunity, I think. Right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, I heard that. It's true.
Yeah.
What a day.
If they get you for perjury or some shit like that. But yeah,
What a
damn,
day.
I was talking about something. Oh, this is what I was saying. And I know you probably get an update as soon as I start. But I seen this show over the weekend. And this is what I'm talking about liars. So sometimes it's good to be around liars so you can recognize it in other people. Truth. Because this one lady was cheating on her
Oh,
husband. Okay, she was cheating on her husband. And then they had babies. They had two babies. And the husband had caught her cheating, whatever, and said, hey, if it happened again, had her sign like a post nump, right? He'll get everything. So she really wanted to cheat again. She was feeling herself and she wanted to get away from the babies. So she faked the kidnapping, right? Takes off with this man for almost 2 months and then came back and act like she was kidnapped and had a brand and stuff on her. And basically, she just wanted to go to a freak off for 2 months.
Perry, you have a special message from Nishan.
Oh, she said, Perry, write down your thoughts because it looked like Sherelle will keep interrupting you any chance she get. I feel you, Nishan.
Perry,
Right.
I'm gonna do this when you're talking. I'm just gonna raise my hand like that because you might. That means wrap it up. We gotta update. Perry, what are you? Never mind. Listen, I think maybe if you have immunity, now I don't even know why he's going to plead the fifth. This is crazy. Right now, I think I've heard all that I want to from Mia. She's supposed to be on the stand at least until lunch. What more can she add? You said it, we heard it.
She can add more clarity on how the shit don't make sense. Why? All right, but
God.
basically, she needs to stay on the stand a little while longer because not everybody's convinced she's lying.
Well, yeah, not every. I don't think everything coming out of her mouth is a lie. I
Right.
think that the defense can trip her up by some of her actions that she made after.
She can get tripped up because if you was a truth teller, you ain't got no problem. A person shouldn't be able to trip you up. But I think your fear is that she'll trip up if she stay on the stand longer. She'll trip up and
No,
expose
no.
that she lying.
My fear is you don't want to keep any witness on the stand too long because if you're the defense, it's going to look like you're badgering her. If you're the
It don't matter what it
prosecution,
look like. The prosecution had her up there all day and made her look like Saint Mary, right? But you got to show them that this person, yes, at times can be truthful, but at times be a liar, and at times could have been consensual. And I'm just saying, I know people get mad.
Perry, please don't say that.
No,
Please
no, no.
do not.
Sherelle, I'm just telling you how I feel. I just think, just from, you get to be bright enough to read somebody's story, either you believe it. Now, you'll say, don't say that. But if I say, do you believe Jaguar, right?
You just have to be very careful with your words.
Okay, right. I
Not
get it.
so
Well, I'm saying it's just my opinion. Don't judge me. Don't
no. If it's your opinion, when a woman says that she's been AR'd, you got to handle that very, very
Okay,
carefully.
I know. Okay, well, scratch what I said. I'm just saying sometimes you have Jaguar rights out here.
Oh my God.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's not better. It's not better. I think it's because Cassie's case against the hotel isn't settled yet. I heard she settled for $10 million. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And I know my theme of the day. He probably pleading the fifth because hell, he probably lying. That's my thought.
Yeah, they settled the case. That's where Cassie got the $10 million settlement. They settled. They settled. See what this says.
Oh, that's a shame.
Hmm.
Sometimes you ain't got to no, ma. I ain't gonna even give no attention.
This case is a lot. A lot's going on. There was also all the hoopla yesterday. Well, just this weekend
Mm-hmm.
about a pardon. We'll talk about that later. So much going on. So much going on. Okay, Perry, you keep your eyes. I want to pull up this article about her settlement.
Okay.
So I guess too, if you want to look at it this way, maybe if there's some technical or some mistrial or something like that, um, you could say at least Cassie got her money because she got 20 from Diddy and 10 from the hotel.
Yep.
Here it is. Hmm?
I said, yeah, she got paid.
It says expecting a $10 million settlement from the Intercontinental in relation to the 2016 hotel incident at the heart of the Diddy case. I'll put it that way. Surveillance footage from the Century City Hotel that was first published by CNN, okay, in May 2024 is now being shown in court, depicts Combs SAing Ventura in a hallway and dragging her across the floor. The footage has been used by federal prosecutors as evidence of Combs as evidence. So she did settle. So a lot of people are saying, it's all kinds of arguments out
Get an
there.
update on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Attorney, you speak up for yourself, question mark. She says no. But you empower other people, true? She said yes. Let's look at your text messages in 1730. I don't know what that means. She says, I sound like me still. Show the jury 1733. You left Mr. Combs' employment by March 2017. She said yes.
Hmm.
I'm really ready to move on to the next witness. We read her text messages all day Friday.
Yeah,
Let's-
but I'm sure they probably got some that they probably, you know how when people were saying that they get the RICO on Diddy, Sherelle, just give it a chance. They just laying the groundwork. So Friday, they were just laying the groundwork on her text messages. Today before lunch or either right after lunch, they get into the biggest part, I think, of the text messages. You know, because what if they got in there somewhere that she would be like, oh yeah, Diddy, I feel bad things didn't work out, but I always loved you and I wanted to be with you or something like that. I don't know if that's gonna happen. But what I'm saying is, I don't know what's in these text messages. I ain't never think the first witness would ever say they booked the appointments for the escort. I didn't. So go ahead.
Here's your buddy. Callie says apparently Mia's also using a fake voice, and the judge will not allow them to show evidence of her real voice.
Mm,
What?
damn. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's no harm, no foul, right? The prosecution had all day to sell this commercial, which was Mia. I mean, when I say it like that, the prove Diddy did all these things. The defense should have equal amount of time to come and show her inconsistencies.
Here we go. Here we go. Attorney says, what did you write to Mr. Combs for Christmas 2018? Please read it. She said, Merry Christmas, I love you, and the new year. I had just seen him at Kim's funeral. Attorney, you reached out to him? Question mark. She said, absolutely.
And this
See,
2018, because remember she stopped working in 2017.
Mhm.
So this is a year later, and then they probably gonna show a pattern. Then it was the year after that, then the year after that, that she was still loving him.
Empress said, and the prosecution never brought up the text messages. Ain't no telling what about to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
That's
see
right.
what comes out.
Why didn't they bring it out to get ahead of it and let her explain herself?
Yeah, this she. I just think you shouldn't keep a witness on so long. Here we go. Still says this 2019 message. Mia says, I wrote, I had a nightmare. I was being chased by R. Kelly, and you saved me. Uh, Still says the person you say argued saved you? Question mark. Objection. Judge, need to rephrase. Still says, here, what did you write? She said, sending you all the love in the world. Okay, we kind of heard about this.
No, but so now they taking it a different area, right?
Mhm,
That now that they starting to show that a lot of these things you were fantasizing about,
mhm.
even in your dreams. Art Kelly was chasing you.
I don't know what to do with you.
No, no, no.
Okay, I don't know what to do.
Okay, okay. Think about it, right? Who are the two freakiest people? Like
Oh my
you
God.
don't. Okay, typically you don't dream about stripping if you wasn't a stripper, right? I'm just saying, like, have you ever had a dream that you were just on the pole sliding down? No,
No.
typically you don't. But if you enjoy these freak offs or just the fantasy of being with powerful men, which at the time was R. Kelly or Diddy, it just shows that, like, look, girl, what's going through your mind? And then he's supposed to be Captain Saberho, Diddy. He saves the day. This the person who did this to you. Now, I ain't no psychiatrist. Maybe when something happened like that, maybe you could embrace your capture, whatever that thing is, something like that. I don't know. It's at this point, I think personally, things could have. I'm sure they got they hooked up somewhere
Are you done?
house. But do you know? Well, am I done? Look, I'm gonna be
Because we
honest
got
again.
an update. I just asked because we have an update.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Still says, you are not in his grips anymore. She says, it's psychological. Still, why do you keep referring to psychology? She, why did you do this? Kim Porter's tragic unaliving was 5 months before. Shy, were you react? Shy, were you reaching out to Mr. Combs? Oh, I get it. Like shy. You said you were shy. If you were shy, you wouldn't be reaching out to him. She says, 5 months is not a lot. So you think
Hmm.
they're going to make her explain why she kept reaching out to him and working with him?
I mean, she is talking about the psychology shit a lot.
God, I can't
No, you know
see.
what I'm saying. And then when she want to avoid a question, talk to my counselor.
Ladybugs. OMG. Everybody who worked for Diddy is now suffering from Stockholm. it's a
That's my
joke
point.
now.
Okay. No, no, no. And that's our point too, right? Is what I'm saying is it's like all
Hi,
of them
Bobby.
the same roadmap. Everybody using the same roadmap to try to do this thing. I get it. Some people probably truly do have it. But you know how you have trolls that just jump on, jump on? I'm sure Bill Cosby did that to a lot of these women.
We got
But
an
then you get
update.
friends or families charging them. Go ahead.
Still says, why didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was mean? I have to substitute words to you. How did you write this? Judge says, objection, argumentative. Judge says, Mr. Steele, let's have a very brief sidebar.
Here we go with
So,
that.
the defense should have been getting on the judge's nerve because they push it to the limit every time. You know, the judge, I like the judge. He lets a lot of nonsense goes on. I wish he was a little stricter. I love his dedication to being on time. If he tells you you're gonna get out at 4, you're gonna get out at 4. But he sees the defense playing games. I wish he was a little more vocal about it, and stop letting them at least introduce stuff at the last minute, and stop letting them put in things. Well, I guess that's your job, but because when he objects, they just reword it, which you're allowed to do. I just think the judge should just be a little bit more stern with these defense attorneys.
Boy, the chat in rare form.
What are they saying?
It says yes. Yeah. They want to rush through these lying ass witnesses. And
You're
then I'm
supposed to say AZZ, Perry. You're a
oh
mess.
my bad, my bad. I'm just gonna say this. I mean, matter of fact, you read this so I don't say the wrong word.
No. DDT. I'm not saying that. No, no, I'm not even. Girl, I can't say that. I mean, I don't know. Trial of the century. Everything changes daily. Perry, put up some more comments. I want to hear what people are thinking.
Well, I give you what you want.
You put it up, I'll read it. Judge's bias, ASF. The defense should be able to cross examine the lady. He's not biased. This defense has been getting away with a lot. You cannot deny that every morning there is some new evidence they just found. One time they said somebody sent them a tape at 1 in the morning. Come on. And Friday was even worse because they started taking it through lunchtime. They were stretching it out so they could have the narrative over the weekend. Perry, let's do a poll about the judge. Is he biased? I think he's just too not biased. How would I? That's a good. Well, he's letting the defense get away with murder. So, I just said that word. get away with stuff. So maybe he is. I mean, it
No,
makes no sense. Perry, he should have checked the defense a long time ago.
no. But see, 'cause remember I said like every time, what's that thing you got when you confuse the message? If I say like you put your left arm up and point and go right, go right, like
Uh-huh.
the opposite. The person was saying not that the judge was biased for the defense. He was biased for the prosecution.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I think he's biased to the
And
defense.
they basically saying this in short, that if the damn prosecution can bring this witness on, that they coach, by the way,
Mhm.
and all day long, the defense got the right to cross her for a full day too.
Well, that's true.
And then some people said, let me see this comment here. Please let my witness lie in peace. Mm-mm-mm. That's right.
Put another one up. Put the
I mean,
long ones up, huh?
she gonna be on Prozac. What's that shit to calm your nerves down?
Here we go. We got to
Absolutely.
update. It
Okay.
says they're back. Still says now, May 14th, 2020. And you text to Mr. Combs, what? She says, my heart is broken about Dre. In my spirituality, I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's that they have completed their mission. I love you. Who is Dre?
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
I guess they're going to keep showing us text after text after text of her saying, I love you. Now, I say this to all my friends, or if I agree with somebody, I'll say in a slang term, girl, you know I love you. Do I really love the person? No, it's just, it could be a term of endearment. It's a term of endearment. I love you. I say it all the time.
No, not that much.
Perry, I say it all the time. Girl, you are
Okay.
so funny. I love you. You know, I don't know how I would be without you. Stuff like
Okay,
that. I
I
say it
get it.
all the
I get
time.
it. Yeah, and you always said if somebody piss you off in the grocery store and you go from 0 to 100, you when you finish, you walk away. Love you. No, you don't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying in a case where she's accusing him of something.
Right,
No,
right.
I
And
say it
yeah,
all the time. I say it all the time. And she probably says it all the time. That's how women talk to each other. I even
okay.
said to my
Okay,
friends,
well,
we got to update. We got to, don't
okay.
forget what you're talking about. Still, what's this about? She says he auditioned for the James Brown part that Chad Boseman got. I told Puff I'd email him videos of his audition. Still, you carried about a video camera. I don't know what they're trying to say, but it says you carried about a video camera. Uh, Mia says he required me to do it. Pre iPhones, I was required. Probably you
Probably
carried a,
carried, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, a
Now,
video.
a lot of famous people walk around, they document
Uh-huh.
for their own personal use. Michael Jackson used to do it. Remember, Michael Jackson gave an
Mhm.
interview one time to this English reporter named Martin Bashir, and he went back and said Michael Jackson did all of this stuff, but Michael Jackson proved that he was lying because he had his own footage. So that's not out of the ordinary, like they're trying to make it out to be. Okay, they do it all the time, people, all the time.
Yeah. So if that says the defense is just sending things through, especially when they have a weak witness, and they have had plenty of weak witnesses in this case so far. So, yeah, because I feel like a lot of them was weak, gave some good testimony, but weak from the standpoint they didn't really prove anything.
Here we
But
go. Still says, do you have any footage of Mr. Combs berating you? Objection overruled. I will not have been allowed to record that. Still, do you have anything about Mr. Combs berating you? She said, it would have violated confidentiality. Girl,
And,
don't
and
let them set you up. If he asks you a question,
and basically in street terms, so you always carry around this camera, videotaping shit, but you never videotape all these things that you're alleging. Nothing. And she
well,
said,
I feel like he's gonna
that's
pull out
against
some
my,
kind of tape.
it's against the clause. Love you. Love you. Love you. See, that's my thing. That people get mad, but madness comes on both sides. Like, because somebody had to announce their departure earlier, right? And I was gonna say something at the time. You don't have to denounce your departure. Just kick rocks. Just beat it.
Let
Especially when
me
you say
read the comments, Perry.
because of my ignorance. See, if I called you ignorant, you'll be upset. Don't try it on me. Don't make me get my wife on you now. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Okay, we have an update. Still says, you have no text messages. She says, they they showed me one on direct. Still says, showing what? She said, Puff saying, F it. Let's go to WAR. Still said, nothing else? Question mark. She says, only reaching out to other people in the office, things others had seen. I'm scared they're gonna whip out some tape or something,
It's
on
coming.
her.
It's coming.
You think it's coming?
Yeah.
I hope they don't. I hope they don't. But also too, as an attorney, you can ask questions, making it appear that you have some evidence when you really don't.
Right.
That's why she has to be comfortable in her testimony.
Right. I mean,
So,
yeah.
so on the witness list was Mia and Enrique Santos. Nothing much about the security guard from the Intercontinental. So here we go again. Here we go again. That's not a mistake. The defense is being sneaky yet again.
If you want to say it that way.
Because, Perry, your witness list is not supposed to change the day of. I mean, unless
Okay.
something.
Let me correct you now. Anybody coming to the stand right now is the prosecution witness.
Well, okay. Well, you know what I mean.
Oh, no. So the defense ain't got nothing to do if you want to blame them for the shiesty work the prosecution doing. Their shit is weak. Okay?
I have
It's
an
weak.
update. I have an update. Still says, what did you write here? She says, I wrote, we had so many funny memories. OMG. Steals. Anything in your phone about being brutalized by Mr. Combs? She says, I don't think so. Steele. How will we find out? Semizer. Objection. Judge. Sustained. No, what I'm saying, Perry, is they have a problem with witnesses every damn day. That's supposed to be taken care of the day before. Nobody should be coming in the morning of testimony with any kind of changes or complaints. Now, this one with Garcia saying he pleads the fifth, you didn't know that on Friday?
Well, I mean, Garcia could have knew it. It's not the defense place to know it. They don't give a damn if he get on the witness stand. It's the prosecution who want him to get up there and lie. And he's a
Sherelle, question mark. From the text from victim is proof without force today. That changed the public perception. Life cannot be given according to lies.
Yeah.
Y'all, we got a goal here. We need to stay on task. Here we go. Attorney Mia, didn't you have time away for Mr. Combs to write? Today actually, oh, he SA'd me. She said, I did not have time and that, and would not have written that. Attorney says, August 29th, 2020, you wrote to Glad, you're well. Love, please send me the footage for the documentary. I'm going to reread that because we got to figure
He
out what
sent
they're
it.
saying.
He sent it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Diddy
It said,
sent it.
oh, did he send it? Okay, okay. It says, um, Mia, didn't you have the time away from Mr. Combs to write? Today he SA'd me. Mia said, I did not have time and would not have written that. Still says, on August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you, glad you're well. Love. Please send me the footage for the documentary.
Now I
What's
don't
the
know
per-
where he's going with it, huh?
yeah, where are we going with this?
I don't know. That I do not know.
Here we go. It says, Mr. Combs let you go from your employment, correct? She says, I don't know why. It was confusing. I was called back still. Here, he says he'll only remember the good times. She said, yes. Basically, going to say, why did you keep going back? Right? Karen, do you agree?
Yeah, and basically saying that his allegations out there are bad times, but all this stuff talking about the good times.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
things that make you go, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I have a feeling this is going to be all of their testimony is the contradicting statements that
Hmm.
you can read into that way. But you have to remember there's no manual on how to act. And I'm just doing, listen, y'all, it's just no manual how to act. Does it look crazy? It does. There, I said it. But
Somebody said in the chat, Sherelle, he got rid of her because she's weird.
weird,
The girl, somebody said Diddy got rid of her. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
because why?
Because she's weird.
Well, uh,
Yeah. But anyway, Sherelle, I'm going to grab me some more coffee. I'll be back. You got
okay.
it by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did they keep going back? Yes, Sherelle. Why? Here, I got an update. I'll answer that in a minute. Still says it's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You could say, I remember the bad times, right? She says, I would have never said that. Still says, because it's not true. Samizer, objection. Judge, overruled. Still, you wrote that. She says, I love you too. So, yes, they could poke holes in her testimony because they do have evidence to show that I wouldn't say she loved Diddy. I think that's a term of endearment. It can be. I tell a lot of my friends I love them. That's just a term that I use a lot, but it can be contradicting. And that's all I'm going to say. What else? Well, okay, y'all want me to turn? I'm not ready to turn yet, but it is contradicting. That's bad. That's bad. Mm. Let's see what you. 1 minute had a job to make him feel better, to make him happy, so he would be mad at her, or would it? Probably wouldn't. I know it's coming. This is why I don't like circumstantial evidence. You can look at this a lot of ways. You can look at it a lot of ways. Yeah, I know. I know. I know it's not looking good. You don't tell someone who raped you love them. Yeah, it's not looking good. She kept it contact with Diddy, even though he graped her. Something just don't sound right. I know, I know. Here we go. It says, this is Mia speaking. She says, I wrote so many crazy things like Mick Jagger trying to take me home, and that Barrack, Barrack, I can't read this, some game, it's a team, my pink bedazzled iPhone. There are trillions of stories. Of course, I'll send to you. I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you? I've got that. Again, this is her, Mia. I wrote so many crazy things like Mick Jagger trying to take me home. And that Barracut, I don't know what this is, game, my pink bedazzled iPhone. There are trillions of stories. Of course, I'll send to you. I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you? You've got, I've got you. So I think she's talking to Diddy. Girl, stop. Still says, why didn't you write, you bamboozled me? She says, because I was brainwashed. Still says, by whom? She says, Puff. Still says, how did he bamboozle you with a part of his body with a part of his body in in your I'm going to say in how do I say that? A part of his body in being in you without consent. Judge says objection. I mean, somebody says objection. The judge has sustained. So now you got to be very careful. So before I would just read it as is, but I still have to watch how I word things and the things that I say. But we know what he's trying to say. Okay? Were you okay with that? That's what he's trying to say. Maybe I should put it up on the screen so y'all can see it. Let me see. But then wait till Perry comes back. She sounds like just as crazy as Tony Busby, fake grape victim, who accused Diddy and Jay. Are they the same person? I get what you guys are saying. I'm not gonna deny it. I see what you're saying. Oops, let me see. She's trying to get some millions, y'all. It's obvious. Mia Shook calls Mia Shook calls people because people know who she is. She's scared to tell the truth now. Yeah, that could be very, very true. We know who she is. Bobby says there's no way 80% of us didn't hit the thumbs up button for Sherelle's World. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, you guys, please hit the like button. Please hit the like. We're going through some serious testimony right now. Let's see what y'all saying. Prolific, she already settled for her work payment. She was subpoenaed to be there. This isn't her lawsuit. That's right. It's not her lawsuit. It's not. I would say something else, but I hear Perry walking up the stairs. I hear you coming for me. I hear you coming. Soup says she's a liar. So said, Truthology. Do you think Mia lied in any of her testimony? Oh, wow. Okay, y'all. Ms. Walker says, Diddy brainwashed her to put all that time and effort into making a scrapbook. She is crazy AF. Y'all going in on Mia. Pathological liar, Mia. / Santos for the win. She's scared to tell the truth now. I mean, that could be true. Yes, Perry, it's not going very good.
Well, I know. Did I miss something? Did she say Mitch Jagger wanted to take her home too? or something to that
She said
effect.
I said a lot of things that could be taken out of context, is what she meant. Here, I got an update. Mr. Seal says, what does brainwashing mean? She says the highs were really high and the lows were really low. I was punished whenever Puff was violent, making me believe I had done something wrong. He was praised by the public. That's not what brainwashing means, but I get what she's saying. Like, you have to be careful how you treat Diddy. He is famous and powerful, whether y'all want to admit to it or not. So that's probably why she was saying some of the crazy things that she was saying. She was fearful. He's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
he did.
that's the trend.
Oh God.
Everybody's fearful. Wait, I'm just saying, yes, Diddy is powerful,
Hmm.
especially in that industry, right?
Hmm.
But people put themselves in these situations. Well, no, I'm just gonna say this: he is powerful, but people still could fabricate a lot of things and ride off that. The trend today is I was fearful, but if I can get some money, I feel a whole lot better. Women and men cheat all the time. And when they get caught or when they come out, it's not necessarily SA. It could have been simply just what it was. Or it could be the other way, but I just haven't seen proof of it. Go ahead.
We have an update. Still says, you are aware of the Me Too movement. No outcry out of you. Why? Oh boy. She says, he said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. I internalized, blamed, and shamed. Still says, who threatened to tell Miss Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly SAing you? She said, Puff. Boy.
Hmm.
This is what Armand was talking about on Friday. This is a circumstantial evidence. If you can poke holes in a person's case, all you need is one person to even be doubtful. And you can poke holes in these stories because when a case is solid, I wouldn't be able to, Perry wouldn't be able to debate me because it would just be, this is what it is.
Right.
But you can poke holes in this woman's statement. And I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, that's what
And
happened.
I'm not here to poke holes in it. Because I would rather just hear clear testimony and say, okay, now I get a big picture. I see what's going on.
Right.
I see Diddy as an asshole. Use these people. They're bitter about it. They stayed to be used, and now trying to capitalize off something. Maybe they want to write a
Let
book.
me let me read this. Empress feels that she slept with him behind Cassie's back. I kind of got that feeling too, because she was so overcompensating towards Diddy. I
Mhm.
love you. Uh, I don't want to make him mad. And then he threatened to tell Cassie. Tell Cassie what? That he essayed you? That just doesn't make sense. So I feel exactly like you. What is this? Here we go. Still says, why didn't you respond? Great. Let's tell everyone what you did to me. Objection sustained. Let's move on. You said you have a moral obligation to speak up. She said, I do. Still says, why not in 2017? She says, I was brainwashed.
Mhm. Yeah. Well.
She needs her therapist to come on and vouch for that. If she was in therapy and they felt that she was brainwashed and she needed some deprogramming, that would be good testimony. Here we go. Still. Oh, that's the same one.
Yeah. I'm gonna say I ain't
Because
seen no.
they can poke holes in her story. Even though it pains me to say it, I'm not an idiot.
Right.
So,
You're not.
what are
Sure,
y'all
this is what I
thinking?
see it. I mean, for real. Look, I feel the same way. I think people do things like I don't know. For me, just when she was explaining when these things happen, she was, oh, I wasn't aware. I just felt somebody on top of me, or it was a bed. Everybody was sleeping, and I walked past them into a back corner. Well, look, to me, it's like you conveniently got there. Let's just keep it real. Are you just saying these things? People have affairs all the time, and with their best friend, so-called Cassie, if she truly was her best friend. All of them want in those kind of positions. A lot of these people that get into these businesses and roll with these kind of people are basically like clout chasers trying to be around the talent and like groupies. Okay, go ahead.
Still says, when did you first say me too? She says, when I first saw him being responsible. No, when I first saw him being held responsible. Now I have therapy. Still says, Mr. Combs wrote, I gotta find that. I gotta find that you got a copy. What does it refer to? She says, I think he means the James Brown video. Still, scrapbook. Y'all, let me reread this because that was choppy. Still says, when did you first say me too? She said, when I first saw him being held responsible. Now I have therapy. Uh, Still says, Mr. Combs wrote, I gotta find that. You got a copy. What does it refer to? She says, I think he means the James Brown video scrapbook. Sometimes it's worded funny because somebody's typing this and he could be trying to type really fast. But we get what he's talking about. He's saying that before the Me Too movement, a lot of women didn't come forward. During the Me Too movement, many of them felt that they could come forward. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to come forward, but that's the argument that he has going here. Thank you for becoming a member, Charles. That's what he's saying.
And sure, you got an update.
Okay. Here we go. Mia says, I wrote, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you before a birthday in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so I could walk, not giving an F. If y'all can't find it, I will, but I didn't. Combs says, you had a PDF? She said, I thought so. Thank you, Morbid.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is very hard. This is very, yeah. Thank you for the super chat. It makes me feel a little bit better. These are when we got to get through these bad days. This is a bad day. Uh-oh, your boy's back. He says, Perry, you are thick-headed. I think what she was trying to say is she was afraid of Puff trying to spin a story. I'm making it seem like she slept with him voluntarily.
Okay. Well, I mean, I get that, right? I mean, that could be possible. I just told you, I just watched this show over the weekend where this lady had people looking out for 2 months looking for her, lied, said that she was kidnapped and SA'd. And then they say, well, who kidnapped you? 2 Hispanic women. It wasn't. It was an ex-boyfriend of 13 years. Okay. So what I'm saying, we can believe all this stuff. Is it not possible? Say if this thing wasn't going on, would it be possible? Or do you think just because Diddy dating Cassie, that it wasn't other employees that slept with Diddy or didn't want to sleep with Diddy? See, there's a lot of possibilities out there. Like I said, I can't prove it that it was consensual, and I also can't believe prove. I haven't seen the proof that it was taken neither. That's just me.
Um, no update yet. Here we go. It just came in good. No, here we go. Still says, what did you write her? What did you write here? He says, my grandma went into hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event here in my hometown. Seacrest, it's a effing crushed it and making history. Heart emoji. Still says, deepest sympathy for your grandmother. She says, thanks. Oh, that's not, it's C'est la vie. Over again. Attorney says, what did you write here? Mia says, my grandmother went into hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event here in my hometown. C'est la vie. Effing crushed it. And making history. Heart emoji. Mr. Steele says, my deepest sympathy for your grandmother. She said, thanks. So he's trying to show, look, this person realized you're talking about Sherry Panini. And that was on, we watched that this weekend. Sherry Panini is a woman that staged her own kidnapping, and she got caught up in her own lies. So you're trying to say that that Mia is a Sherry Panini. I got an update.
Okay, what?
I got an update.
Okay.
Still says, what was this about? She says, there had been some terrible event with the police. Pharrell organized an event to change the narrative of Beach Week, which I think is a college thing. Oh, Still says, you wanted to see Mr. Combs. She said, I did not. I only said so. What?
I did not want to see it. I just said I did. So, and then I'm telling you, I had two boys, and I'm just being honest. And I had to say, hey, if a girl say this, don't put yourself in a bad situation, because they can easily get twisted to I said no. And I know people come back and say, well, believe all victims and stuff. A lot of victims are telling the truth. Probably most of them are telling the truth. But I'm just saying, I'm just showing you the other side, because when people come out here and give this blatant blanket statement, you should believe all victims. This thing I seen this weekend is the reason why you shouldn't. You shouldn't discredit. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean, she was a victim, right? According to her, right? If everybody would have believed that, then a lot of people can just take off for 2 months and say they was kidnapped and freak off for 2 months, then come back home a hero. Just saying,
right,
like,
so
it's just too much love going on, too much connection for me to believe that you don't have no animosity to him.
You keep your eye on the screen. You keep your eye on the screen, please. So what Perry's talking about is there's this woman, here she is right here. There's a documentary about it. What happened on HBO? Her name is Sherry Panini, and she staged her own kidnapping, accused two Hispanic women of kidnapping her, and she had marks all over her body. They, according to her, they even, when you take those things and you stamp it into a cow and then it blisters up, they had, what's it called?
Branding.
They branded her, and all of this, and everything she said was a lie. And so me and Perry probably talk about that case on a separate occasion, because I don't know why she made that up. She did. I think
Well,
she
I mean,
was
let me
having
tell
an
you
affair
something.
with her old boyfriend.
Because a lot of people, just like the girl made it up, was it Alabama? That she seen a kid walking down the highway. Was it Alabama? I'm
Yeah, her
just saying,
name was Carly.
yeah, things happen, right? And shit, having two small kids that could have been look like they're about 3 or 4 or something is a lot. And then when you want to creep, it's hard to creep with two kids. She came up with this brilliant idea. I'm gonna go jogging while the kids at daycare and husband's at work. I'm gonna pretend like I got kidnapped and then go off and freak off for 2 months and then come back so that everybody cherish me and love me and say how strong I was, how I escaped my kidnapper. When she came back, she was full of semen from the ex-boyfriend. Now, then people say, Perry, you should always believe the victim. No, hell, I shouldn't. And that's from my standpoint. You could show me a real victim, and I could show you a liar. And this was just one I just showed you. And that's been proven in court. She had to cop to it. The ex-boyfriend told the story. The one she was freaking off with. So I know it sounds harsh, but we live in a reality that you got truth tellers and you got liars. Can I get an amen?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. That's how we got to approach this thing. Because I can sit here and say Diddy did a lot of bad shit. And I agree. I understand why people want to see him punished. I get it. But it seems like nobody want to see why these people stuck around to be treated this way. They had something to gain from it. They had their own motives too.
Cassandra said, "Why is nobody talking about Cassie? Mia and the stylist are best friends. They have all the they have all sued Diddy, and they've been talking to each other since the trial start date." Look,
Mm-hmm.
I need to break. Let me go get me something to drink. And Perry, don't get crazy when I'm gone, okay?
No, I'm not.
Just answer questions and keep your eye on the screen. I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me refresh. Also, don't believe CC was kidnapped. Yeah. Look, and kidnap is one of those words for real people. Like you see it in the news, like the case we were just talking about, kidnapped. The lady just simply ran away to a freak off, used it for an excuse. Because it's a lot of people that want to hear these stories and they just want to believe it. Oh, that was so harsh. She was branding out people. She came back, I think, in like handcuffs, chains, and had this branding stuff and made herself look like she'd been out in the wilderness, that somebody actually did these terrible things to her. But she just came back just to be a liar. And I get it. It's real victims. My heart go out to those, and I know it happens. So I know SA happens, DV happens. I even told you a story about my mother dealt with it. So I understand certain things with it. So when people go, Perry, if you had a daughter, we think the same way. I would tell my daughter, don't be a liar. Don't lose your morals. Don't be
Listen,
full of
also
greed.
too, it could be a number of things wrong that's going on. She really could be a victim experiencing Stockholm. We don't know. That's the problem. She could be a liar that just got caught. And
Yeah,
without there being any conclusive evidence, it
leans to
allows for more arguments. People can say, look at it this way, people can look at it that way. And what we need is the jury to look at it a certain way. But two
but
things can be true at one time, Perry.
if you had a personal opinion right now on it, or if you didn't mind sharing your personal opinion, mine is, yeah, you're right. It can go both ways. I do believe Stockholm syndrome exists, but I also think it's more common for lying too, liars. And if I had to tell you my true opinion, I'm leaning more on lying. Just me. Could be wrong, but I just feel like
Yeah, that's your opinion. You're entitled. This is deep, though. This is deep because let's just say this for a minute, you guys. Let's just say Diddy gets off. Do you think his career is ruined? And the
Sherelle,
reason I say,
we had an update 2 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
oh, okay. Mia, my hometown of Virginia Beach doesn't usually get this type of attention. Steele says, you're telling the jury you were scared of Mr. Combs. True? True? Question mark. She says, true. I was scared of him when he was scary. Steele says, listen to 1750. Tell me if you recognize it. Steele says, move to admit it. Then he names some more numbers. Judge says, Mrs. Samizer, question mark. She says, we object. The proper basis for admission has not been established. Here we go. And the judge said, let's have a sidebar.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, girl, now they're saying that the proper basis for admission, they don't know what the proper basis is. We have more evidence that they don't know about. And we have another sidebar. The judge should start saying, if you submit evidence the day of, you will be held in contempt of court. This judge has got to get a backbone because I can't keep going through this every damn day.
Well, I mean,
now everybody knows, Perry, you're not even an attorney, and you know you're supposed to submit your witnesses and any evidence in a timely manner that the judge allows you to.
Right. No, both sides understand that. Both sides have went to the judge and wanted to admit something after the fact, not just
but not as much as the defense.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, if you rob one bank or if you rob 5, you're still a bank robber, right? And what I'm saying is, like, we just here for it, Terrell. Just back off the attorney. You want them all to be fired.
I don't want her to be fired. Somebody in the chat said, Sherelle, why are you so mad? I'm frustrated with the prosecution.
And then, you know what, though? I mean, because I feel like that you want Diddy to be punished for it, just like a lot of people. And in my life, I ain't gonna mention the liars again, because that's the theme of the day is liars, liars, liars. But most people sort of, every loser got an excuse. So you feel like you're losing. The defense, they're doing this and they're doing all that. But when the lady was up there crying her heart out, I worked so hard, stayed up 5 days, no sleep. And then I got touched.
Okay, Perry.
Now, that was a great day. The defense they ain't do nothing wrong that day, did they?
You are messy.
But no, and this is a true opinion. I really feel like, well, just like the defense, well, we'll sort of coach their witnesses too, right? The prosecution coached all these people. Mia says she had met with them over 27 times.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a lot of times. And then, meanwhile, and then think about the trend of the story. All of them got the same thing. I was afraid. I was in fear. I said nothing. None of these MFers said a damn thing. Nothing. But they was all afraid. Diddy is a monster. That part was true. So you know how you can mix a little truth with lies?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she's like the lady that was kidnapped. Yeah, she was gone for 2 months, but it wasn't because she was kidnapped. So
it's so funny.
Being gone for 2 months, huh?
It's so funny because the whole time the Panini documentary was playing, Perry was in the kitchen cooking. I didn't think he was paying it any attention. But you were.
Yeah. I was worried about her. Seriously. And people think, oh, Perry don't have a heart. Go ahead.
Here we go. No. Oh, he says, they're back. Judge says it may be admitted. That's it. Okay. So.
And then right when he said that I can read your mind. They'll go to judge being biased again, letting the defense add something to it.
No,
Oh,
listen, you have to admit that the judge needs to be a little bit tougher with anybody
well, you know what?
allowing evidence in the day of.
Well, Sherelle, you know what though? This judge, I don't think he that new at it, right? And going through these kind of cases, if he would just want to be standoffish and cut offish like as you want him to be, it probably set things up more for an appeal later. So more experienced people try to minimize all that.
Got you. Yeah,
Yeah, to keep the argument down.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
I mean,
I'll accept that.
but I was with that lady because two kids, they was at daycare, and she went on her little regular jog, then never came back. Husband came home, she wasn't there, the kids wasn't there, called the daycare, the kids had never been picked up. I was like, damn, society is a weird place. And we would go to, I can't remember what little town they was in. I was like, damn, that is messed up. But it do piss me off that every time somebody do up some fake shit, it was always a black male 6 feet tall. Then it probably wasn't that many blacks in the town, so they had to go with Hispanic. It was like a Foreman
Girl,
community.
just shut up. Just shut up. We're not listening to you anymore, okay? You are a mess. I don't know why that lady said, the Panini lady said that. That was crazy.
And then she was mad because nobody
The judge
believed.
said, let's take a break. We are on another break. Another break.
Yeah, ain't that some shit?
I want to upload my picture to my avatar. Do you know how to do it?
Uh, yeah, I'm trying to figure. Um, I think you just go down. Maybe it's something you got to.
Oh,
Well,
wait, maybe it's here. Hold on. Let's see.
but anyway, I'm just
Here,
saying
I
that.
got it.
So like, doing this case, we'll laugh and joke around about the stuff, and certain things I might just have an
I don't
opinion on.
remember laughing, but go ahead.
Well, ain't nobody talking to you. You see what I'm saying? Always in grown up business. But I'm saying this
Go
like,
ahead, sir.
I mean, going through these trials and stuff, everybody gonna see it different. I can respect your side, how you can believe and see, but I'm gonna have my stance on what I say. Right now, neither one of us got proof. That's why we're just going through the trial, and we can believe certain things. But I just want fairness at the end of the day.
Oh,
If
please.
no, for real. If Diddy did something, I know he don't did a lot of things, but I don't think that he's been charged with those things that everybody's mad at him about, like M people, stuff like that. You know, but
You don't believe he had anything to do with Kim Porter's unaliving?
no. I'm saying he's not being no. I believe he do. I can't prove it, but I'm saying he's not being charged with the things people want to charge him for today in court. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? I think a lot of
Mhm.
people believe he has something to do with all these things. Me too. Pneumonia. It's just like, damn, that's something. It's like court right now is trending on how they was living in fear. But it's hard for me to believe. Yes, some people might want to go back to it with the Stockholm syndrome. Not everybody. It's a whole group of them. And then they never take criminal action. And we was afraid they're living to the thing. Well, we was afraid at the time, but shit, I'm gonna sue them for this money right now. You wasn't afraid of that. I was so afraid I couldn't leave, but I wasn't afraid to cheat.
Can I read this
Go ahead.
CNN update?
Yeah.
Can you keep your eye on Inner
Yeah.
Express, please?
Mhm.
They say Mia, a former assistant to Diddy Combs, said the music mogul threatened to tell his girlfriend Cassie Ventura about what happened between himself and Mia, which made Mia internalize blame and shame. Mia has been testifying about the essay and verbal and physical things that happen. She said she experienced while employed by Combs. She says, in quotes, nobody acted like what was happening to me was wrong. And his threats about me, he was going to tell Cassie about what happened, made me internalize blame and shame. The defense attorney, Brian, still asked Mia why she didn't want Combs to tell Ventura what he had SA'd her, that he had SA'd her. Mia's response that Combs didn't use those words. She said he threatened to tell Cassie, quote unquote, everything, which made me feel like I had done something wrong. I don't know how to explain what that does to a person. Okay. She needs to get off the stand now. This is enough. We don't need to hear anymore. They are.
And get off the pharmaceuticals.
I did. Perry, stop. Perry, stop. It's too argumentative. It's not solid evidence. She's inconsistent with her statements because they more than showed that you enjoyed being around him. You even told him you loved him. Let's just take her off the stand now because now it's just going to get worse.
It's almost like she had a fatal attraction. You know what I'm saying?
An attorney said statute may have expired for a lot of the state cases, so going RICO was the best. That is true.
And I get that. That part I get, right? But what I'm saying is, so you go through the man history, nobody, all these people that want to testify and fear for their life and was done so wrong, let the statute of limitations run out. Correct?
I mean,
if they would have went any time while the statute was still there, we wouldn't have this issue.
Well, let me ask you this, Perry. What would you go with if you were the prosecution? How do we get Diddy? What would you go? What would you do?
Oh, well, I mean, for me, hell, I think if you raid 3 mansions and you either you find something or you don't. If you don't find nothing, you don't charge them with shit. Let them other cases go to the state or whatnot. Why must they charge him today when they ain't charged him in the last 25 years? You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Why you get to be so creative right now?
There's also a chance too, Perry,
that I think a lot of it came off the girl book, Cassie, that they got a whiff of that story and seen the opportunity to take Diddy down.
There's also a chance too that the juror sees this in a totally different way. There's always that possibility.
No, it's a possibility, but I like here, I'm outnumbered here. But it's okay because it only takes one, is what I'm trying to say. It only takes one to think like a lot of us in this chat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Now, I doubt they come back and say he innocent. You see what I'm saying? Like, that they ain't gonna do that to be a hung jury or whatnot. Because as other people, yeah, they gonna see it a couple ways. But
Maria says, I don't know why everyone is shocked. I would be surprised if the defense didn't victim blame. It's a very old and simple tactic to say she wanted it. They've been using that since the beginning of time.
Right. And that's, and I agree with that. And that's why people don't want to come out. But I'm just saying, look, let's keep it real. If she didn't say nothing all these years, wasn't nobody calling you out for it? It could be a Me Too Me Too or whatever y'all was talking about that come out that change people thing. It was I want me some cash. You can say Me Too or I want me some cash. That's what I feel like to me. Could be wrong, but you ain't showing me anything. It's like, it's hard, in those situations, a lot of times a woman is not going to have any proof.
Let me say this.
Good.
If Diddy gets away, women have a tough time in Hollywood already with the Me Too movement. Every man, a lot of them, not every, but a lot of men expect you to sleep with them for advancements. It was running rampant. When the Me Too movement was created, it did slow that down a little bit. If Diddy gets away with this, I'm scared that might go back into overdrive, which is
Uh,
the man of power, a man in a powerful position wants you to be in a compromised situation for his pleasures. I mean, we have been experiencing this for
right,
years.
no, and I get that. I mean, and that's how society is. That's how being, you get, peak like humans, just get into this crazy shit once they get power and control and all that. It's not just women in Hollywood. Hell, the men ain't safe. They ask for favors for them too. Am I right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I just think with that, but I would say this. Then they keep going back to this thing as far as Mia. Oh well, he told me if I don't act right, he gonna tell Cassie what happened. So how would this go down? Is he gonna go back and tell Cassie that she SA'd him? Why would he go and tell her, hey, this is what I did to this girl? Now you see what I'm saying? It just
Yeah.
so what you feared is the affair y'all was having leaking out, especially when it's supposed to be your friend, supposedly. That's just what I think. That's what he had on you. And it would make more sense, more leverage that he had if she was creeping with her best friend. Diddy gonna enjoy it, of course. Go ahead.
I have an update from CNN. It says the jury saw a video Mia made for Diddy 44th birthday in 2013. Mia is sitting at a desk in the video and tells Combs she was blessed to call him a friend and thanked him for being one of the biggest inspirations in her life. She said, I love you. Happy birthday. Mia said in the video, and blew kisses. Oh, the judge allowed the video clip to be shown over objections from prosecution. Defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro said Monday morning that the video supports the defense's team's argument that Mia is presenting a false persona to the jury.
Yeah. And to me, it sounds like she is. And so let's keep it real. Like the prosecution don't want that to be seen, but they want to show Diddy Hall incident. I think they both need to be seen. People need to see what Diddy is. They need to see what the witness is. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got a problem with either one of them. Show it all. So when you come to your conclusions, you got everything. Don't just show half of it.
I really I got busy this week, so I wasn't watching Armand every day. Oh no, now it says the jury was dismissed for a short break. Mia, a former assistant of Diddy's, will continue her testimony after the break. We are on another break. It's not even 8 o'clock. It's
Right.
7 in the morning. My goodness. I was gonna say something.
But I mean, going back to this whole thing, when you talk about, well, what would you charge him with? Sometimes if you ain't got a case, you ain't got a damn case. Why move forward with it? Right? Now, we ain't seen nothing but his close people who work with him, his assistants and girlfriend. Where's all the freakness at the freak offs? You talked about baby oil, bottles of baby oil, but where's the baby? Look, let's keep it real. Like, where is this shit going? You don't rate it. You don't had squad, the National Guard, everybody by sea pull up on his mansions in Miami, LA. Where is this proof at? Maybe you get him on tax evasion, something.
Yeah.
But we still talking about how somebody felt, and it's basically coming out. And Mia's situation, the best I can see come out of it, it'll just be hearsay. You know, ain't no proof of nothing. And then it's one thing, yeah, but you should trust her. But trust her actions afterwards too. That's what, lock that shit up. Blowing kisses. Where she learn that from? Where she learn that from, Sherelle?
Why are you asking me? I don't even know her. I don't know.
You defending her.
I'm not defending her. I'm
I thought
telling you,
I
I'm
thought you was her
telling
attorney.
you how this case could be perceived in court. You could look at it many different ways. We don't know what the jury, how they are taking all of this in. We don't know what they think. So we're just talking because, nobody's right, nobody's wrong, because it is not hardcore evidence. It's circumstantial evidence. That's the part that makes it really hard.
And
Because
that people
I
say
can't call you a liar and you can't call me a liar because we're looking at it differently.
right, and I
You're
wouldn't call
welcome.
you a liar because you're too cute. But you know what? Baby Nice said this. They want his assets, right? Now I could agree. Because if you think about it, they the only one got an interest in justice. When Cassie wanted hers, she personally sued Diddy or was gonna sue him. They made a settlement, so she settled hers. These other people act like they don't want to be there. They didn't have no interest on pursuing anything criminal. But it's like the government wanted to come in to, for one, because like when you're these prosecutors and shit too, they get stuck in the limelight too. They want to be recognized for something big. Let me take down this ninja rapper. Can't stop, won't stop. And then that liquor company could have had something, all these people, these powerful people. Diddy's powerful, the liquor company is powerful, and so is the government. These people do what's in their best interest to gain publicity, to make somebody pay for a bad contract deal, or anything, right? So all this stuff could be in play, I'm thinking. So, but these people act like they ain't have that much interest on their own to do anything. You know?
BJ says, "Good morning, y'all. Perry is Perry Mason. He is on point." I mean, here's the thing about Perry. The things that he says, you cannot straight out deny. But the things that I say, you can't straight out deny either. This is a difficult case. So, it could, we don't live in a picture perfect world. You have crooks in the system. Maybe somebody could be after his money. I don't know. All I know is I can't get that tape out of my head. But that is DV and does not prove racketeering. I got it. But
Right.
I'm saying, because I saw that video, whether it's fair or not, it made me prejudiced. So I'm saying, can we find a path to get them? Because these right here are very questionable. I want another path. Can you think of something else? You said you would have got them on weaponry.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you ain't got nothing, you just can't get them right now. So don't try to push the needle and get something out of nothing. You saying that, hey, you seen the DV charge, you seen that clearly, and you want it,
Right.
but you just want to push it and get them on something, right? Now,
Mhm.
people watching this witness on the stand, right? Even though I can say, damn, that's messed up if these things happen to you. But then when you come out to be a liar, I mean, we got it seems like she's lying. So do we do her the same way? Do we make up something for Mia?
Not make it up. I just
Well,
think
no. Okay, I'm basically saying, like, okay, shouldn't she be punished for lying too, Mia?
you can't prove that she's lying. You can't tell anybody how they felt in their state of mind. We're back. Here we go.
Okay.
The attorney says, one by one, Your Honor, let the exhibits in. But now, cumulatively, we are reached harassment. Given the tone, we do not think continuing this is appropriate. She has carried herself with grace. This is adding to trauma. Eyes are on the trial. So that must be the prosecution talking.
Yeah, they begging for mercy.
No, they're not begging for mercy. They're
No,
doing
no,
their
they,
job.
they,
They're finally doing their job.
they're begging the judge.
They're not
You
begging.
see, you know, they're about, jumping on her. She didn't do nothing. So now she's a victim, but she was great when she was on there lying.
Well, if you
With them.
keep continuing to question in this manner, it really could look like you're badgering the witness.
Karen alert.
So I'm saying it's a slippery slope. And they're doing their job. How come when the defense does their job, you don't have anything to say? When the prosecution is doing their job, now they're scared.
No. I don't have nothing to say. I'm just saying they begging for mercy.
You're a mess.
They already spoke, right? How can you knock the hell out of me, and then when it's my turn to swing back, now you want to call timeout?
They're doing their job.
Can you call the
Prosecution
fight?
is doing what they're supposed to do. Now, the judge has a very...
They ain't saying, hey, can you just strike my witness whole testimony? Because she's going through a lot. They ain't saying strike their part. They just don't want no more put on the other side.
That's their job.
No, well,
are you bothered, sir? Are you bothered?
No. It's their job to cry for mercy and plead.
It's their job.
I see that, but I was just calling out for what it is. I'm not upset that they pleading. I'm just
we're back.
telling you. I know. I'm saying that so you can recognize that both sides does it.
I'm back. Here we go. The attorney says other victims in other trials will become aware of this. The judge said, I have not seen yelling. My understanding is that his, God forbid, is an apology, not an attempt to intimidate, but the argumentative question is, Mr. Steele here, you're repeating yourself. Yeah, she's on too long. Let's get this witness off. We said what we had to say. It's going to look like you're badgering the witness,
right?
Which can change jurors' opinion if you come across like you're a big bully. We said enough. She has inconsistent statements. She says, did he art her? And then they have evidence showing that she liked being around him and sometimes even use the word love. That's it. Now let's move on. Unless there's something else, just like the prosecution saying, do you have other evidence? If not, I'm not going to sit here for another hour. It's 8:00 here. It's 11:00 there.
Okay. And how many weeks did it take us to get out the bedroom with the prosecution? Let's keep it real. It took a long time. They kept saying the same thing over.
I got an update.
Yeah.
This is what the judge says. If I feel you're asking questions just to ask them, I'm going to tell you to move on. Understood? Still, I understand. Judge, I don't see improper treatment here. Miss Comey, but I will continue to watch. Still says, I saw photograph. So he goes on. So the judge is saying, stop being repetitive. Stop being repetitive. And no, prosecution, I'm not treating him unfairly. Like, I'm not being biased to the defense. Now, then they...
And I can't agree with that. Move on. Like, if you got something, bring it on. Stop just teasing around and just show how many little small texts. I love you. No, show me some shit. Right. When she said, hey, I really enjoyed when I was your mistress. Or show me something.
Perry just says, you guys don't listen to Perry. He just says the most ridiculous stuff ever. Oh my God.
And that's the person on the side, right?
Pardon me?
I mean, wouldn't that be the mistress? Or do a person have to be married to be a mistress? Okay, look, if Diddy and Cassie was dating and Mia was cheating with him on the side, would she be a mistress or just a side piece?
I'm waiting for updates because Perry's not going to drag me down to that ridiculous level. And then he just wants to drag. Okay, no, we're
I'm
not
just
going there
let's
with
get to the point. Yeah, I'm with you.
you're
Let's
going
get to
by
the
yourself, sir. You will not drag me down in the dirt. Okay, got it?
no. You're gonna take yourself down with all these hopes and dreams of Mia
No,
being right.
I'm admitting to you that uh, the defense
Oh,
definitely could put
you
doubt in
got to
somebody's.
update that. You got to update.
Here we go. Judge says, "Can I see them?" Attorney says, "We don't have stamped versions of these." The judge says, "Do you have the photos?" Attorney says, "Yes, but we won't know which one you are referring to." Judge says, "Mr. Steele, why don't they have the stamped copies of these?" He says, "Only saw it this morning." You guys, people said, "Why is Sherelle mad?" This is the same exact strategy that they've been using since day one. They always come in at the last minute with some unknown evidence that they didn't know they had. One time somebody emailed it to them in the middle of the night. And what they're trying to do is give the prosecution as little as time possible so you can't give accurate, clear responses to their questioning. They're trying to trip up this woman. And this is the prosecution's job to not let them trip her up. But you guys are not doing a very good job. And if you go one more day, you have to start asking for sanctions against the defense. If you want to win, they can't keep beating you at the same exact play.
I
They
mean,
have
should
not changed it up.
mm-hmm.
They've done it over and over. I want Diddy in jail, but if y'all keep proceeding forward like this, there's a huge possibility that you could lose. You've got to start asking for sanctions. Brian Steele did the same thing in the YSL case. He doesn't even go with a different playbook, but that judge was not allowing it. I believe, if I'm correct, if anybody in the chat remembers, the judge put Brian Steele in jail for a couple hours for doing this. Or did he go to jail voluntarily with Thug? I can't remember. But that judge was not playing. This judge, I guess the prosecution, if you don't ask for it, you're never going to get it. You have to put an end to this. It's intolerable. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. Who cares?
Miss G Dove says, "Who cares? Diddy is done for everything that has been revealed in this case. But because of the fear of him, it will never be brought to the attention of anyone else, although it was known." I mean, I don't know. Hustler says the prosecution has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I know. The defense doesn't. This man's life is on the line. It should not matter.
You got to update.
I got to update. Here we go. A judge says, "Just show them to me one by one, next by next." Mr. Steele, what is the relevance? Judge says, "Impeachment. She said she had no time for herself to tell others. These images show Mia with friends and family over the years." Oh, yeah, they can't let this in because they want to keep showing beyond a reasonable doubt. One, she had opportunity to say something to somebody else. Two, she did not act distressed around Mr. Combs.
Right.
Cassie went through hell. That word I can't say. Sores, STIs, and she for 20 million. She deserves every cent and more for the hell she went through. I believe Diddy already paid for it, especially humiliation and shame.
Yeah.
I have this feeling, Goose, and I hope I'm wrong, that it's hard for a leopard to change his spots. I think that if Diddy got out, let's just say that happened, I don't think he will continue with the freak off, but I don't think he's going to change as much. I think he's going to be upset with everybody he thinks came against him, including Diageo, the liquor company. And I feel like he might feel even more emboldened. And the reason I say this is because look how he acted with Shine. He didn't care. He did not care. So, and his behavior will not stop. Something else is going to have to happen to Diddy before he stops. Because this goes way back to the early 90s. He is who he is.
You got to update.
Here we go. Judge says, why would baby showers have relevance? Why not just ask questions about this? Why show this? Steele says, because I like to do this. Because I like to do the impeachment that way. The judge says, absent any further showing, they are excluded. Steele says, admit them for the record. Judge Steele says, admit them for the record. Just put them there on the record. Judge says no. Judge is finally getting tired of his mess. Finally. How many sidebars later? You can't keep doing it. And then they want to get up there. They have proven what they needed to prove is that her actions are inconsistent with her stories. That's what they're trying to say. But now you are badgering the witness and trying to throw off the defense of the prosecution with these unnecessary, over-the-top exhibits. It's not adding anything new, and you're just wasting time, Mr. Steele. You got in trouble for that at the YSL trial, because that's what you do. And it worked before. It might not work here. Let's see what's CNN.
Well, I can agree with you, but you ain't got to be yelling at them like that.
I'm not yelling. This is how I talk. That's why I try to keep the microphone to the side of me. I don't know if you noticed. Because if I put that, I must talk loud. I put the mic over here.
Update.
Here we go. Steele says, we want them in if there is an appeal. Oh gosh, they're doing what you said, Perry. Attorney says, we'll put them in the case file. That's how we handle it. Steele says, I asked Mia, you still have friends? And she said, I did not see them. I did not have an external sounding board. She said, there was no time. Okay, so here's the argument. She did say that she didn't have a lot of people in her corner to confide in and kind of let her know you should, report Diddy. So she was handling this by herself. According to this, he has evidence that supports she had lots of friends. But I agree with the judge, Mr. Steele. We get your point. You're rewording the same question over and over.
But what if people believe she didn't have any friends? So he's saying, hey, well, let me show these couple pictures of the baby shower. Well, all these people who loved you came and brought your baby some gifts and no baby oil. And you had people. You had a video camera with you all times, you said. But you never had a moment.
Perry, you know why? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You tell me why.
Because we will be sitting here another 2 hours.
I know.
Get it.
Okay, I get it, right? But didn't we waste the whole day with her saying the same shit over and over again with the prosecution? Are these same people? Diddy did this. He got in a fight here. We know that's what he do. He hit Cassie. We know. How many times we have to hear it? You got to instill it in the jury's mind that, you see, this person talking to 1,000,005 people, but she don't know nobody. She ain't got nobody to call out to. Go ahead.
I really want to read this. Steele got in trouble at the YSL trial because the state had a meeting with the judge and a witness without the defense present. Oh, and would reveal to the judge where he got the information. I kind of remember that. Steele was acting the same way he's acting now. That's his MO. It seems to work for him. we'll see what the judge says here, but it feels like the judge is tiring of their underhanded strategy. But I will say this, at the beginning of the YSL trial, I totally believe Young Thug was guilty. By the end, I realized that he was not. And these were overzealous attorneys, mainly Fannie Willis, trying to make a name for herself. It is what it is. I
And
hope that doesn't happen here.
well, that's what's happening in New York right now. They want to make a name for themselves too.
I'm not quite there yet to say they only brought these charges against Diddy because they want to make a name for himself. They only picked Young Thug because they knew he had fame, he had influence, and Fannie Willis wanted to make a name for herself. So
Well,
a lot of the stuff is starting to become similar here.
well,
I
I
hope
mean, it's other people, powerful people, wanted to see Diddy punished for whatever, either bad contract deals or Diddy saying something about them, the liquor company or whatnot. It could be a lot of things. But at the end of the day, as a prosecutor, if you ain't got a case, don't put one on.
I mean, Perry,
But
they probably, the world's seen that tape.
okay.
They
And
had to
what did
do
you see?
something.
Okay. Well, when you seen the tape, what did you see? DV,
DV.
right?
Yeah.
If you can't charge him with DV at the federal level, then it's not a case for you.
Well, I think they know this. I
Or
think
do you
that
want to work on things that'll help you down the road? Because prosecutors are into prosecuting. And so if we can polish up and get this RICO shit going good, we can use it many times in the future, which would keep them employed. Right?
I don't know about that. You might be taking it a little too far.
Well,
But
why are they being so creative to make it a RICO? Because right now you sitting here fussing about the defense going on. Why ain't you fussing at the damn the prosecution team without bringing on the heavy evidence? What the hell you finding these 3 mansions? And I ain't talking about no 7-inch heels
yeah, I don't
or
know
no
why.
dildo and some
I
baby
think,
oil.
listen, I will admit the stuff that they found in Diddy's homes were not the smoking gun, but I don't even know why they mentioned these 7-inch heels. Maybe they're going to get back around to it.
Somebody says I'm waiting to get justice for them kids.
Do not claim Gene is banned. Clearly another lie. What's going on now? I know they got into it this morning. What's going on now? Somebody keep me updated. I don't want to be involved in that, but I want to know what happened. Look not with these horrible actions they claim the story has them involved too much on. They end now. The text messages can only tell exactly what you want to keep going with the text messages can only tell exactly what they meant in the past, opposed to what's happening today. I I I just hope they don't. I'm ready for her to get off the stand. I'm sorry. Some people make good witnesses.
Maybe you missed the
Others
update
don't.
maybe a minute ago. I think we missed it.
Oh Lord. Oh my God. Renee. Oh my God. Renee, who is like my mother, just like my mother, very love her, very important member in our family, is telling me that Denat is trying to get Dean Gene Deal kicked out the courthouse. What is wrong? What? I swear. What is happening? Gene said he stepped to Denat in the courthouse because he was talking crap about him and confronted him. Gene said the officers asked him to take a few days off from court.
Yeah. So yeah. So
Well,
Denard is going. Denard went. Well, it was said he was going to the U.S. Marshals to file a criminal thing. So that would keep him out from courthouse. But we'll talk about it later. You got an update,
what?
like
What?
2 minutes ago.
All right, okay, here we go, you guys. Still says, you said she was your sister. Mia says, yes. You loved her, question mark. Absolutely. And you feel the same way today. She said, yes. Attorney, you would never lie to her, question mark. Mia says, Puff didn't allow me to tell her things like where he was, anything he said. She's talking about Cassie. Listen, because I don't want to throw this out there, but it feels like she had a deeper relationship with Diddy that we don't know about. It feels like they were hooking up. And it
Yeah,
feels like when he says, I'm going to tell Cassie, that's what she's talking about. Because nothing else makes any sense. Why would she not want him to tell Cassie that he SA'd her? You would want him to tell Cassie so that the more people knows, the better. This is what it feels like. Does it mean that that's true? No. She could honestly be afraid of him. But if you keep answering the questions in this kind of way, that's how a juror, only one, can take it.
yeah. I mean, what kind of man? I ain't playing with you. If you don't act right, I'm gonna go and tell my
So,
woman what you did. Shit.
so Denat went to the marshals.
Well, he said this morning that because he got to file a complaint, and he said he need to see him where Diddy is. And
Are you joking?
no, and what's the prison that Diddy was in? MCDC, whatever that prison is. He said he
Uh,
need to see him in there with Diddy.
are you joking?
No, I'm not joking.
Denat
And
said that?
I seen him when he went and asked for the directions. It's on the 5th floor where he's supposed to go and file these charges. Because he's saying Gene assaulted him at the federal building.
Oh.
Remember when they tried to grab his chain and broke his bracelet? And then I guess that's when they came out and said that I guess the marshals had said, just stay away for a couple of days. Did not say that's not enough. He gonna make sure his ass stay away.
I'm trying not to get involved. I'm trying not
I
to
know.
get involved. But this is wild. This is wild. I mean, most of the time, so Denat has no fear. Absolutely none. No, he has no fear.
No, he don't.
And Perry has tried to stop him a numerous of times from doing stuff. He has no fear. And maybe he felt that this is what happened to him. And you guys don't know him the way we know him. He will take it all the way to whatever he has to do. I don't
You got
know.
to update. Yeah.
Here we go. Steele. Was Miss Ventura in love with Mr. Combs? Mia says, I thought so. Steele says, did you ever tell her the person she loved argued? No. Steele, do you remember telling Mr. Combs Brian, need to be rewired?
His brain need to be rewired.
Attorney says, may we have a sidebar? The judge said you may. Read that last line for me, Perry, so I can. It says, do you remember telling Mr. Combs brain need to be rewired? Does that make
Yeah,
sense to you?
it's not to me. Do you remember telling her Mr. Cone brain need to be rewired? She told. Do she remember telling Cassie that basically Diddy is cuckoo and his brain need to be rewired?
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
So, and maybe now I'm trying to figure out where this come at because she said I can't say anything about Diddy. I can't tell him where he is and what he's doing. But now maybe showing that. But you did tell her that his brain needs to be rewired.
Right.
Okay, she's actually talking about Diddy saying cuckoo
Yeah.
or he's weird or strange,
Okay.
right?
I'll accept different. Let's just say that he's different.
Well, I'm just telling you what she said in the text, and he said, "Do you remember saying that to her?" So, mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, this is
Oh, what
crazy.
a day!
We need to get off of this because now we are they stalling for lunchtime? What's going on? Because this is starting to drag. I can't stand it. Objection, objection, sidebar, recess, break. We done had all three this morning, all four again this morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat this really quick. Hold on. It really looks like it's gonna rain here in Vegas.
We actually got a few sprinkles. I mean, like the ground is just, you know how you might just sprinkle a little water on it. That's the way it looks.
Justice says, I think Denat would get banned before they banned Big Gene. Gene is known by those officers, and they asked him to chill out for his own sake. He wasn't banned. This came from Big Gene himself.
Okay, yeah. The whole thing in short, word is out there that he's been banned. No, he was just told to stay away for a couple days. They're not this morning. It says he's going to press charges with the U.S. Marshals to ensure that would probably trigger a ban. So at this point, he's not banned, but he's not at the courthouse neither. So, but did not say that he was doing that, and I believe he is going to do it.
You think he's gonna do it?
Yeah.
Pure Joy says, we have to take emotions out of this. In my opinion, we haven't yet proved Rico. Honestly, we have to be careful about them doing or doiling out Rico charges every 5 minutes. There
Right.
were overzealous from jump. She
And
listen, Pure go. You want to go first?
Pure Joy, go ahead. You go ahead.
She is absolutely right. I was talking about this earlier. You don't want to keep changing the goalposts for Rico. Rico should stay the exact way it is and used for what it was invented for, the mob. It wasn't invented to take down black rappers when you feel like it. It really wasn't. And we could say this with a pure example in mind, YSL, Young Thug. And I really thought that he did it in the beginning because I said, what would the prosecution get out of this? He had to fight them back to get his $2 million of assets back.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to live in a world where we could just accuse somebody of something and then you go take their assets. So we got to be really careful in the RICO. They probably should have used something else for the R. Kelly case, which they could have, and they didn't. But the R. Kelly is what set precedent for this. It's the R. Kelly case.
Right.
And now you got Rico, Rico, Rico. And every time we turn around, it's going to be more Rico charges. It was made for the mob. Keep it what it was intended for.
No, I agree.
But if they didn't go Rico, what could they have got him on? Let me think.
Probably not a damn thing. I mean, so far. And let's keep it real. They couldn't get him on the arson. That shit
Well,
wasn't. I don't know. It's like, but people look. Let's keep it real. They still got about 2 more weeks because I think they said they wrap up a week and a half to 2 weeks to prosecution. You done raided 3 damn mansions by boat, air, and sea.
I can't.
I
can't.
If you can't show me anything, Sherelle, sometimes they investigate a lot of stuff, but don't move forward with an indictment because they don't have enough evidence. Some people will do it to find a way. If they can just bullshit their way through a RICO, it's sort of become like you got R. Kelly, then now this other thing, it sort of set precedents, like you said, right?
So said I'm missing updates. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
It says they're back. Steele says, why would you cover up for Mr. Combs to Miss Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? Objection, judge. Rephrase, Steele. Did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? She says, I don't remember that. Oh boy. It's
Yeah, but I'm
gotta
just
be.
saying about that RICO stuff. Like, if you set a precedence that you can just do it all the time, a lot of people would go down just because they can just keep throwing all this bullshit at you. You're wasting a lot of government money and all this. Either you got the facts or you got the proof of it, you don't. But not just the black rappers. It can, if they do enough RICOs, anybody can get it. Anybody. Just because they don't like you, your neighbor don't like you, and he knows somebody, and they don't press some charges now, it's a RICO on your ass or me.
But
But
if they did, in their defense, if they didn't do RICO, they would have had to let him go.
Sorrel,
So this.
it's a lot of cases they don't pursue because they ain't got enough evidence. But one would make me think, who gonna spend all this money with Homeland Security and all this shit to raid 3 mansions, unless it's just intimidation factor that you can do it?
Well, what happens is they just put out there what they had and they left it up to a jury to decide if they were reaching or not. That's how I look at it.
At the end of the day, the prosecution had the chance to say, hey, I feel like we got enough, or no. They ain't even had to go to trial. But, I'll just take a chance because he is so deeply hated that they figured I could be famous off of it. Let's keep it real.
So I want to talk about this statement up here. It says, do not pop Armand, but Armand didn't press charges. Do not is so atrocious for pressing charges against Gene. Charges? What are you talking about?
I said, Denot said he's going to the U.S.
To
Marshal.
get him kicked out.
No. Well, no, on the 5th floor to press charges on him. That would probably get him banned.
Charges like what?
Assault.
Did I miss something?
I guess they
put hands on each other?
He was in the elevator. He grabbed this chain. Denot went like this, broke his bracelet.
They got in a fight in an elevator?
Well, it wasn't really a fight. People said he got knocked out. He tried to grab a thing, this and that. The marshals got involved, told Gene to just go off and don't come back for a couple of days, let things calm down, right? But the whole thing is, then people saying he got knocked out, but really he didn't. That's assault, though. It's just like people will say, oh, Perry, kidnapping, if you hold somebody against their will. Yeah, technically you're right. But I'm just saying, but I guess he could file a charge for that. How far the charge go, I don't know.
Talk about later, maybe at lunch.
Yeah.
What is he upset about? Because something's going on. This has gotten out of hand. All right. Renee says, Sherelle, you have to watch Sammy the Bull's take on this case. One thing he said during closing arguments, the government would lay it all out. I hope they do. But right now, we have to talk about on a show is what's happening today right before our eyes. Now, Sammy the Bull is cool. He's really cool. Now, how did that go? I said another blogger, how did it go? Was lying about
Knowing him.
Sammy the Bull. Mm-hmm. Then Sammy the Bull came back and said, what did he say to me? He said, well, we reached out to him. I didn't forgot the case. Y'all know, because I'm always new.
Huh? Yeah, he basically came back and said, no, he don't know him.
But Sammy the Bull has been charged of some heinous crimes. He was cool. He was real cool. You know how some people are just likable, and I'm thinking, you're the one that they said they call you the Sammy the Bull for a reason. But he was older now. I think he's in his 80s. He was real cool, kicked back. Sean said to me, "You didn't call Sammy the Bull." And then, because who would just pick up the phone and call Sammy the Bull? Yes, I did, sir. And you found that out. Anyway, I'm not going back to that case. It's over. I've moved on. I have no problem with Sean Atwood anymore. I don't have a problem with his son or Sammy. And so that was just a couple cases ago. This is a new case. It seems like every case I go through sheer hell, don't I? He might be a rat, but he was just cool. Like I can't explain it. It was like kind of laid back kind of guy. Down to earth. I can't. It sounds weird. I'm praising a man who did such heinous things, but
Right.
that's how he.
And Mo
Huh?
said, Mo Walker says, yes, Sammy the Bull was and is a rat. But go ahead.
He is,
Yeah,
but I don't know. Just because.
you got an update, honey.
Here we go. Mia. He couldn't find out what I was telling her. Mr. Steele says, "How?" She says he had stolen my phone and Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices in her car. Steele says, "But you were alone with Miss Ventura." She said, "Yes." Steele said, "You sued Mr. Combs for 10 million."
Oh
What?
yeah. Oh yeah. Remember that lawsuit where she sued him for 10 million? I think that was for the uh job thing where they suspended her without pay, but she won 400,000. Her lawyers got 200, and she got the other 200.
When you settle, that's just what it is. You settle. It might come back to haunt you,
I
Mrs.
mean, yeah. Well, yeah. Did she win the case or did they settle? And maybe they settled for 400,000. But you know what? The whole thing is this is what throws me off. People always say I was in fear of. I couldn't do. I was afraid. That would piss them off if I was 10 minutes late. What's gonna piss a person off more? You being 10 minutes late or you suing them for $10 million? I'll wait for the answer.
Oh, look what somebody put in the chat. R.I.P. Big Ange. So here's the thing: I go back and forth with mobsters, right? They're deplorable. They do heinous things, but a lot of them are likable. Just I sound like Mia, right? I'm really contradicting myself. Um,
They're likable until they're not.
until they're not. There you
Then
go. Let's add that on there.
yeah.
Sammy the Bull was cool as ASF. He really cool until he's not. Well, I think he's old now, and the son didn't have the same aura. He's different. He doesn't act like his dad. I like the sister. What's her name? Karen.
I can't remember. I'm just looking for an update. Yeah. And we're gonna see how this go. And then I wonder how this next witness is gonna go.
So, are they
I
gonna
mean,
put Santos on, or are they gonna go with the hostile witness Garcia?
hold on, is Santos? It's Garcia or
Enrique.
something.
His name is Enrique Santos. I can't remember what it said. I didn't close the thing.
Right. Well, no, it was something about him pleading the fifth, right?
No, that's Garcia. That's Garcia.
Oh, so I mean, what was the outcome of that? Are you asking me the
We,
same?
we
Oh
don't
yeah, I don't
know.
know. Okay, okay.
We don't know yet. The judge hasn't ruled on it.
Mm.
Callie says, "I feel there is this narrative that Cassie is a black woman with light skin. Cassie is not black. Diddy would tell her to tan and wear her hair in a specific ways so she would look Mexican." Well, her mom
So she
is
would, so she wouldn't look Mexican.
Mexican. Her mom is Mexican and black. I do believe there's a cutoff point because I told you guys my grandmother is 100% Choctaw Indian, but I'm black. I don't
Baby,
say I'm Indian.
you gotta
I'm
update.
not. I have to redo it. Hold on. Okay. Mia says it was a mediation. My lawyers ended up getting 200,000. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Uh, Mr. Sill said, "You got 200,000?" She said, "Yes." Please look at the screen. Is that you on social media on your social media account? She says, "Looks like a text message. Sounds like me." He says, "Your text to Mr. Combs." So when you take money, they're going to throw it in your face. You're going to throw it in your face. Either I didn't know she had a 10 million lawsuit out against Diddy and settled for 400K, or I forgot. And now they're reminding me. This is not a good look. Cassie Ventura is African, Mexican, West Indian, and Filipino descent. Her mother is African, Mexican, and West Indian descent. Her father is Filipino. Yeah, she's really pretty. A lot of those people where you don't know what they are, they're ambiguous. They can be anything. Like Mariah Carey, she can be any race she chose to be. They're really pretty. I think Cassie's very pretty. And her mother, in her day, you could tell her mother was pretty. But I don't know what you call her. That's a lot. Just call her whatever she identifies as, then that's what we call her. That's a lot. Karen is Sammy's daughter, allegedly. Yes, Karen Gravano is Sammy the Bull's daughter. Cassie is gorgeous. She's really pretty. And the mom, very pretty family. Very pretty.
Pretty greedy.
All African American Black people are mixed. Most of us have grandparents or great grandparents who are white and Indian due to the slave trade. Yeah, I found that out. It's very much true.
Yeah.
Except for Perry, you're
No,
oh
no,
no,
no.
Perry,
I mean,
Perry has 100% Native American mom that is very grandmother that's very fair skinned. You would
mhm,
not know that Perry's her grandson, but your father's is of African descent.
right. And my mother is too, right? But like my great great grandmother was straight
You talk about Big
Indian.
Mother.
No, her mother. Her mother.
Oh,
See,
okay.
that's the one when I used to go to my grandmother's house, and I was like, "What's this?" You know, I was into the cowboys, the Indians when I was younger. Like a teepee, I was excited. But that was my grandmother's mother, so that my great grandmother.
She actually lived in a teepee. So that's your great grandmother?
Oh yeah, it was a picture. Like, I guess on the reservations back, it was an older picture. Yeah, but I mean, anybody could be Mexican. Believe it or not, people don't understand. I was a red bone earlier in my life. You know, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I might be a black Russian for real. I mean, you never know what's mixed in you.
Asia said, "Why is that important anyway?" Because some people was going with the narrative that Cassie got special treatment because she was white. And then that just set off a whole 2 week conversation. No, her mom's not white. Ooh, I don't know if she's getting who's giving her special privileges when she keeps when he keeps putting his hands on her. Is it special? I don't want that kind of treatment.
Yeah, no.
That's very cool. Most of us have Native American ancestry. I mean, I like that thing now. Um, my grandmother told me a bunch of Native American stories when I was little that I didn't give a damn about. But as we got older, and I think it was my daughter-in-law decided to do an ancestry on me and found my grandmother's actual like it's like a card that they give you. It's saying that you're Native American. Um, all the stories that she told me came flooding back because there were also black slaves on the reservation. They integrated with some of the uh, Native Americans, and that's how you got darker Choctaw versus lighter. Did you hear to not tell Diddy's mom he would drink her bathwater?
You got an update.
I gotta finish reading that. Hold on. What? What? I don't see it.
Huh? Hold on.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Mia says, I don't remember sending this. Still says, you are in a tutu, and Mr. Combs appears to be holding his private parts in Mrs. Ventura's lawsuit. She alleged SA. She said yes. Still, why did you still communicate with Mr. Combs? Objection sustained. We got it. Still, come on. Brian, I know you're a brilliant attorney. I know you use this as strategy. You're trying to drag this out for 15 minutes so it could be the last thing we talk about at lunch. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, probably.
Now, back to Rhonda. You didn't hear to not tell Diddy, mom, to drink her, he could drink her bath water. I don't care who she is or what she has done. She is still an elder. Didn't your mother teach you anything about respect? I don't remember hearing that.
He
But
did it.
I think, huh?
He did
He
it.
said it?
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people say it's not tasteful, whatever, but Denat is Denat. He's his own special person. No, he is. You know, I mean, whether you like him, don't like him, he just out there and would just do stuff like that. And he said it. Girl, I drink your bath water.
Denot. We're gonna have to bring Denot on because I don't know what's going on. We gonna bring both of them on and see what they talking about because a lot's going on up there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And I know that I spoke to Denot. I didn't blur. When did we last talk to Denot?
Want to
A couple days
say,
ago?
yeah, about what, like day before yesterday or something.
And he has a whole different story. So we might have to bring these men on and find out what's going on because it's getting out of hand when anybody starts talking about pressing charges. I know he was saying some things to me that were shocking, and that's his story to tell, but
Look,
true.
girl,
So
look.
she smiled. I mean, he does the remember what he did to Rihanna, remember what he did to ASAP Rocky.
Yeah.
And you would have thought in person that Rihanna and ASAP Rocky was mad at Denat, but they were not. They were not. So I don't know. Reservations are making it harder to prove Indian lineage. So, because there's a whole bunch of dark Choctaw Indians. I'm one of them. I'm not really, I don't identify as Indian though, but I do qualify for a card and they get a lot of privileges. What was some of them like taxes and
It's
do you
something.
remember what they were?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, say if you're going to school, they get some kind of stuff, maybe college for your kids, just different other benefits. I don't know all of them.
And so they were
It's
giving dark people like me, they weren't giving us our cards. So a group formed, Black Choctaw Indians, trying to fight them for their rights. Now, to be perfectly honest, I hope I don't disrespect my grandmother in saying this. I'm not, I might be Choctaw on paper. I'm Black. I don't care about their privileges. I don't care about any of that stuff. But I get what they're saying. You don't want anyone to rewrite history. I'm just not going to do it the way my aunt is doing it. I don't. This sounds bad if I say I don't care. Perry, what am I trying to say?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think you need to just stop
Like,
it there.
how come I'm not fighting with my aunt? I don't really.
Well, I mean, okay. Look, in this world, a lot of us mix with a lot of things that we might not even know.
Mhm.
You identify with just being Black. No shade on any other part that might be mixed in you or whatnot. Because hell, at the end of the day, we all probably mix. It was just a
Maybe.
big Diddy party back in the day.
I'm not, but yeah, I hear that they don't want any dark Indians in their reservations, and they also want to be re-identified. I heard this; it was crazy, as being white. I don't really care what they do like that. Sounds bad, but I get people who say you're not going to rewrite history. I guess I just don't have the time. I don't know. I just not in it like that. That sounds bad. Am I going to regret saying this?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, because what is it to really be into? At the end of the day, you're human, but you identify with black because when you walk down the street, that's what we see.
Yeah. My grandmother would get horribly offended when I would say I'm black, but I am. And she'd be like, trying to
Get an
brainwash
update.
me.
Get an update.
Still says, did you meet these prosecutors in January 2024? She says, I may have. I don't remember the timing. Still, did you tell Mr. Combs SA'd you? She says, I don't remember when I told them. She said, did you get a lawyer? She said, yes. I told you. So we got 10 minutes before lunch, or unless he goes at 12:30.
He probably go at 12:30. Mm-hmm.
He's going to save the best for last because that's what Brian still does. Not throwing shade at him. He's a good attorney, but he
I mean,
irritates me.
because he said he probably gonna wrap up either right before lunch or just right after. So we'll see. And then we'll see the new witnesses, whoever they are.
Mhm.
And then you can get mad all over again because then we're gonna go back to how violent it is, who witnessed him, Diddy Kiku, who he grabbed, who he hit, which we know already. So then it become redundant again.
Um, about this, Simply Lee says, Sherelle, I know Donat is your guy, but he is a stranger to the truth. The one woman was actually in the room when Donat, when the incident with him and Jean said nothing reported by Donat happened, to be careful. So here's the thing with Donat. We're only hearing a little bit that's drizzling out. There's more to this story. That's why I don't want to get involved. It's way more to this story that we don't know. And so I know Dana, I know Jean. I'm trying not to get in that. And I thought it was going to work itself out, but it looks like it's not. And so there's more to this story that's really ugly.
Update.
It's really ugly.
Update.
Still says the lawyer who had 45 days earlier obtained an enormous judgment. Objection sustained. Why did you hire her? Objection sustained. Let's move on. Still says you only first allege SA in June of 2024. So get to the point, Brian Still. You're trying to say that you started saying that he SA'd you when you saw an opportunity for cash. So there, I rounded it up so you can get to the damn bottom line.
Right.
More to that story. It's very ugly. It's a very ugly story. Very ugly. That's all I got to say. Wants to look important. It's sad. And if he says something he doesn't like, he will come after you. And Perry, stay out of it. Why would he come after me? And Perry, for what? I wasn't there. I don't pretend to be there. I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Yeah. So basically, that last thing was talking about June 24th, 2024. Nothing never came up about this SA until then. 45 days after the lawyer. And I'm wondering if they talking about Cassie's lawyer had settled that big agreement with Diddy for 20 million. Could it have been that? Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. Still says the lawyer who had 45 days earlier obtained an enormous judgment. Objection sustained. Why did you hire her? Objection sustained. Let's move on. Okay, I already read that. Here we go. Mia, I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privilege. Objection, judge, sustained. Let's have a sidebar. Is somebody playing with me? Another sidebar?
Yeah. No, they're not playing with you. But if anybody in the chat know, let me know, because I'm not sure. He did say, like, you basically talked to this attorney to come up with it, and nothing came up about SA until then, after this lawyer had just previously 45 days earlier won a big case. I'm wondering if they were saying if that was Cassie's lawyer that made the settlement, because was that back in June? Let me see. So if this was in June, Cassie, when did he settle with Cassie? Because I can't even remember now. My time zone is all messed up. Was it?
Charlene,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, don't
No, go
finish.
ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Charlene says, Sherelle, please don't, Sherelle. You and Perry are very trustworthy people and wouldn't want to see y'all get into someone else's issues. Y'all have created and boosted so many people to show you their tales. Here's the thing that I go back and forth with. I'm a blogger. It's my job to report this stuff, but I have a tendency not to do it a lot. And I said I wasn't going to do it. But if everybody's talking about it and I'm talking about the mainstream, I can't just sit back and be the only person not saying it. Because then people want to know what happened. They're going to go to another channel to figure out what happened. This is getting lots of attention. I thought it was going to die down and play itself out. Like, but it's not. I think it's going to come out what this is really about. It's very ugly and very dark. And I didn't want to be responsible for putting it out there first, but they're on the shade room. They're on the shade room. Do you understand that, Perry? When you make it to the shade room, when you make it to TMZ, people are going to say, you're not talking about this because, and then they go into all these reasons. But sometimes I had to cover hard cases for me. Like if I know I'm really, that I like Larry Reed and I know more to the story, I don't know, I go back and forth with it. I'm thinking about him. But I don't know what happened. Now that part I don't know. I don't know what happened. The people really care about Donat and Gene altercation over his Diddy trial. You're right. Well, not okay. So this case is going to involve other bloggers, big time bloggers. Everyone's going to end up talking about this case. So I thought Donat was sitting on his decision on what to do. Of course, we always tell him, don't go public. Don't, when you go public, you open up to millions of people's opinions. I try to keep everything because I've been through so much. If I have a problem with another blogger, I try to resolve it before I go public. You say, well, didn't you just say that to AT2? I did AT2 that way because he blocked me and he was talking about my mother. If it would have been anybody else, I would have said, I don't know what happened, but it was my mother. So it's a lot. I mean, if he goes through with this, because I thought he dropped it. It's going to involve other bloggers and it's going to be all over the place.
He just said it this morning. So
he said it this morning?
He said it this morning before he went into the courtroom. So
I seen them arguing. So I was like, oh my God, what's going on? I ain't know it went to, I'm going to go press charges on you.
He went and got directions to the U.S. Marshal's office, and it's
Oh
on the
my
5th floor.
God.
And he said he's going to go there before he went to the courtroom because if he can press these charges, that probably would keep Gene away from the courthouse. Just them with no charges, he probably can come back. So at this point, nobody's been banned per se. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm trying to, he has a bigger story that's going to involve a lot of other bloggers. It's not good for the blogging community, but you can't tell somebody,
how to feel?
yeah, so
No, I mean, look,
that's just a
short. I would
shame.
say this: you can agree to disagree, but everybody got his emotion. Everybody got their own feelings. Everybody's human. Denot's human. I'm human. Everybody's human. And what he told me is that people tried to shade him. Oh, I'm not saying no names. It's not
And
my
you
battle.
let Denot tell his story. Like,
Yeah,
yeah. No, I hope they can resolve it. I'll put it that way. But it
yeah.
doesn't look that
Yeah.
way.
They still at this damn sidebar.
What's wrong with being black?
I don't know
Come on,
nothing.
Rose.
I love it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It says they're back.
Okay.
Still says, let's talk about Prince's party. Oh my gosh, that's good. You said you had no permission to go there, but you knew many people who knew Mr. Combs would be there. The judge says, rephrase, still says, did you wear a disguise? She says, no. Still, any photos of a chase? She says, no. Okay, so let me tell you. So look, believe it or not, being a blogger is hard because like I'm saying, well, I'll tell you a little bit of what Denot said. It's Denot's story. He could tell it all. You're walking a thin line between being a blogger that just says anything, makes things up. You get all the stories. You get all the hype for a period of time, but it always backfires on you. If you worry about putting things out and what this will do to somebody's kid and stuff like that, I've done that before, held on to stories because I didn't want it to affect the family. Perry, should we
Hmm.
say F it all and just start reporting it? Things that we know and how it comes in? Because there's more to this Prince story that they haven't brought up yet. It has to come out eventually. I love Prince
Yeah, you can report
and
on
I want
it.
his memory to be how great he was. I don't want nobody lying on him, messing stuff up. You know what I mean? So I go
Hmm.
back and forth. Me and Perry have discussions all the time. Do we tell this? Will it look bad? Will it turn,
You got to
why do we
update.
do that? Here we go. Steele, you said you and Miss Ventura got on a paddleboard into a storm. She said, yes. Attorney, any recording of that? Oh, she says, no. Steele, any note or text message to prove it happened? She says, I don't think so. We were on a paddleboard. Still says, did you make it up? I knew this was coming. She said, no. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. It's time for her to get off the stand. I'm
Is
not
you
crazy.
is or is you
Listen,
ain't a liar?
you guys could say, Sherelle, you're a big flip flopper. I'm giving you my opinion as it rolls in. I promise you, no one has ever called Sherelle a liar. Never have I been sued for lying. I'm not going down that road. It's a moral question that every blogger has to ask themselves. I just feel like because I'm old enough, no, I'm not young like a lot of these other, I'm old. I know that when you lie, it comes back to haunt you. Also, will say this, and then I'm not going to say, I might talk about the whole thing, but for now, I will say this. Donata is not mad for no reason. He might be handling it wrong, but it's a big story there that involves other bloggers. Don't really like to getting those things, but it seems like he's going forward with this. I probably wouldn't have, but he grown. What are your thoughts on that, Perry?
Well, no, that's what I told him. I mean, yeah, he got to do his best for him, and he
Mhm.
knew what I would have told him. Don't do it.
Don't do
Just
it.
peace. You know what I'm saying? But you got to update.
Here we go. It says, Mr. Steele, you said you had no time with the family. Did you ever go to the events with your family and friends? She says, sporadically over 8 years, but few and far between. Weddings? Question mark. Sister and best friends, I believe. He said Halloween. She said, I don't remember. He's getting ready to pull out something on her right before lunch.
Is it the baby shower pictures that they was fussing
Why
about?
aren't we hearing objections? I mean, I don't
No,
know.
but I am with you though. I mean, hopefully we can wrap this shit up before lunch because it's time for a new witness. Damn. And if you got anything bigger to say about it, just put it out there, Mr. Steele, because shit, enough. I got this point.
Oh, look at Corey. Thank you. Thank you, Corey. That's sweet. Listen, I'm not saying he said anything. I said that's his story to tell. Y'all don't put words in my mouth. I did not say he said anything. I said that's his story to tell. Don't confuse it. That's the thing too. Like, this is why I stopped bringing on my channel, people on my channel. Let's say I just brought somebody on for an interview. This is why I stopped doing interviews. People marry you to them. I brought Denat on my channel. That don't mean I have to think like him, act like him, do what he does, support what he pour. People will marry you. Like, to all these people I was interviewing, well, you brought so and so on your show. I'm a blogger.
Yeah.
You interview. It got so bad, I just said, I'm not bringing nobody on my show no more. Only reason I brought Denat on my show is because he was helping me with the case, and I wanted to know. I told you I was doing the Sean Atwood case. After that, what's his name lost his mind. Like, I'm thinking
Yeah.
about my job.
You got to update.
Still says, isn't it true that other than the few times
Hold
Mr.
on.
Combs
Hold on.
was
Stop that. I mean, is that the new one? Like,
11 seconds?
oh yeah, but you got one before that too. Yeah. I was trying to wait till
Okay.
you finish talking. Yeah.
No, just put your hand up like that.
Okay.
Still
Okay.
says, you had times with others, right? She says, I had to be in communication 24/7. I was never outside of his grip. Still says, outside of the work environment. Why couldn't you explain the essay you say you were experiencing? She says, it was more complicated than that. Still says, isn't it true that other than the few times Mr. Combs was violent with Miss Ventura, which is never okay, were you comfortable with Mr. Combs? She said, judge says you have to rephrase. Still, you never advised Miss Ventura to leave him. She says, no, they're not good testimony. Is there anything that the prosecution can do right now, Perry, to get them to stop badgering her?
Well, at this point, I wish they can not the badgering part. I'm just ready to move on to the next damn
Because
witness.
people are going to believe this. A lot of people are going to feel like Mo. More complicated. Essay is what's more complicated than essay? So I don't know. Hello. You guys, listen,
You
listen,
get an
listen,
update.
listen, listen. Still, until 2024, you never told anyone you were SA'd. She says, unless it was my privileged therapist. That's true. Still says, could you waive that privilege? Oh my gosh, a very strong objection with exclamation points. So they must have, the judge said, move on. Still says, you joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. Oh my goodness. I'm
Me
going to
too.
read y'all this. I said he was leading the witness. Now this is badgering. He says, you joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs.
And you
You
got
don't
to
want
update
to
too.
badger the witness. Still, your
It's
ass is going
funny.
to be back in jail for contempt of court. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe he just said that in that tone, in that way. Huh?
Update. They
You
coming
see
sort of
what?
fast.
He says, until 2024, you never told anyone you were S8. I already read that.
Yeah, the
Here we
next
go,
one.
the next one. Objection, exclamation point. Still says, you knew Miss Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Mr. Combs. She said it was public. He says, but you speak with Miss Ventura. She says, never about anything I discussed with the government. He says, how do we know that? Oh my God, he
And
has
there we
taken
go.
off the gloves, huh?
Yeah, and that's about right.
No, Perry, go ahead. I'll let you talk. I'm always talking over you. Go ahead.
You see this person get a settlement. You're supposed to be
Hmm,
friends. Now,
I
she knew
can't.
publicly that she just got this money. So now,
Oh my
against your own therapist, psychiatrist, all this stuff, you don't want to be seen or you fear for Diddy. Their fear went away because you too wanted the money. Just my opinion. It sounds like a money grab. And really haven't showed no proof of anything. It's just hearsay that he walked in the room. He said, ain't nothing documented. She was going for the money because it's easy to pile on somebody who we know is a monster, who do weird shit to women, to jump on and say, me too, and just to grab a, grab some cash. But go ahead. Mm-mm-mm.
I
Now
don't know what to say after that.
we
It,
truly can go to lunch. Huh?
I believe Mr. Steele is walking down a slippery, slanted slope because she is the victim, and you are badgering her, yelling at her.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you think she's lying, she's telling you, I'm the victim. So did it have to be done that way, Mr. Steele? Could it been a little more gentle? Let's see what CNN is saying. He says former assistant Mia confirmed that she was able to spend some time with friends and family while she was working with Mr. Combs. But she said those times were few and far between. Defense attorney Brian Steele suggested that she had time where she was outside of Combs' grip and with people she trusted. Then he has quotes of what she said. She said, I was never outside his grip, adding that even when she was away from the job, she was still expected to be in constant communication 24/7. Still asked, why didn't you tell any of her loved ones about the allegations when she saw them during that period? She says, it's way more complicated than that. Wow. Yeah, we got to update. Objection! Exclamation point. Judge says sustained. Still says, let me show you documents. Read it to yourself. And Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? He says yes. It's getting heated in this courtroom. His line of questioning is borderline Perry, I'm not saying who's winning, who's losing. I'm just saying, is it smart? Is it smart to question her in this style of questioning.
Well, you
He
know what
got
though?
held in contempt of court last time because
Right, I can,
he's a good attorney. I'm not putting him down, but oh wow, just got an update. Jury dismissed for lunch. That's what it feels like he was getting to.
and two, Sherelle, you know what though? Like when you trying to prove your case, and like say all this time, prosecution's having a great day. Oh, they buried him today, this and stuff. And the defense just try to just waver off little things just to stay afloat. But when you got a chance to put a big smack on it, because this right here can go through this victim, I mean, this witness, through the next witness, to the next witness. Once you set the stone, these people, Me Too movement people, are out here trying to get this damn money. Them too want to get paid, is what they might well call the campaign. Them too want to get paid. And she made herself vulnerable. She the one who went out there with these half-ass stories that she couldn't prove. So either you gonna trust her or you might look at her like I did, like, something ain't right with that story. You got to hammer in home. Like they tried to hammer it home with Diddy hitting the girl with the skillet. Remember that?
Perry.
You get to hammer this shit home. So it's a good day. It's a good day.
All right, so now we got some things to talk about. Let's talk about do we put on law and crime? That should we touch the Donut story at the end of the day when everything's said and done? And should we approach both men? We got a lot to talk about. Let's take some polls. Let's take some polls. Harry, say, do you guys want to hear the Donut story?
Okay, hold on.
Got this hair in my eye from these long ass lashes there. Whew. Talk about that and then ask about law and crime. Law and crime. How should I explain this? I'm allowed to do it, to show them, but should we? Let's see what's going
Hold on,
on.
honey.
In the meantime, I will be waiting just to see what's going on. And I'm very hungry today.
Now, what was you saying, honey? I'm sorry.
Did you put the poll for Donut?
I just posted it up there just now.
And then we'll do a poll for law and crime. Law and crime says words. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Should I do it?
Say what now? Say again.
Should I put law and crime on today?
I asked them, right, for a poll.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant? Because I'm
No,
not
I
sure.
asked you, but you could do it for a poll.
Yeah,
no,
no,
you
I'm
can't
saying,
give it a poll because they don't know what happened.
right. Unless you want to just take the time out and just go back and give a refresher of everything that happened from the beginning to the night, from the beginning. But I'm not sure if you can go back that far. But I asked them too, so we'll have an idea how they want to do the lunch breaks. You know what I'm saying? You know how that stuff sort of go?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm trying to give us up. So far with the Denot story, if they want to hear it or not, 56%, 55% is yes, 45% no.
Well, that's split.
Yeah, pretty split, yeah.
That's pretty split. Let's
So,
ask again at the end of the day after whatever's being done is done.
okay. And so you want me to ask about the law and crime? Should we play them at?
Nah, I'm just going to do a recap because the reason I watch Law and Crime is to get a attorney's opinion, but less and less, they all know each other. They try to be very careful with their words, and so we'll just do it ourselves. All right. So me and Perry are going to recap what happened today. This is a lunch break. We will resume when they resume. Right now, we're talking about how we think when things went. So, in the recap, uh, at the very beginning, there was an argument at the beginning of the trial because the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, the one that got the call that there was a disturbance, claims that he has immunity. This is what his attorney said. Despite having immunity, he's still going to plead the fifth. He says if they put him on the stand, he's going to plead the fifth, even with immunity. That was very odd. The judge never readdressed the situation, so we don't know what's going on. The people inside the courtroom didn't even know what was going on. He just appeared. As a matter of fact, the person that I was talking to, she was like, I think this is Ryan Garcia. He looks Hispanic. I don't know who this man is. So that what started today. Also, it's just another day of the defense taking up the judge's time with things that should have been addressed previously. You knew he was going to plead the fifth. You wait till the morning of. So I'm a little agitated with the defense and their strategy to constantly give up expositions, evidence at the very last minute. And I want the defense to be aware of that and start asking for some contempt of courts, because this is week 3 or is this week 4? We're well into it and they're still doing this on a daily basis. So that's what happened with that. So then they bring Mia back to the stand.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed, they do.
Let me go over some of the things that Mia talked about. So far, her testimony comes across, at best, I would say that the defense can poke a lot of holes in her story, because she's saying that Diddy SA'd her, which is a very horrible thing that to happen to any woman. It's horrible. It puts you into PTSD. But they constantly are showing how her actions doesn't line up with the things that she's saying. She said she was too scared. She's very scared of him. She didn't want to tell anyone what happened to her. She said that Diddy would threaten to tell Cassie what happened to her. That was a little confusing, because why wouldn't you want him to tell somebody what happened to you? Oh, hold on. I kept hearing in the background. I still have it live. So that was a bit confusing. Let me go back to my notes. So they go into Mia's resume. They wanted you guys to know that she was an educated woman. She went to what's the name of that college? It was called
James Madison.
James Madison. James Madison is a very prestigious college in Virginia. I wanted my son to go to that school. It's very prestigious, and you're not dumb if you get accepted into that school. Very selected few get accepted into that school. So, but he wanted everyone to know that. She did testify saying that Puff at one time was her protector, and they had a very good relationship before he SA'd her. She spoke very highly of him. Even after she no longer worked with him, she regained communication at Kim Porter's funeral. She said that's when they got back, because he had fired her. We remember that from the last testimony. That she started out as a job where she was helping him with some documentary, and they were supposed to make some scrapbook, and they really started showing text messages of her being extremely loving to him, actually using the words, I love you. Um, really saying that they got to make this really good. They want this to be a good documentary, a good scrapbook, and stuff like this, showing no signs of fear. That's basically what they drilled into our head today. Is like she was with him too many times. She had so many chances to tell someone else, but she didn't. They talked about her having close people around her. There was times when she could have said something to Cassie herself. But she said herself that she didn't understand why she did the things that she did. She said that she looks at things differently now after going to a therapist. Okay. Uh, so she's very protective of this documentary also. She says, and I'm going to read this from CNN notes. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia, a former assistant to Sean Combs, if she told anyone about the SA. She said she endured from Combs while it was happening. She says, do you have anything where you wrote a family, friend, police officer, anybody? She did not tell anyone. She said she didn't tell anyone because she thought that he was going to berate her if she said anything. They were going to. She said that she's very fearful of him. She said no one around Diddy could bat an eye. She said, I was always constantly seeking his approval. He was my authority figure, my only authority figure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know why she said that. Because also, too, throughout the whole morning, uh, Brian Steele's demeanor got progressively worse. It would appear he was badgering her, leading the witness, yelling at her at one point. Let's see here. She said nobody around her, and she was talking about the way that he would go off. He gets into these screaming matches with people, and he did her also. I think he did everyone around him like this. Very Jekyll and Mr. Hyde personality. She said nobody acted like what was happening to me was wrong, and his threats about him going to tell Cassie tell Cassie about what happened, made me internalize, blame myself, and I felt shame for what happened. They're going to constantly show her in enjoying the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Through text messages, through video. They got to see some video of her at a party, a birthday party. I believe it was his 44th birthday party, something like this. Yes, 44th birthday party. And she seemed to be having a good time. She also, on this video, blew him a kiss and said, I love you, happy birthday. She also called him one of her biggest inspiration in life.
Mm-hmm. And did
Um,
and did she call him a like protector also? Because she had some weird dream and he saved her.
During one of the sidebars, uh, the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, accused the defense, Brian Steele, of harassing and humiliating Mia on the stand, yelling, being sarcastic, and argumentative questions. He really was, in my opinion. I like the way that the lead attorney, Mark Agnafilo, the way he questions. It's like a conversation. They're just two people having a conversation. And by the way, I want to ask you this question. Brian Steele is being everything, in my opinion, that the prosecutor is accusing him of being. You liked it, didn't you? You liked it. You were having a good time over here now, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
That type of thing. Okay, it was very argumentative. It was very intimidating. Intimidating if you are the defense because you're saying, I cornered her. She's not answering these right. if you're the prosecution, intimidating because like stop putting words in her mouth. You're trying to rattle her. He didn't put words in her mouth, but he was trying to rattle her. Okay. So
Right.
they finally said something. That's good. And then what else happened today?
Well, I
Cass,
mean, so far, you said what else happened? She basically came to the stand, and they picked it up from where they left off on Friday. Setting her up to be the liar that they want to portray her as, right? So she comes back on. All these hoes, they get the punch, but she would say she have no family or friends, nobody to talk to. And the reason why she would never tell Cassie because she couldn't tell Cassie where Diddy was and all this stuff. And Diddy would blackmail her with basically by saying, if you don't do what I want or this and that, I would tell Cassie what we did, right? Now,
Mhm.
what man is going to go and tell? How is that leverage over her for him to go and tell his woman that he cheated with her? It just don't make sense. It sounded like she was a side piece. It sounded like she went for it, and he was like, "Well, she used it." And the weird thing, I guess, what it came out to at the end of the testimony, right before the lunch break, he finally got to the point to say, "Hey, are you lying? When did you?" He talked about the $10 million lawsuit, and most people, if you're afraid, like people playing this role with the lawsuit, you'd be more afraid to sue a person for $10 million, I would think. So we go on from there to um, her, them asking her, when did you bring up the essay? Her first time, they said she brought up the essay thing was in June of 2024, after Cassie had got the settlement. So I guess she said, "Me too. I needed to," and went for it. That is my opinion. That they're portraying it that way. And you and Cassie been talking, you did all this stuff. You trying to take the same blueprint, how afraid you was, how he took something from you to set yourself up for a payday. That's how they portrayed it. That's where we at.
but in her defense, okay, she was scared of Diddy. A lot of people are scared of Diddy. Let's not talk about the outbursts he would have. Also, too, she said she's seen him blowing up on other people. She said she saw him putting a tracking device on Cassie Ventura's car. She says, I'm not sure what he's capable of. I was terrified. This is what she's saying
Mm-hmm.
in the first half of the morning. Now, did it appear that she was terrified? I'm Team Cassie. And even I had to say no.
Right. It was the most terrible thing in my life, but boy, I sure enjoyed it. Love you, love you, love you. Come on now, people. Let's keep it real. But this is where we at. Do
Also,
we
hold
want
up here. I got some notes.
All right.
She's also said that she never told Ventura, but she wished she had. So that was important testimony because I got important testimony. Uh, she said that Cohn's ex-assistant, that's Mia, says she didn't mention the SA allegations during mediation. She went to mediation with Diddy for her severance. Um, and then she didn't mention it when she didn't work there anymore, but she kept in contact with them. I think I got all my notes. Just wanted to make sure I hit all those before I. Mia told prosecutors about the SA, so she told them before the trial. She says she still sticks to she couldn't tell anybody, and her exact words were, "I was never outside of his grip." Perry, go ahead.
And that what she said. You know, she said she seen Diddy put these trackers on cars, all this. It's the same MO. I'm just giving my opinion on where we at with this whole thing this morning with Mia. I'm frankly tired. I understand you ain't bringing no proof, but you just coming on here, and then they got the pride of this stuff and act like they're badgering you for people to see that all this stuff is made up. Then she started having weird dreams. How Diddy, she was so proud Diddy had to protect her from being chased by R. Kelly. And
She
then
did
she
say
started
that.
talking about Miss Jagger wanting to take her home. So, like, sometimes people, I'm just gonna say this: she started to make me wonder if something cuckoo ain't
Oh,
wrong with.
Perry.
Oh,
Let me say this.
my bad with that, but
Oh,
yeah,
here, let's hear this part. Let's listen to Law and Crime. I want to hear this. Just this part.
I'm gonna take a coffee break. Be back.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go back just a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Regarding a video. It might have been a happy birthday video that was going to come into evidence, that wasn't going to come into evidence, the back and forth between the prosecution and the defense that, the defense says, oh, we just saw this video, we just got it. The prosecution, I think, was, raised an objection that you didn't give us advance notice of this. And it goes to the heart of her credibility, the way she's speaking in this video. Real quick, before we move on to the rest of the cross-examination, what is that video I'm talking about? And it was admitted into evidence today, right?
Yeah, it definitely was admitted into evidence today. I was a little kind of confused just about the video per se, because at first when they were kind of talking about the video, they were making it seem like Mia had gotten all these different happy birthday messages from not only herself, but also from loved ones of Diddy too. So I was thinking that it'd be kind of a compilation of just maybe some famous faces, those who are close to Diddy, all saying happy birthday. But for this video that we saw in court specifically, it was a present for Diddy's 44th birthday. And you can see Mia on camera. And it was interesting too, because the video that we saw in the gallery, it wasn't Mia's face blurred out. We really saw her her actual face, as we do while we're inside that courtroom. But as far as what she's saying on this video, she's applying lip gloss on this video, kind of getting ready for the camera. And then she calls Diddy things along the lines of, he's a big inspiration. She blows a kiss to the camera and pretty much just says happy birthday to him. And so I think, yeah, to your point, Jesse, the defense was trying to have this video in because they say this is Mia's true demeanor. They say what she presented herself in or presented herself on as far as direct testimony goes isn't her true self, that she's kind of playing it up for the jury. But they wanted to introduce this video in pretty badly in order to kind of show that this is the real and true Mia, which is interesting too, because I think even as she's reading her text message she sends either to Diddy or somebody else, that she's kind of saying it in her true voice. She's not kind of speaking in like a meek, soft tone kind of speech or anything. But for the most part, it was something that the defense definitely wanted in, and they were able to get that video in today.
Yeah, and I know there was a whole back and forth last week about, like you said, her affect. Is she really testifying in her true voice? But, other than just the substance of it, why are you wishing a happy birthday to a man that tormented you and abused you? Now, she claims sexually assaulted her. So I now want to go into the continuation of this cross-examination. There was a lot that was brought up. Everything from her resume, was she a strong leader who could speak up for herself? Past messages she sent to Sean Combs, the lawsuit that she filed against him, when she decided to work with prosecutors. Because I think the central theme is that she's only going after Sean Combs for what? Money? So talk to us about what was the substance of the cross-examination today.
Well, the substance of it overall, to your point, Jesse, was kind of all over the place. We were hearing about her resume. We were seeing a bunch of text messages. We were seeing a bunch of I would say, a bunch of photos too. But even as far as just the start of it this morning, Mia still kind of presents herself in the same way, keeping her head down while she walks to the witness stand, just walks directly to the witness stand, doesn't make a look at the defense, doesn't look at us in the press, none of that. She just walks to the witness stand, sits down, and then the jury's brought in, and then they continue with her cross-examination. But even for the most part, while Brian Steele was continuing her cross-examination, he doesn't do things like other defense attorneys we've seen do. He doesn't say, hello, good morning, how is you? He didn't do any of that. He really just kind of got right into the exhibits, and then there was kind of an issue on whether or not this exhibit should be shown, and it was just like it seemed like it was taking a little bit forever for things to pretty much get started this morning. But she was asked this morning, where did you attend university? Where'd you go to college? What was your GPA? So after your study abroad, you were an assistant to somebody, and Mia's responding yes to all of this. And then they bring up her resume. They literally showed her resume, obviously not with her real name or anything like that, but of course with Mia written on it. And I was just like, where is this going as far as why they're bringing up a resume that she did after she completed college and probably when she was applying for this job. Why are they bringing this into evidence? And so they talked about how in her specific bullet points under the descriptions for her job, how she catered to celebrity clients and always addressed their studio needs and kept inventory of all personal possessions, documentation, including passports. They kind of brought it back to her direct testimony where she was explaining how she was trying to escape Diddy and how Diddy had kept hold of her passport. But Brian still asked her, when you said your passport was being held, that wasn't just your passport, it was everybody's passport. And Mia responded, yes. Mia was asked, you take on responsibilities. She said, true. You're a leader. She said, she kind of is pausing before she's answering this question, which I thought was pretty interesting because she was like, I don't know how you can really answer that. And then Brian still says, but you tell others to speak up for themselves. Mia says yes. Then we see an exhibit, kind of a zoomed in portion of Mia's resume, how she speaks 4 languages, how she has thick skin. And so I think what Brian Steele in the defense was trying to do was kind of use her resume in a way against her, where it's like, okay, you say you have thick skin, you say you can work these long hours without feeling overworked, and you say that you're this team player and team leader. And so then the defense kind of passes out those binders again with all the exhibits. And so we see Mia recognizing her text message. So those were moved into evidence. So we see text messages from Mia to Diddy first in December 27th of 2018. So this was after Mia was no longer working for Combs Enterprise. Mia says, Merry Christmas. I love you so, so much. Diddy said, same to you. And he responded and sent that message 2 days after Mia sent her initial message. Then a week later, Mia says, Happy New Year's. Then we see another text exhibit of a message from Mia. Text was also after Mia left the job, where she said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that she had a nightmare that she was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly and that you came to my rescue. And the you she's referring to is obviously Diddy. And then Brian still asked, so you told the jury that this person who terrorized you, caused you PTSD, was the person who came to your rescue. And there was an objection. It was sustained. Then we see another text exhibit, this one from March 8th of 2019. Mia telling Diddy, sending you all the love in the world, heart emoji. And then the defense is saying you weren't under Mr. Combs's spell then. And she was like, well, I was. It was psychological. It was because Kim had just passed away. I felt horrible. And Brian still is like, ma'am, this death happened 5 months earlier. And she says, yes. Why did you continue reaching out? And so that was kind of the gist of where we were going with it. We saw more text exhibits from March 8th. We saw, or excuse me, not this past March 8th, but we saw text exhibits from March 8th of 2018 or 2019, I believe. We saw a text from New Year's Eve from 2019 from Mia to Diddy. We saw another text May 14th of 2020, a text to Diddy 3 years after Mia had left, where Mia said something along the lines of, Puff, my heart is broken about Dre. You are one of the most influential people. I know it's excruciating. I will always be there. We see another message from Mia to Diddy about Chadwick Boseman's death. Then it just seems like they were just kind of going over text after text after text. And then Mia is asked, you had the capability of carrying around a phone with you. Did you have any recordings of Mr. Combs berating you? And Mia responds, no, he wouldn't allow it. Do you have any texts with family or friends about what Mr. Combs put you through? No, it was all kept a secret. And I felt like the line of questioning was kind of hard to watch at points, right? Because this is alleged victim number 4. This is also, a victim who had talked about how she was sexually abused, sexually assaulted by her boss. But it seems like from the defense's perspective that this didn't even happen, because Brian still would say something along the lines of the supposed sexual assault, or this didn't happen to you. You made all of this up. It was really just that intensive of questioning, or that intensive questioning, I should say. Then we saw an exhibit photo, a text from August 29th of 2020. Mia saying, life is effing insane. It happens for a reason, that I've been tapping into spirituality. Mia's asked, do you have any random notes about you being brutalized by Mr. Combs? And she says, I don't believe so. She's asked, do you have any notes that Mr. Combs was violent towards you and unprofessional towards you? She said, no. Did you write in your notes today that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia wrote, no. You sent these messages, and the Me Too movement was strong for 2.5 years, and these messages were sent in 2020. Why didn't why didn't you respond, or that you remembered all the bad times that you had had with Mr. Combs? Is it because it's not true? And Mia said, I didn't lie in this courtroom. Everything that I said is true. And again, it was a little harsh to kind of watch, because again, it just seemed like from the defense's perspective that they were really kind of painting Mia out to be this liar, that she made things up, that Mr. Combs or Diddy never sexually assaulted her, that these events didn't happen, because why is she sending these text messages saying love you and happy New Year's, have Merry Christmas, and just sending him good wishes even after the fact. And so Mia's asked constantly, why didn't you say that Mr. Combs bamboozled you? And Mia responds, I was still brainwashed. Steele asks, what does brainwash mean? And Mia says, I was in an environment where highs were high. I would try so hard to get back into that good space. I felt like I had done something horrific by going to mediation, like I did something wrong. I was constantly seeking his approval. He was a constant authority figure, the only authority figure that I guess she had. And so it, to me, and again, Jesse, you know, we cover these types of cases all the time at Law and Crime about why victims don't come forward. And I felt like watching this cross-examination, it felt like this is the exact reason why victims don't come forward. Brian Steele was, quite frankly, very harsh with her. And I think even the government was kind of pointing it out too, because there were some arguments outside of the presence of the jury where the government accused Brian Steele of yelling at her and being sarcastic with her. The judge didn't necessarily see it that way, but I think other people who were in the gallery, maybe not per se the jurors or anything like that, but really we're seeing just kind of like how much is enough when it comes to just questioning an alleged victim about whether things had actually happened. And so it just seemed like it just kept going in and on to the point they were just throwing her old photos at her, her old texts at her. And I was just kind of like, we're still not at the end of it just yet.
Well, let me ask you a question. I heard a rumor that the jurors are responding quite well to Brian Steele, the way he's been cross-examining these witnesses, including alleged victim number 4, Mia. From what you could tell, how were they responding to this cross?
Yeah, so I did hear kind of the same thing on Friday, where some jurors, yes, were responding kind of well to the defense. But I will say, even today goes, I've heard other reports saying that you could see the jurors yawning and probably, like the rest of us, probably wondering, okay, where is this going? But I know I saw one comment that was like, we need to get Elizabeth kind of seated on a better side where she can see the jury. But unfortunately, still on the same side where I can only see half of their faces. But to me, it was just kind of the same of what I was seeing kind of from where I am inside that courtroom, of just the jurors taking their notes. So I'm not seeing if they're laughing along or yawning or anything like that. But I have heard from other people who do have a better view of the jury that, you know, today seemed like, okay, where are we going with this? How much longer is this witness going to be on the stand? And kind of just all taking it in, everything that's going on with the cross.
Well, there is a lot more that's going to be happening with this cross, and also probably redirect. And I want you to have a great seat in the courtroom. So right now, I know your time is limited. Elizabeth, you're going to go back into the courtroom, report to us later up on Sidebar. We'll do a full recap of the day's events. Elizabeth Milner, thank you.
He said that it appeared that the jury was taken, aka liking Brian Steele. Listen, we're just reading it, and it was brutal. I just don't like, child, it's a mess. Today was a disaster. I'm not going to tell you guys that it wasn't. I'm not going to lie, because I'll get more views if I say, oh, it was great, and they're bringing him down. No. This was a disaster. Sad, man. It really is. Jeez. Ugh. Let's see what y'all saying. So I cut my halftime short today. Let's see if anybody wants to come up. If you want to come up, you can. Because I'm just going to sit here until they return. Well, that was crazy. Brian Steele got held in contempt of court in the YSL trial. And it worked. So it looks like it's working here. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hold on, let me see this. Brian Steele is a likable person. He has a great personality and very warm. So that's probably why they are taking a liking to him. I mean, it felt combative to me, but if it works, hell, It works. Yes, Brian Steele from the YSL trial. He joined later in the process, but somebody said to me, "Thank you for admitting the money drop." If you speak the child, look, not a good day. Even if Mia isn't believed, there were other witnesses that corroborated each other's testimony. Well, she
Well,
didn't. She didn't tell anybody, according to her, about the essay, which is would have been really good if she had someone to just say she mentioned it. And then with all these pictures of her looking, being contradicting, and
yeah.
like the young lady just said, the way Brian still treated his wife, victims of SA don't come forward. I mean,
Right. Okay.
I
But this,
felt
like,
badgering.
Sherelle, this is the tricky part, right? Like people say, hey, you badgered the witness, right? And she could be hurt. I mean, like, but how are you supposed to get the truth out if you don't ask the hard questions?
Terry, it's illegal to badger. It's not illegal, but it's a bad look to
I mean,
badger.
yeah, to some, if you want to be biased to that witness, this girl
Okay.
wasn't dumb, sort of smart, a strong leader, high endurance, can stay up 5 days. They broke
I
this
get
down a
it.
little bit. No, I'm just keeping it real. I'm gonna say this. Look, I just feel like with this whole thing, her conscience may bother her. Because I guess mine would too. Your mind play tricks on you. If I had cheated with my best friend woman, you see what I'm saying? Like something's going on with
I
that.
mean,
But hmm? Say-
I'm agreeing with you guys. I'm not,
right.
but
So I'm
but
saying this, right?
in most
So
cases, when you badger a witness, some people like it, some people don't.
okay. Now would this be badgering the well, maybe not the witness, but I'm just saying like this, right? When you in court, a person can be like, "Oh no, I seen this happen." When you question that person, saying, "Well, how far away was you from this person?" Oh, about 100 yards, and the person's blind, but supposed to be able to see it, but you can't bring these questions up. Like, how somebody say, "I witnessed this thing happen." Then when you get into further questioning, you would find out this person ain't a trustworthy witness. They got to go that
This-
with her.
Don't give me you think they have to yell. You think they have to yell at her and badger her.
Well, you get to ask the hard question. You took it as
No,
yelling.
the difference between answering the hard questions and just like the prosecution said, badgering.
Well, I don't consider that.
Like
Did you not
somebody, like
steal it?
somebody
Did you
did
not
something.
steal the apple off the desk? That's not badgering somebody. It's just persons talking and they getting excited because they don't caught you in a lie. And
Child.
you would be the same way when you was like, well, hey, Perry, didn't you tell me this last night? If my story don't change, or I'm saying one thing, but my text message is saying something different. She said she was afraid
Y'all
of
a
him.
mess.
She sued him.
She says,
Nobody sues a person that they're afraid of because that's straightforward. You can't even hide behind nobody else saying somebody else did it. If she was so afraid of Diddy, why did she sue him?
Perry, I'm
So
gonna go give me a donut. You talk to your audience because y'all be
no, I'm
tripping.
saying
Bye. I'll be
that's what
back.
they want. That's what they want to make it out to be, right? She was so afraid. Yeah, it's a trend. All of them going with the same thing. I'm so afraid. Now, could some of them be actually scared? Yes, but you ain't too scared to testify. You ain't too scared to take money. Now, all of a sudden in June, the essay thing come up. Ain't nobody heard nothing about it. Nothing. And people that want to bleed the victims, I just gave you a story that we watched over the weekend where people lied about the same thing and had to, come back and prove that they was lying. So every victim, so-called victim, is not trustworthy. So let's not even play that game. But I don't feel like they badgered no damn body. You need to answer because you got a client that's going to be going to jail if you do nothing. If you sit there and just say, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, so sorry what Diddy did to you," with no proof. And I know sometimes with essays it's hard to get proof, but her actions don't act like a person that was essayed. Her actions don't act like it. So the jury got to make a judgment on something. And maybe that's just what it is. I mean, you get to pass judgment, make a judgment on something. Let me see. Do I got somebody back here, or is this the thing? Let me see. Hey, welcome to the show. Who is this?
Yes, my name is QI. Thank you
Oh,
for allowing me on.
oh yeah. So how you feel about this whole situation, QI?
As a survivor of SA,
Mhm.
I feel that there was not enough compassion and sensitivity, not only to the Mia, whatever her name is, but to the people in the audience, the people who were actually listening to this case.
Mhm.
In my opinion, it was re-victimization. And whereas I thought at one time that Brian Steele was a great attorney, now I view him differently. I view him as an attorney that basically will do anything and does not have any consideration for the Black community as well as society as a whole.
Okay. Now, just to address the attorney things, yeah, some attorneys can be that way. They just do anything to win their case, right? So most people hire an attorney to do anything to win their case. As far as like, I've never been essayed, or been a victim, right? So
Hmm.
I get it, but let me ask you this though, for real. Like I would always stand on this, 10 toes down on this. It's true victims. But do you think, as being a victim, that you have people that lie about being a victim?
Uh,
Seriously. This is a serious question. Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna answer it very seriously.
Hmm.
You do have people that lie, and I would say that's 1%. 1% of of 100 out of 100 may lie. However, in the Black community, it goes way back into history. A lot of times, the victims get re-victimized by not just by the aggressor, but also by the community as a whole. And I
Hmm.
think that is in the Black community, we need to do way better or far better than what we're doing in terms. If we really want to clean up our community, if we
Hmm.
really want a better future, better generations, because these types of events traumatize people for life. For instance, myself, I have PTSD. So just listening, I wasn't even in the courthouse, but just listening to people going over, what had the occurrence of the trial
Hmm.
triggered me myself. And that's why I came up here to speak on that. It's re-triggering. And not one time did we hear them give any, like, normally as content creators, we're supposed to give out a disclaimer. And you're also supposed to give people, like, in the event that, this triggers you, you should call this number, that number. They have not done this one time in this entire case. And this case is highly triggering to people who've been through things in the past.
Yeah, no, and I get that, right? Like, and because I've been talking about this case, but I haven't put anything, no number up or to say, hey, this might be triggering. I just assume, and just seriously, I'm just assuming that everybody that follow this case, that have any interest in this case, would already know what these things are dealing with. So, but I do understand disclaimer, say, hey, this can be triggering to people who had experiences with these things. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand PTSD is real. So the Black community could do better on as a whole, right? I think we can do better believing people or giving them the benefit of the doubt when these things come up and listening to them. But I also think that we can do a better, the black community do a better job by not being on a money chase or falsifying things for self gain. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Way before, like back in the 80s, we've heard stories about these celebrities. We've heard stories about Sean Diddy Combs.
Mhm.
So like what these women and what and not just women, what these men and women, because the escorts are those escorts that testified, those are victims as well. And even the employees, even whether he put his hands on them or not, they're also victims, because one of the escorts said, two of the escorts stated that they had ED, they got erectile dysfunction
Right.
from this situation.
Okay, let me ask
So,
you this though. I mean, okay, let me stop you just on this one. You feel like they're victims too, even though they're soliciting themselves. Nobody had them at GUN point or anything else to force them to do it. So they're a victim. So can we say Diddy's a victim also? If you say that
um,
these escorts are a victim, then got to be honest with yourself and say Diddy's a victim too.
all right.
So
I I will say that Diddy is a victim. However, Diddy is a victim that had the resources, the money. He had a great lifestyle, and he could have afforded himself some help a long time ago. Some of these people that are standing trial, they came simply for an opportunity. They didn't come because, okay, well, I want to get, I'm ready to go to this length, for lack of a better word, out of the guidelines. But so they came thinking one thing, and it ended up being a whole different thing. And Diddy, being a victim just like anybody else, he should have gone and he should have gotten himself some help and not re-victimize other people.
mhm. Well, yeah, no, okay. I would say that too, right?
Because
Now,
it's a cycle. It's a cycle. So we can't excuse him because he had no excuse. I can see if you had no money. I can see if you lacked resources. No, Diddy has lived a better life than most of the people in our community and in society. And not only that, like he should have been if he's a victim, he should have been the forerunner of, helping to end, this situation within our community,
right,
instead
okay.
of perpetuating and making sure that it was promoted and making sure that it was a cycle that continues on.
Okay. For one, I'm gonna tell you this for real. When a person go through this, PTSD or um had something bad, like go through trauma, money is not the key to all of it. Like you can say, well, that person could afford help. These people that go through this stuff don't act rational. You said the escorts are victims too.
Hmm.
So shouldn't they be doing better if, like the same way you said with Diddy, right? Shouldn't they be out there making the community more positive instead of getting on a plane and going to slang that thing? You know what I mean?
Yes, they like, absolutely. When you learn better, you do better, right?
Right.
So absolutely. And but look at what we're doing right now. What
Hmm.
we're doing right now, look at what Brian Steele is doing. What Brian Steele is showing, not just Mia, because she had the courage to step up and tell her story. Not just Cassie, not just what's her name from Destiny's,
That
any of the victims. Yeah,
Right?
Dawn. Any
Hmm.
of the victims who hit the stand to tell their story. People don't realize how hard that is. It took me years. I was grown before I could tell my story enough to even, I'm talking about, to a psychiatrist, to get help. People don't understand the process of this, and how it affects you for a lifetime. Whether you get help or not, there's still a traumatic effect that's lingering.
No.
So it's
Okay.
not as easy. It's not as easy. Just like that, the doctor was trying to tell the entire court, and the defense wanted to dismiss her and her credibility. It's not as easy for people to get up and tell bad things that happened to them, bad things that might have happened during their childhood that they don't understand. Because what a lot of people don't know is, although people make it seem like it's our fault, and sometimes we even blame ourselves. And for a long and it takes a long time for you to get to the point where you realize that it's not your fault, where you feel comfortable enough speaking up and speaking out about bad things that you not like, that you want to forget, that you don't want to remember, that sometimes you try to suppress. So it's not easy as one, two, three. It's, like people are saying.
No,
And
and I agree with you. Like I'm saying this, my mom went through DV, and I've said this. Yeah, and so she stuck around, but for her own reasons. Maybe she figured she couldn't raise all the kids by herself for whatever reasons, right? Through that whole thing. But what I'm telling you, true victims do go through this, right? But I think this is probably our disconnect. Is only if you truly thought this person was a victim. People can fabricate other people traumas. Is that true?
well, that's true, but they felt like Cassie was lying as well. Like, and like I said, if this wasn't a reoccurring thing within the Black community, I would say okay. But it's a reoccurring thing, and it's a reoccurring thing where we do not. And I'm saying Black community, but it's all communities where where it's we'll believe because he has money, because he has power, because he has influence. We'll believe the aggressor before, because all aggressors are not males. So this is not a male or female thing, but
Right.
all aggressors are not males. But it happens more frequently to women or to females than it does males. But we'll believe the aggressor before we'll believe the victim. And that's bad. And that's why I'm still here today. We have the same thing that's been going on for decades.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank
I
you.
don't mean to cut you off. I didn't expect
Yeah.
him to come back so soon, but thank you for
Yeah, I
sharing that.
wanted to be quick. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks,
Bye.
QI, and prayers out to you because I understand it's a real thing.
I got an
For people,
update. Can I say
yeah,
something
people who
really
don't
quick?
think I am. Yeah. Go ahead.
It says, okay, they're back. Judge says, Mr. Steele, will you proceed? Combs said, Steele says, Mia, you were able to review over the bread some of your interviews with prosecutors? She said, yes. Attorney, and you didn't mention SA until June 2024? She says, I don't remember the dates. He says, did you give your materials to the government? She said, I gave them to my lawyer. He gave them to the government. He says, look at this. All right. It sounds like you guys were in a good, serious conversation. What happened?
Yeah, no, she came up and just saying basically, which I agree, these things have a everlasting effect on real victims. And she felt like Bryant Steele crossed the line
He
by,
did. Let me hold on.
hey,
Hold
right,
that
right.
thought. Hold that thought. Hold that
Mhm.
thought. Still says, oh, she never responded. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm saying, so she felt like that he crossed the line. And I can see here or there, but you also got to recognize the job that he has, right? So I understand it's hard for people to come out to speak about it. And the hard part is when you come out to speak about it, people gonna have questions about it. And to order to find out whether it's believable or not, sadly so, questions have to be asked. Now we can talk about the tone or how you may ask or whatnot, but that's either here or there. But questions
Beyond a
need to be.
reasonable doubt. I see what you're saying, Perry. It's not illegal what he did, but he was badgering the witness. And it seems like some of the jury was down with it. I mean,
Well, everybody gonna look at it differently. Like you just get a lot of people say, "Oh, that's bad what he did." I just think that when you feel like a person isn't being truthful, you become a little bit more forceful to make it clear
oh my
that that
God.
person.
Harry, he badgered the witness. Brian Still is an excellent attorney with a
You
reputation and
remember
going
this
for the
that
juggler.
one show I always talk about way back. I can't even remember when they was in court, And the person started yelling. Now, I guess you can call this badgering too. When he pointed at somebody, they can't handle the truth. It was something.
Hold on. Hold
Either
on
way.
one second. Steele says, did you give all your materials to the government? I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. And he says, look at this. Sorry, I thought I had missed something. Perry, this is not a movie. They're not TV.
Okay. Should they
He's
not
taking a
prove?
risk. He's taking a
Okay.
risk, badgering the witness. That's it.
Okay. I mean, and they was taking the risk when they put her on the stand so they can question her. The chance they took putting her on the stand so they can question her, it also gave the defense a chance to question her. So who put her at risk? I would say the prosecution. Right?
Well, they're doing a lot of
Only
stuff.
fair to say that, right? And I know people look at me as some monster or just saying like, damn, Perry, how can you say that? I mean, you got beliefs. And I'm going to say this as nice the way if I can. If you believe everybody in the world, then that might be an issue. Not everybody's believable. So you can't take everything. I'm not going to be aggressive. I'm just saying, if you believe everything in the world, then it might be some small issue with you that you need to understand that you can't. Because it is a proven fact. A lot of
got it.
untrustworthy people out there. Go ahead.
I have an update. It says, Brian Steele, in these notes, did you raise SA to the prosecutor? Objection, improper refreshment. Judge, overruled. Steele, did you raise it in January 2024? She says, definitely not in the first meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just
you
saying.
think the
Really, go ahead.
defense is just doing their job?
Right. Whether you like it or not. And just like the prosecution would be doing their job, whether Diddy liked it or not, by showing the video of him kicking Cassie in the hallway. I'm sure it's something Diddy don't want to see. He don't want to have to respond to, right? They doing their job. It's showing proof. The defense supposed to question things. If not, you wouldn't be my damn defense counsel if you didn't question nothing. And you just took whatever their witness said for granted. Okay, yeah. How do you get
I
down
just
to
wish
the
that
bottom line without questioning?
I really wish that they didn't go with the RICO charge and the trafficking, all of that. I think they would have done better if they narrowed it down where it can't be disputed. RICO is so broad. You got to do this. It was at least over what 15 other. It included 15 other laws. It was just it's too broad. So I would wanted to narrow down like DV. Did he put his hands on you? Yes or no? There's nobody in the world that can say he didn't put his hands on him. So I wish it was more like that. This is too much. Everybody's interpreting it in different ways. And, I know they have a 98 conviction, but you're not the old Southern District. You're the new one. And you're making a lot of mistakes. It's just a mess. Because I can get mad at the defense all day. They're playing sneaky. They're, doing little. It's not immoral. It's immoral. It's not illegal. It's immoral, the things that they're doing. Like when you are trying to back a victim against the wall, it's not illegal, but.
And that's how things set up. But Sherelle, on that note, let me say this. On that note, it's not unquestionable to back somebody against the wall. How do you think a person, I'm not talking about Diddy, because everybody's pretty sure, he don't did a lot of things and probably need to be where he at. How you think an innocent person being accused of something would feel? Because we always can go to, you're a victim shaming, Perry. You're a victim shaming. No, I'm just asking a question. If she's a real victim, than she is. Right?
If
But if you
she's a
tell me,
real victim, it will come out, Perry. But it's not your job to treat her like a liar off the
okay,
bat.
okay, but it's
Therefore,
okay.
you have to
Okay,
change your tone
but
of questioning.
okay, but it's
You don't want
okay.
to scar any.
I
Go ahead.
understand that, right? No, I do understand that. See, that's the tricky part. No, you don't want to re-victimize nobody.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
That's the hard part when you got true victims and you got fake ones. That's the problem because you got to decipher which is which, and most of the time it comes with questioning. That's the problem. And people can say, I victim shame, I do this. Well, you're shaming the accused because you basically took a side without no evidence. Am I right or wrong?
No one's taking a side. We're just saying he has to ask her these tough questions. It's the delivery.
Oh
It's
yeah,
the
no,
delivery we're talking
I understand
about.
that's what you disagree, but I was talking about because people was like, "Oh, Perry, that's gross. I can't believe you." You know, come on now, grow up a little bit. Because on one hand, if you tell me not to do something, I can't victim shame, but you can accuse the accused with no proof.
I mean, you've got your posse in the chat. Look, no evidence.
Yeah,
So what else we got? When a witness is badgered, it is objected to by either party. I mean, yeah. Ugh. Prosecutors
yes.
strong arm witnesses all the time to include making them testify or threatening to charge them if they don't testify. That's why they got a whole bunch of hostile witnesses on the stand.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's not looking good. I'm just going to pray because I'm at that point that I need to pray.
And you
I'm
got
going
to
to pray right
update
now.
too. You got
I
to
do.
update her.
I don't see it. It's an update that he posted some new paperwork. Their inner city did.
Oh, okay, my bad then. No, it's 58 seconds ago. It's Mia talking.
Oh, then I gotta wait. Jeez.
Okay,
Give me a
but then
second.
somebody says that's why you waiting. Somebody says you're wrong, Perry. You don't work for Puffy. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay, here we go. Mia says, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it. I was the first meeting, still. And in this next document that you just reviewed, Judge, just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. Mia says, no, not to the specifics. Yeah, Yvette, both sides are giving their all. I mean,
And
it says here. Uh-huh.
oh, you still reading? Go ahead. You finish.
Okay. Still says, you never mentioned SA until you hire lawyer Sean Crowley. She says, I have no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation. Still, you intend to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money. She said, no. See what I'm talking about?
I mean, but do you got a problem with that question? He just asked the question.
The way he's asking the questions. This statement
Well,
right here, where is it?
it's the way the prosecution
You
showed that
want
video.
money. That right there. That's badgering. You could do like Agnafilo. Hey, did you do this after, did you do this for money? Simple question, yes or no. But you did this for money is accusing her of something. What if she didn't do
Okay.
it for money? I don't
Okay.
know why you're laughing.
Okay.
I
So,
said,
but what if, because we're not in the courtroom, right? What if he didn't say as harsh as you said it? What if he just came back and said, "Oh yeah, but You did it for money, right?
Perry,
You did it for money,
listen,
right?
he's badgering the witness.
Well,
Didn't you
yeah,
hear the lady?
he could be. But I'm gonna go back to this question. No, I don't work for Diddy. I'm so wrong because I don't work for Diddy. Are you right? Do you work for Diddy? Is it? Am I wrong for having common sense? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna change that. Do you see what I'm talking about? You're aggressive, sir. You're too
Oh,
aggressive. I
no.
mean,
I'm just answering a question because really, this trial might be a, maybe like the young lady said, it's triggering. So maybe have a disclaimer. But this is what I feel about the disclaimer. You sort of know if you're watching the Diddy thing, you know why he's being tried and all this stuff. This is what we're here for. These things gonna come out. But I don't want to trigger nobody. I don't want to, you know, victim shame nobody. Go
ever.
ahead.
Still says, who have you worked for since? She said, Madonna. He said, for how long? She said, 8 months from April 2019. Still says, when you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in regarding that job? She said, absolutely not. Oh, she worked for Madonna. Now, Madonna, she's not no walk in the park to walk for. She's very stern. She's very disciplined. But she's not drugged out though. She's not drugged out. Well, I heard that Madonna had a pill addiction in her later years. She's 63, and I guess she was taking them for aches and pains because she gets on that stage and she acts like she's still young. She dancing all over the place. You're 63. She might even be 64. And she's still touring, by the way, but she walks with a cane when she's not on camera, and she suffers from chronic pain. She wore her body out. Here we go. Still. So you were not blacklisted. Oh boy. She says no. He said no retribution. She said he took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. Still says, you told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? She said, I did. Were you let go for drinking? She said, no. Uh-oh. You know what worries me
Because we
is
got an affidavit from Madonna saying that's why they let her go. So I don't know. I don't know where it's going, but I'm just saying, yeah.
whoa, this is not good.
Margie says there's no
Because
Perry.
she said, oh, somebody said Madonna fell off the stage. Listen, much love and respect to Madonna. She is 64, 63 or 64, one of those, still touring. Girl, you should have been retired. She's still, enjoying her life. So that kind of pill addiction is even different than Diddy's. Diddy's was not, I fell and I had to go on meds. His is like the white powder, ecstasy, mushrooms, all of that mess. I have to run upstairs really quick. Can you watch the screen?
Yeah, I think you got. Let me see. You got to get an update before you go.
Okay. Let me see. Don't see it. Is it a minute?
Yeah.
Huh.
Where Steele's
I
talking.
don't see it. See, what's the first line? Who is it?
It's Steele's, and it says, so were you not blacklisted?
I read that. I'll do it again.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay, my bad.
He said,
Okay,
so were you not blacklisted? He's talking about her working for Madonna. She says no. But earlier in her testimony, she said she was. You need to get off the stand. So
Now
were
you
you
got
not blacklisted? Were you not blacklisted? No. No retribution. He took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. You told the jury you were surprised that you were let go, right? She said, I did. He says, you were let go for drinking? Question mark. She said, no. Where
I
did
think
that come in? Let me run upstairs real quick so I can get back. I'll be right
it's
back.
an update. Okay. All right.
It's a new update. Let me
Yeah, like
see.
8 seconds. Yeah.
Is it this? You remember Miss Ventura's video called Official Girl? She said yes. And King of Hearts and her song with Nicki Minaj, The Boys? She said yes. She said, and Nicki Minaj is well known. She said yes. Let me stick around just in case, because this is going pretty good.
Yep.
It's contradicting because she says that, I mean, Cassie said that Diddy didn't put any more effort into her career and no other albums were made, but she worked with some very prolific people in the business that have a great reputation. She worked with Nicki Minaj. She had a song with Pharrell. It was a lot of people. So I don't know why he didn't release those, because you wasted money. Anything with Nicki Minaj's name on it can garner lots of sales.
Yeah.
I remember
I mean,
when I was,
Hmm?
I remember when we were going through that, when Nicki Minaj was suing Nosy, and for some reason, and then yeah, she was suing Nosy, and so all of these Barbs came into our chat, and all of these what's the name of Cardi's people came into the chat. Now, I don't know why Cardi people was there. Well, nobody talking to y'all. Well, nobody talking to y'all. But they would always have this argument: who's the best, Cardi or Nicki? And I would be like, I don't know. I don't care. I don't know them like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Right.
But
Right.
I think since that time, even though she tried to sue Nosy, I think Nicki Minaj has proven herself to be in this era. And I'm not trying to go after the Cardi's people, because Cardi's good too, but to be the best female rapper. I hate to say that. I hate to say it because she was never mean to me. She was mean to Nosy. Um, Here we go. Still says, and Miss Ventura, did the song Numb with Rick Ross? She said she did. And I loved it with Fabulous. She said yes. And do you remember Miss Ventura being in the studio with Kid Cudi? She said, I don't remember the specifics. He says, and Mr. Combs himself. She said yes. He about to hit her with something. But don't you think that Nicki has sustained hit after hit after hit for a very long time? And
Yep. Sure. Yeah.
that doesn't take away from Cardi B, but Nicki Minaj is probably the best woman in the rap game. Deborah says, I love Perry because he tells it like it is. He's real. I love you too, Sherelle. But as a woman, we have emotions, and that's the side you're looking at. But Perry is looking at both sides and being fair. Well, thank you, Deborah, for the $20. Perry, you
Yep.
need to
Sure. I mean,
respond to and
no,
tell her
I'm
how.
saying, I mean, for real. I mean, that's how I'm trying to look at it. But see, sometimes when you look at it that way, and I don't mean to offend nobody, real victims are that go through it. I'm trying to tell you that the seedy side of it, that people actually, the people who went through it should be more mad, probably at the people who's faking it, that put out this narrative. That's why people have to question them so much, because not everybody is truthful. And I'm just being truthful about that. Not everybody is true. So I come across people say I'm victim shaming because I have doubt that I hear something, but nobody would say, like, if you believed every victim, so-called victim that said they was a victim, then obviously you already had prosecuted the accused with that way of thinking. That's what court is for. Questions going to be asked. I mean, in life, and people will say, don't judge. We judge damn near every 30 seconds in our life. Everything's a judgment. How fast to walk down the steps, when to move your left or right leg. We judging a lot of things. But I don't want to victim shame. If it do come across that way, I apologize. That's not my intent to victim shame. My thing is to just be truthful and find the truth. I know Diddy's a monster, but these charges they're trying to put him on, I don't believe is the proper charges. That's it.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's very complicated. Oh, she said the Nicki song was released. It's called The Boys. Well, then Cassie should have had another hit. Listen, let me clear up this thing about Nicki Minaj, okay? Nicki Minaj sued a friend of mine. A friend of mine. Not me. She's always really nice to me. She called me classy. Cheryl, you're very classy. She called me classy. I don't have anything against her. And that's and same for this do not thing. I have friends that do what they want to do, and then I do what I want to do. Don't blame me for somebody else's. Everybody thought that I agree with everything Nosy said. You don't talk about nobody's child, period. And I said that, but I kept getting grouped with Nosy. So yeah, that's another reason I can't do stories. If a person appears on my panel or they did something wrong, then they cuss me out like I had something to do with it. I never had a problem with Nicki Minaj. She never had a problem with me. She was very nice to me. She called me nosy, and she made the distinction, but her fans didn't, because Nosy was on my panel when she said it. You see, she did not sue me. Okay, y'all got to chill. And I'm not being disrespectful to Cardi B when I say that Nicki's just proven herself over time and time again. I'm sorry, Cardi.
No,
I mean, you're good, but huh?
Yeah, it's different stuff. Cardi B is good. You know, when she, throw out an album. But Nicki been doing it for so long. Hit after hit after hit after hit. I mean, I can't bring a new artist that's been doing it for 3 years and saying they compare to Michael Jackson. I just can't do that. There's too many hits out there.
And it's weird because Nicki is so I wonder why that album didn't blow up. It's weird.
You got an update.
Or song. Here we go. I got an update. Still says the TV show you mentioned. What was it about? She said, my experience. Still, how a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs, a comedic version. Oops. This girl needs to get off the stand. I thought for sure when we came back from lunch, she would be gone.
Yeah.
She's
I mean,
not.
they should be wrapping it up because he said shortly after lunch or whatnot.
Oh, did he
And
say that?
The judge will be on him.
Let's see what you guys are talking. If they didn't have no text messages, then of course, be nice to them. Not the case. They lied, so they get no mercy. That man can go down for life. Yeah. If he was guilty, that girl would not care. I see what you're saying. It's not good for the witness. Prosecutors presenting testimony to establish Diddy's MO only. We need financial records to establish a RICO case. Now, today definitely is not a RICO case, but you're going to have these other bloggers or other expert testimony from other attorneys. saying stuff like they break it down. Well, this when she said this lie, then this could prove this. But Perry's looking at it at a bigger picture. Like that's if you believe her, if
Update.
you believe Cassie. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Steele says, what other films do you work on? She says, Dope, Lawless, Undefeated. He says, you enjoyed the projects? She says, yes. And you called the people a second family. We called it that. That's not the first person. Every time these people go on tour or something like that, you say we're like a family if everything's going good. But that doesn't mean you treat them like family. It just means that's your work family. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is she needs to get off the stand. And like I was listening to an attorney yesterday. That's what I'm trying. Like I don't want to listen to them no more because to prove their point, they go line by line. When he would not let Cassie leave the hotel, that's kidnapping because he stopped her. No common person is going to look at it like that. So the lawyers get to be sometimes are a little too technical and
Mm-hmm.
forget you have to explain this in layman's terms where it makes sense. That's where they lose you. Being a lawyer is a very skillful job. You got to know what you're doing and how you do it. And if you don't mind being the pit bull, then that's on you. I'm Brian Steele. That's what I'll do. I do some time in the pen for contempt of court if I have to. He's one of those attorneys.
So
I like Brian Steele a lot.
yeah. Now, I mean, do you think that was petty for the prosecutor to bring up the kidnapping thing? I mean, for that situation, isn't that a little petty?
They had to bring it up for the RICO.
Right, I know,
Kidnapping
but
is
I'm
one
saying,
of the
I
RICO.
mean, yeah, from that though, I'm saying like, you know how they over exaggerate something, and I know people saying read the fine print. That's exactly what it is, but this is how they get in
I
the
got to
situation.
update.
Okay.
Okay. Um, Steele says, you thought Mr. Combs was a genius. She says, at the time, you wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right? I wanted to continue following my dream.
Yeah, well, she said it.
Perry,
Hmm? She said she wanted to
nothing.
continue to follow her dream, and that's the point I make with people.
I thought you.
Huh? So what?
I think we have a delay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was saying this. 9 times out of 10, it's probably yours. You bounce out and come back in. Sherelle.
Okay. Okay.
But anyway, I'll say this. So that's sort of my thing. I think, yeah, did he do people wrong? Did he use his power and his money to lure these people in, knowing that they'll tolerate his BS? These people stayed not really just all because they fearful for their life. They do it because they want to follow their dream. So they make the sacrifice to take Diddy's BS to continue to do this. That's just my feeling about that. So when people, I think it's more so to follow their dream or whatnot than fear. And we've had those debates because if you scared of being 10 minutes late, I'm sure you'd be more fearful to sue the person. you know. So Leah says, Perry, it's never petty when you in court. you pull out all the stops to win. Yeah, no, I get that part. But I'm just saying, like, that's why we sort of in this situation. Because I wouldn't look at it as a kidnapping thing, but they didn't have no choice. They had a choice not to prosecute him. They chose to do it under this RICO thing, thinking they can throw a whole bunch of stuff and over sensationalize small fine print like kidnapping. He held you without your consent. You know, like I said, most people ain't experienced no kidnapping.
I have
Matter
a
of fact-
I have a CNN update.
Yeah, go
It
ahead.
says defense attorney Brian Steele suggests that Mia was let go from Diddy Combs' companies for alcohol use by saying, "Isn't it true you were let go for failing to arrive on time and for drinking?" You know, when he said that, I took a step back. Like, I had never heard that before. Like, what?
I mean, neither. Mm-mm.
And then she says, "Absolutely not." But you suggested it. See what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about?
No, I agree.
They
No,
are.
I mean, you toss things out there,
Yeah, that's what he's
but
doing.
the prosecutors didn't object.
It would. Oh, they didn't. Oh, Perry, they did not.
Right. See, something around there, and she only worked there 8 or 9 months. So,
If
you know,
they start saying or can prove that she has a drinking problem, I am done. She needs to be off the stand now. Are they going to keep them on her on there long enough for them to do that? Hopefully, they're just bluffing.
well,
There was no objection. Oh my goodness.
I'm ready to go on to the next witness, though,
Yeah, me too.
unless they're gonna give me more information about the drinking.
Hmm.
But stop stalling. If you got something, if you got some kind of affidavit from Madonna's team saying what, let's just drop it out there. I mean, see, on both sides, drop the shit out there so I can move on. And if the prosecution got anything from the raids, drop it out there. They ain't talking about no 7-inch heels, a dildo, and a bottle of lube. They ain't got
Well,
time for
don't start talking trash now. The high heels might come into play later, but it's very frustrating. I get it. You mentioned these high heels and then you never talk about them anymore.
that.
Why are you doing that? So I don't know. But these fancy attorneys, both sides, they're got their way of doing things. We just need y'all to get us to a finish line, okay? Because everybody likes Brian Steele. Toria really likes Brian Steele. She said she developed a relationship with Brian Steele for following the YSL case. And is Josh here today? I really want to follow. I wonder how it's going. The Karen Reed case. Oh, look at these people. Be serious about the rappers. Nikki is the best. Capitals. Female rapper. She's been winning in the game for a long time.
Really
You
have.
know,
Mm-hmm.
like during that whole time, Cardi was getting upset with me. It was just it's hard to be a blogger. I'll put that. It's hard to be a blogger because if you tell your real feelings, you're supporting this person. If you try to stay in the middle, pick a side, Sherelle, pick a side. But I can't keep missing good stories because I don't want to be in the middle. Here we go. Still says, do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than any other artist? She says, I didn't absorb everything. It's some kind of typo there. Who is Jason Wiley? She says, he worked for the record company. Still in budgeting, right? Let me go back to that first thing it says, do you, if Mr. Combs' company to put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than any other artist? What do you think maybe? Do you think if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting it? Okay, got it. do you think if he would? Yeah, if you put more money into anybody, they will do better. Duh.
I mean, they probably can look better and dress
Now,
better.
truth. True. Stop. Well, he's getting no. Do not comment. Truth is messing with you. He laughing. He was sitting at home laughing, cracking up. Truth is a mess. Here, I got an update. Oh no, that's not it. Don't respond, Perry. Truth is a hot mess. I know he laughing. That's funny. Sorry, Perry.
Yeah, no.
It's funny. Like,
It's a lonely time, Sherelle, most time when you're on the side of right. You know?
mhm. It's so weird.
I'm
I
getting
think
cold.
that Diddy didn't put money into Cassie because he wanted her right where she was, his freak off buddy. That was more important to him. That's why I think, he just stopped respecting her completely. She was
Yeah.
so caught up. She kept thinking he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and I was glad she finally left, and she deserves the money that she's got.
Well, I mean,
30
obviously,
million.
yeah. I mean, obviously, he thought she deserved it. He gave it to her. But and maybe that's what it was, because I don't really think he was ever serious about her like that. I think when she came on as an artist, he seen how eager she was, and then he used that for his freakness. You know what I'm saying? And then just had her around to be his arm candy and uh freak partner at 2 a.m.
Also, too, if they think they can put their hands on you and you don't say anything, they're gonna keep doing it. It's just an ugly cycle, and I just think Diddy needs some time. He needs to be down. He needs to go to jail.
Right. Well, I mean, he's actually been there for a couple months now. And the
No,
whole thing
more
is,
than a couple months.
I get it, Sherelle, but what I'm saying is, do you want him to go for the wrong reasons?
No,
Or
I understand
you
what you're
okay with
saying.
somebody going to court and getting jail time or prison time for something they didn't prove?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I personally believe he needs to be in jail. They have to prove it. We live in a country of laws that need to
I
be
hear you.
followed.
And I would say
So,
he should have been in jail too. But people didn't force the issue to put him in jail.
well,
Now,
he's gotten away with stuff for a long time.
and when statute of limitations is up, then I'm sure a lot of people who bypass the statute of limitations wish they would have did something. But the thing is, the period expired and you didn't.
I'm so pissed off with Diddy. I still want him to do some time for Shine. You don't do that to nobody. What's wrong with you? You let a man go to prison in his prime for something you knew he didn't do. Jennifer knew he didn't do it also that night. Now, I wish Natanya Rubin, the girl that Diddy pop out in the face, she said,
Mhm.
I know who pop me. I looked him in his eye before he pulled it. I wish she would go somewhere and sit down now. She is becoming obsessed with a little 5 minutes of fame. Go sit down. You should have
So let
said
me ask
something.
you this. Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm just saying, like, it
Okay.
just remind me she's everywhere. It's like, girl, go sit down. You spoke at the wrong time. You should have said something when he did it. I know you testified that he did it, but then you should have, stood your ground. I just don't like her. Here she comes, 30 something years later. Go ahead, Perry.
I was going to ask you this though. Are you a believer in uh, people who make false reports get jail time? Like,
Yeah, okay.
well, no, I ain't saying
Yeah,
life. Though.
I do, but I don't think they're going to do anything to Mia. She done enough damage. Just let it go. Why will we try to get her for perjury? It's just she looks like she's perjuring herself. She's all over the place.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I mean, and really, just in that, like, I guess they got perjury and stuff like that for court, and maybe she just won't win it. But I'm just saying, like, people who make false reports, like, when people say, this happened to me, because people have a lot of symptoms, a lot of sympathy for people who say they're the victim. It's a lot of people have made false reports and came out not to be the victim. But nobody has sympathy for the person that was falsely accused. And I'm not saying this in Diddy case. So we know what kind of person he is. But people can have that energy to say, oh, you victim shaming. But they don't look at what they're doing on the opposite end. Because if you believe every victim, then you assume the person they accuse.
Yeah, but that's never going to change. And let me tell you why.
Why not?
Because the lines have been blurred. The liars, because it is so difficult for a victim to come forward. It is so difficult. Have you ever heard a white person say, everything's not about black and white? And you feel like they just don't understand what I'm talking about? Because some cases it do, and then they say everything about it. That's the same here. Women get pushed away so often, not believed so often. It's become the norm. So yes, I do agree. You shouldn't be accused of something you didn't do.
Mhm.
But that's why you have to proceed with caution, Brian Steele, just in case you're wrong. Pure Joy says, do you believe the government has the right to confiscate all of Puff's wealth that he legally built / obtained? I do not. He has children.
No,
Then somebody, huh?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
He has children. No matter what we think of him, that's his hard-earned money. Somebody also said that they have to prove that it was purchased with whatever, with bad money. All Diddy's money is good money. We know he's damn near a billionaire. If he gets locked up, give his money to his children, because he's got a lot. I think he got 6, something like that. And give it to his mother and sister who he's taking care of. They didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. Do you think he should not have any money? He's not going to spend that money in,
Well, no,
in jail anyway.
This is the whole thing. If you went in and robbed the bank, robbed and stole $1 million, they catch up to you, and you got $1 million worth of property, they should take it. But unless you can prove like whatever he's being charged for, if he made this money, if you can prove he made this money, all this other wealth off the crime he did, that portion of the money probably should go back or whatever. But
here, let me read this update really quick. It says, Steele, do you recall being given the opportunity to have your therapist notes be seen by the parties? Objection, sidebar. Well, I said she should bring the therapist on. I didn't know she had access to the notes. Oh no, get off the stand, please. Did not say Natasha Rubin never got pow pow. She just wanted a
damn.
I am not denied. I never said that.
And they said it too, right? So I mean, and she settled out of court.
Natanya did?
I think so, if I remember right. Yeah, because they was going through the court stuff, but I think she made a settlement with them.
I believe that she was pow-powed in the face. But her teaming up with Jag and going to all these different channels, and then they digging into her background, seeing that she was evicted and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
She should have just stayed off. You said your piece earlier. Leave it alone. I mean, right now, I still believe she was pow-powed in the face, but she just irritates the hell out of me. If I see her doing an interview on someone's channel, I keep turning, keep going on doing this, someone, keep strolling, because she just really made it a fool of herself. Like, people don't understand. The longer you stay in the media, the more time you give them to pick you apart. And they do everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They do everybody. There was a reason Prince didn't give out many interviews. You cannot let the public get bored with you. Then we start picking you apart. I would have never knew that you needed the money, Natanya, if and got evicted if your ass would have just stayed in the cut. And it's true. I feel like a lot of people come out and they want to tell their story and they're just really speaking from their heart. But because we're in an era now that bloggers and media will pay for interviews, that's when everything, when you start making off money off of interviews and you start appearing on a person's channel time after time, you got a reason to lie.
Yeah.
Because it's money involved.
Yeah.
I will not, and I know people do it, and I used to do it. I will not do it anymore. You get completely different stories when you're paying somebody.
Shit, I would have to embellish it. If you paid me good last week, and then I came back for a part 2, and I pretty much don't told you the whole thing, but the money was good. I would go home. I would go home and create part 3, and then I'll see you next week for my paycheck.
Somebody said, now you must be a troll, that Natanya blew her settlement on wigs. Are we looking at the same woman? And nails. Now she wants to typical black woman behavior. Try to let that go. That is a joke. You're a mess. On wigs, no. I don't know where the money went. But it did not go to wigs or nails. Maybe it went to a new nose. I don't know where her money went. She didn't get any money. What are we talking about? She didn't get any money. So you must be talking about.
No, I mean, for real, Sherelle, I can't remember how much it was. She did
got
get
money?
paid. Because
Tanya Rubin got money?
The one who's the pow in the club?
Yeah.
Yes, she said she was going through the thing. They didn't prosecute. I guess she was trying to prosecute whatever it was, but they ended up doing a settlement.
Oh, I didn't know
then
that.
I think later she came back and she wanted more money after the settlement or something like that.
Oh no, that girl, that's money messes up anything. People don't understand. They start making so much money, and I like these people that are getting paid for these interviews. They start making so much money, they start using that as income. The stories get crazier and crazier and crazy. Next thing you know, I'm not talking to you no more because I don't believe words you're saying, but I don't want to blow you up in the public and call you a liar. So I just quietly distance myself. It was the whole thing. It's a group of people. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, all of them. Whatever happened to the blogger that was in on it too? I know. I can't think of his name, but it's just a mess.
Yeah,
this Diddy case.
Now, Black Magic said yes, after years of fighting, she did get a settlement. Because I remember somewhere down the line, because I was like, that girl needs some justice. But I found out she got a settlement. Okay, well, she got something.
A lot of bad people made a lot of money off the Diddy case. And I'm sure you'll hear about it. Because I always say, if people want to lie, lie. What's it got to do with me? As long as I make sure I can face my God. I don't care about you and your God. And people say, well, don't do this story, Sherelle. Do you really expect me not to cover a story that's all over Neighborhood Talk, TMZ, and the Shade Room? I can't do that. So I'll do it as neutral as I can. That's not fair to me. Here we go. They're back. You never call law enforcement, right? I did not. You said when you were stopped while speeding in LA to Mr. Combs, you got out of it. You remembered. She says, I do. Did you ever think of calling anonymously? No. It's just time for her to get off the stand.
Yeah, I'm tired of it.
Yeah. Time to get off. Diddy has paid for his sins against Cassie. I want to ask, where's the Rico? And all of the things he supposedly did just prove the rest. I know it's taking too long. And that's another thing. Like prosecution, you don't want this is your side of the story.
Yep.
These defendants are so these defense attorneys are so eager. Let me say that. That's not an offensive word. That if they're holding stuff back now, I hate to see it when it's their turn up to bat.
Yeah.
I just wish now maybe well, I think the prosecution did the best they can do. They had to throw Rico and see what sticks. And if it doesn't work, then that's just what it is. It doesn't work. They had to try because people would say, no one tried to stop you. Da, 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 da. So they're trying to stop him. Now, will it work? We don't know. And you're real confident that it's not going to work?
Who, me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sherelle, we have to make sure Perry is wrong. Do we think the prosecution has something up their sleeve for tomorrow? I pray that they do.
Oh, hell no.
I pray that they do, but also you guys have to remember this is not the same Southern District of New York. So they had some really good attorneys. And now I don't want to call Miss Comey a bad attorney. She's not bad, but she's letting them take the lead. And you can't do that with these kind of defense attorneys. I mean, I would be doing all sorts of stuff. I would be asking for them to be held in contempt of court. I would play the take my time game. You know, you got to fight fire with fire. Whatever they do to you, you should do back to them.
And then they should do it back to you with no complaints. So that's what I'm saying. So like you like a one-sided person. Like, and believe it or not, I'm gonna say that a lot of people in the chat are too, because they just, and I understand they really want Diddy to go down. Me too. But they don't believe that. No, you don't, Perry. You're on the payroll. No, I want him to go down the right way. Just fair. It's fair. And for everybody who say bleed a victim, that means you accusing the accused.
We got to update.
With no day in court. Go ahead.
Still says, when you say Mr. Combs hurt your arm, did you seek medical help? I would not have been allowed. Did you take photos? No. Did you scream? No, I was in shock.
I don't about had enough of this witness. And not just for that response. Became bored.
Yeah.
With it. Can we get on to the, I don't know. I'd rather interview the mailman that came to the mail. At this point, let's do something. And Sherelle, I want to take about 10 minutes to step outside. You good?
Yep.
Okay. I'll be still watching in the chat, but I need some fresh air.
Yeah, it's grown quite stale. Okay, this is a very good point. If Diddy walks, they're all going into hiding. They know they lie. I don't know what's going to happen if he walks. He's going to feel emboldened. Let's go back to his past. What happened when he got off for the Tanya Rubin thing? He made sure Shine took the rap for him. Diddy was ruthless. Let's just go over what he did. He told Shine, don't worry about attorneys, that he would pay for his attorney fees. He goes out and gets the attorney of all attorneys of that decade, Mr. Johnny Cochran, who's no longer with us. He was the top of the top. Then he makes sure he gets Shine's less good attorneys. They were not as good as Johnny Cochran. And then stops paying in the middle of the trial. Do I think 47 will release him? if I answer this question, you guys have to give me some grace. It's just the way that I see it. So I did a video last night that I had to take down. Had to take it down because we were talking about 47 allegedly selling pardons. This just not just started here. It started way back on in the first term. But he has done a slew of pardons. I believe it's 20 in the last month. 20. One of which is Chrisley, Todd and Julie Chrisley, who we love that show. I love the show. I love Todd Chrisley. I think he's great. I hear, I hope I'm wrong. I just got to talk about, I don't have anything against anybody anymore. I hear that him and Katie Joy were going through some things before he went to prison. They made an agreement, which she was not to speak on him anymore. Somebody records all of Katie Joy's content. She has a lot of content. And I have nothing against Katie Joy. I like Katie Joy. I respect Katie Joy. If you don't like her, that's your problem. They're these enemies of Katie Joyce is trying to get Todd Chrisley to sue her again. But we'll talk about that on another day. Because I'm telling you, the internet tea is crazy. He's releasing people like Larry Hoover. People say he's not going to get out. He's not. They threw a bash. Y'all heard me play the tape of his son. This governor better sign that thing to release him. He's released from the Supermax prison in Colorado. He's being taken to a state prison where it will fall in the governor's hands. Do I think 47 will release him? I think it's already done. He's also, because 47 allegedly is selling pardons. I don't know. It's just a big rash of Black rappers that are being released. He also openly says that if you want to, if you're here, if you're undocumented, undocumented worker, he will sell you, you could buy a citizenship for $5 million. He was friends with Diddy. They proved that yesterday. He's friends with Diddy. They go back a long way. There's a picture circling on the internet of Diddy, 47, and Epstein. Diddy is not broke. He still has money. Yeah, I think it's a done deal. I think he's not going any way you look at it. I think he will be receiving a pardon. If the prosecution can get it together and get him convicted, I think there's going to be a pardon. He did it for Snoop Dogg. Here we go. Steele says, before the 5 days, you said you were awake. Did you ever stay awake for that? Did you ever stay awake that long? I'm going to read it again. Before the 5 days, you say you were awake. Did you ever stay awake that long? She said, absolutely not. He says, you testified you would give up all of the money if there had been SA, any discussion that will make money by testifying. She says no. Again, before the 5 days, you said you were awake. Did you ever stay awake that long? She says absolutely not. You testified you didn't give up all of the money if there had not been SA. Any discussion that you will make money by testifying. She says no. She's talking about the settlement that Perry was mentioning earlier. She got a $400,000 settlement with Diddy. She got the money and she went back to work with him again. She said she wouldn't discuss. She's saying she didn't make any money by testifying. but you did make money by testifying, because if he's found guilty, you can go in, follow up with a civil lawsuit. Come on, we all know that. Rosie O'Donnell left us due to 47, allegedly. I have made peace that our leader's 47. That's it. I was so upset at first. So that's who the people wanted in, right? So here we go. Hold on. Not that that's even a thing. Mia says, the judge, and still says, Your Honor, can I step up those other matters? The judge says, yes, we'll break for that. Okay, I can't. Rosie O'Donnell. So when 47 won, I thought, oh my God, I gotta move. He's going to, do this and that. But there are a lot of people I know that left the country. Well, three people I know left the country. And you have problems in other countries too. So I think we just gotta stay at home and we all gotta hash this out. Even Rosie was complaining about living in, I believe she's in Ireland, one of those cold countries up north. I don't know. The United States is a mess. Please don't let this happen. All this hard work for 47 pardons. Y'all heard him. I couldn't play the video. My video turned yellow. I'm going to try to cut it up and put it back out tonight. But he said that they have him back on The Apprentice saying that Diddy was his friend. You can't deny that. He said that. He says, and I'm always going to pull for him. That's what he said. You heard what he said the other day when they said, would you pardon him? And he said, I'm willing to look at it. I'm not going to take anything off the table. That wasn't a no. He needs to be right where he is. I will never. He didn't do that. So everybody is fairly concerned. You're letting out all these other criminals who allegedly they're buying. Like Larry Hoover was in a supermax. He is to the Black community what John Gotti was to his community. According to the rumors, according to the feds, Larry Hoover is still running a drug ring. He's still just as dangerous as he was the day you put him in there. Why would you get him out but for money exchange? Now, I believe that Diddy used to hang with 47 back in the day. But under no circumstances do I ever think he ever came in contact, knew about, even read about Larry Hoover. What? You could even say, well, he might be friends with the Chrisleys. I don't know. There is no evidence. Hoover is not famous. He's hood famous. Like in the hood, they know him because they're scared of him. What other reason would he let him out? But for exchange for cash. I told this chat before and y'all didn't listen. 47 has a price. If you said that, you are right. And Diddy will pay the price if he doesn't win. I think it's a done deal. I believe I was showing you yesterday clips. Somebody explained how it went down, which is Rick Ross, who has this strange fascination with with dealers, I'll put it that way. Rick Ross reaches out to Larry Hoover because he hears that you can get a pardon. Hoover reaches back out. I can't remember who the person was. Kanye West. They say that Kanye West was a big influence. They say that a lot of people reach out to Kanye and Kim that want to be free. They said that Kanye took it from there. I don't know. Kanye, I don't know. He's going through some things. He needs to settle down and return back to the old Kanye. I've had enough. So if that's the case and the jury believes that 47 will pardon, then they should have a reason not to convict him as guilty. I don't know how this is going down. I'm just telling y'all the rumors. Oh boy. Let me say this about Jay-Z. You guys know my encounter with Jay-Z. It's obviously, I don't think he himself watches the blogs. He might have a whole unit dedicated to it. And that wouldn't be smart on me to talk about that now. Like, I think Jag is out of her mind when she says crazy stuff about Jay-Z. He's not as he's not the type of person that let a lot of things roll off his back. And he's I call him a silent assassin. Jay-Z's the most dangerous one in the room because he's quiet. They might vote him not guilty because they think it might be a waste of time. He's not getting out. He still has 200 years left on a state sentence. You're talking about Hoover. So 47 is releasing him from Club Fed Troy State Howell. So please don't let 47 pull the okey doke on you. Listen, did you see Truth, that video I did last night, and the party that they threw for Larry Hoover coming home? You don't throw that kind of party on, I hope so. That's a done deal. That's a done deal. That's what I think. And he said his son, do I still have that? His son said that governor better sign that paperwork. I hope you're right, LL. I do. But I don't know. I just have a feeling it's a done deal. It's a done deal. He's releasing people like it was usually a person of that kind of power will wait till the end of their term before they start handing out pardons. I mean, he's been in power. I don't even think it's been a year. Not even a year. And you heard about you could buy citizenship for $5 million. That was just I think it's true. But he might not even need to because, I don't know, this case is all over the place. So that's who she is. So I want you guys to listen to this tape. This is Larry Hoover's son, and he keeps talking about this Alice woman. I'm like, what the hell is Alice? So thank you. I didn't know that. Okay, let me play this tape if I got it. Let's see. I think this is it. Well, first, let's play this. Wait, where is it? This is the one that started it all. Let me see. I think this is it. Let me see if this is it. I'm still checking, guys. Let me look before I make sure I don't miss anything. Refresh, go down the aisle. So before this tape resurfaced, he was distancing himself from Diddy. Then this tape resurfaced. I'm sure you guys all seen it.
You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
I am a very strict and focused businesswoman because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
wow. I
don't
think
know.
he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
This is Hoover's son. Oh, I can't play this, all of it. It's too long. It's 4 whole minutes. Hold on. Let me see. Hopefully it's in the first part. Let me see if I have this. Hold on.
Credit the whole team. It was a team effort. But Miss Alice, you know, we got Josh, we got Gleason, we got Jennifer.
So that's the Alice he's talking about. Weird.
Bonjean. We have a whole team, but Miss Alice just felt that he was deserving of it, and she fought the fault. She is the Miss Harriet out here. She's the one that's working for everybody.
They said that he's deserving of it. I suggest you guys look up the name Larry Hoover. What?
It started a long time ago with Kanye. Kanye put us on the platform, and Kanye and Kim were in touch with Alice. We seen Miss Alice, and we knew that was the way to go if we ever had a chance.
You would say Kanye did have a big part in making this happen.
Oh, he had a very big part because he started it all off. He put us.
Okay, that's all I'm going to play right now. He also, you can feel his excitement. They threw a big party. It really sounds like it's a done deal. They went into why it was done this way instead of a full release. I'm going to make a video about it, so I don't want to play the whole thing, but I'm going to put the video out and you guys can tell me what you think. That's the word. Everybody's talking about it. They've been talking about this since last week, since Renee informed me what was going on. I can't. I love you guys. I do. A mess. I don't know. It just sounds like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. That's true. Exactly true. It's a mess. It's a mess, but I'm going to talk about it. Right. And so he says in this interview, he's giddy, he's excited, he's saying that, you know, his dad is a great guy and, you know, he don't know why he was in there in the first place. You don't know? And then he says, and the guy says, the interviewer, but you still got, you know, what if the governor doesn't sign the papers? And he says, he gonna sign them papers. That's what he said. You don't be playing with people like that. You don't play with people like that. Crazy. I don't think so either. Let's just say, for the sake of an argument, if that doesn't happen, let's say Larry Hoover stays, because they moved him out fairly quickly after they took him out of Colorado fairly quickly back to a state prison. Let's just say the governor, let's just say this person falls and hit their head. And decides not to release him. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Okay, that's what I thought. It's a done deal. That's what we're hearing. We're hearing this amongst the rappers. They're actually talking about it. They're talking about it. They talk about how, you know, Snoop then got himself in some hot water with the release of O'Harris, the guy that co-founded Death Row with Suge Knight. While they were owning this business of Death Row Records, they were also dealing. I'm telling you, being a rapper is very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. They heard that the leaders say he hadn't been approached, but he would review the case if he was mistreated. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's just say I didn't hear it was a done deal. That's not a big, strong no. Yeah, that's not a no. It's definitely not a no. But anyway, let's just see how it goes. That would be very scary. Very scary. But I also am not crazy. I know that money purchases influence and power. And it's not what you know, it's who you know. Can play very big parts in a lot of things in life. I mean, rich people can buy anything they want, can't they?
Yep. If you can buy a monkey and name him a pet monkey and name him Bubba.
Now, what did Michael do to you? What did Michael do to Perry?
You damn so can get a pardon for $5 million.
Oh, so what are your thoughts on it?
Oh no, I mean, I think, of course, nobody gonna come out and say yes, because then it's like, well, you didn't consider anything. You act like, well, maybe something I look at, check it out. You know, how much money I could broker from it. But I got a strong feeling because this case at this point don't look as strong as everybody thought it would earlier. But even if it didn't, he pardoned other people this week for fraud, bank fraud, and shit like that.
Oh, yes, Rod Blagojevich. What? I was shocked. Do you guys remember Rod Blagojevich? He had this very thick hair. He's got to be Russian or Ukrainian.
Wasn't he in Chicago?
Yeah, he tried to sell 44 seat. And he had a press conference, you guys. He came out and praised 47. So when you have lost all hope and you think you're going to be locked away for a very long time, and then here comes somebody who remembers you, and in his exact words, save you, because he said 47 saved me. You owe him so much loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what your beliefs are, you owe him your loyalty. Here we go. It says they're back. Still says nothing further. Judge says, member of the jury, do not consider any of the testimony about this witness communication with her therapist. Miss Samizer, question mark. Samizer says, Mia was posting her social media part of her job, yes? Okay, so they're on redirect. So I was telling them, because I don't want to give it all away because I'm going to make a video about it. You heard Larry Hoover's son talking.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about the parties. What he said to that judge, I mean, when he said that the person over the state
right
was going to sign those papers,
mm-hmm.
How did you take it?
He gonna sign those papers. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Look, what happens when you deal with dangerous people? Like, I will be scared. Like, I don't want to get entangled in that. No, no.
Hasn't nobody right now stopped him from doing whatever he want to be done. Just keep it real, and that's about it.
Yeah, we have to accept it too. Like, I'm not angry anymore. That's the leader, and he rules it the way he wants to. He runs it the way he wants to run it.
Okay, Sherelle, you had an update.
Here we go. Attorney says, as a part of that, did you post your personal Instagram account? She said yes. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs do if he thought you were not doing your job? She said, I'd be yelled at and humiliated. He said, did other employees also post Mr. Combs' birthday? She says yes. I don't really like Brian Steele's style of questioning. And for the other side, I don't like Samizer's style of questioning. I wish Mark Agnafilo, how come they don't do so they when you have a group of attorneys, they split it up into who they think can do the best.
Right. And like the strategy behind that too. Like certain things it come across more gentle from a woman. Or somebody might be feel more comfortable talking to a woman than a man. Just different things, or just their style, their technique, their expertise in that kind
They
of.
have Garrigo's daughter on the defense. They have that black lady on the defense. Weston and Steele.
Say what?
They have other women on the defense that they could have had question Mia. Why bring in the shark dog?
Well, I mean, who leading the pack? Like, who's the top attorneys on this thing? You have assistants that assist you when you talk about what's the proper approach. But most time,
I got update.
Okay, yeah.
Lois says, the birthday video, was it for Club Diddy? She said yes. Did Mr. Combs co-own the water you were drinking? And did you say Revolt, the project you worked on, at the end? She said yes. He said, you posted about the good, not the bad times. She said yes. He co-owned the water we're drinking. He has some investments in water too.
It wouldn't shock me. I mean, because remember, Skippy had some. I think all of them started coming out with their lines and stuff like that. But
really?
Let
me see if I can pull it up. It's called Aqua Hydrate. Have we heard of this before?
I'm gonna see.
I don't remember seeing it. You want me to put a picture up there?
Oh no, she just gave you an update a few minutes ago, Kelly. Something did come out.
Oh,
I am checking. I'm back checking now. They was doing some sidebar or something that took or either they took a break.
Nothing new came out, but I can read it again. It says, the attorney, the birthday video, was it for Club Diddy? She says yes. Did Mr. Combs co-own the water we're drinking? And did you say Revolt, the project you worked on, at the end? She said yes. You posted about the good, not the bad times. She said yes. So here we are. I'm just finding out for the first time. I might be slow. Please forgive me. That Diddy does own a water company called Aqua, which means water in Spanish. Hydrate. Where does he have time for all these businesses? Does it at that point you just let your team do it?
Right. Yeah. No, I mean,
okay, Lisa.
That's going to promote certain things. He have nothing to do with it. He just come and sign the contracts. Got attorneys that got his permission to sign the contracts. I'm thinking it goes. He need baby oil.
He should open up baby oil. Oh my God.
Diddy oil. Damn.
So let's talk about Oh, I can't talk about him. I'm going to call him E-Man. Let's talk about E-Man on the screen here. E-Man cars lost value. We have so we had that company here in Las Vegas, and we saw that car often around town, the Teslas. You thought if we seen them before, they say you can get them at a very, very good price from now. That's okay, because he's back working full time. He gonna make something up. I hate those little cars that he has, and they look like Cybertruck. I can't stand the way his Cybertruck looks. Diddy runs multiple businesses the same way the E-Man does, by letting others run daily operations and serving as the face. Oh, because I'm like, how you got time for all this? Water too?
Yep.
Thank you. They are so ugly. I just don't like the way they look. So they could be cheaper next year. That's what I hear. I heard that you can get them at a really good price now. So much so that my son asked me for one. Are you crazy? Yeah. Agua is Spanish for water. Now, I used to speak Spanish fluently, but I started forgetting things because I had nobody to talk to. When I learned it, I lived in California in a big Spanish population. When I moved on the East Coast, I just stopped talking it.
Yep.
You think I can learn it again?
Yeah. I mean, if you was around a lot of people who just spoke it, you know.
Like it's some things I remember, like I said, no recuerde, I don't remember. I don't know, I didn't forgot Spanish. And if it's not your first language, if you don't speak it every day, do you think Angie forgot German?
No, I mean, because that was her natural thing from birth all the way up. So English was the second. So if she would stop speaking English for a while, yes, perhaps that.
I forgot Spanish. I forgot how to swim. I don't know what's wrong with me.
And shit, are we getting another witness today? That's all I want to know. Now, why they take so long? Sherelle, remember how you was forcing the defense to let her go? And then, now this redirect, how long they gonna take?
Oh my God. I think that, let me go see. Hold on. Let me see.
And I just checked for updates. I don't see nothing yet.
It says prosecutor Madison Semizer is going through several of Mia's social media posts that the jury saw during the cross-examination. Mia confirmed that promoting the events and project in those posts were part of her job. Semizer asked Mia what Sean did when he thought she was when she wasn't doing her job. She said, I would be screamed at, humiliated, made fun of, and my job would be threatened. Mia confirmed that posting for Combs' birthday party, was also part of her job. And if she didn't do it, she would have been in trouble. So I guess they're just going back over how fearful she is of him. But I think the defense did a pretty good job today of putting doubt in people's mind.
Yeah.
And her testimony was pretty important because she said that he AR'd her. So it's confusing. They can't get people on the stand. It says, the attorney, why did you want to make the person who SA'd you happy? She said, when he was happy, I was safe. She says, were you worried about your physical safety? She said, yes. I'd been SA'd by Puff before. I knew his wrath. He said, did you engage a pro bono lawyer? She said, yes. So, Let's take a poll.
They beating they don't okay. Somebody said Perry said you forgot how to drive too when you was talking about something else.
I did.
Oh, speaking Spanish, yeah.
I haven't drove in about 5 years. I don't know. Perry, let's do a poll. Let's see what the audience thinks. Just say, did what's her name? Mia do a good job on the stand?
Okay, I got you.
What they think. Because I get told all day how wrong I am. I want to see what y'all think.
Okay.
No. Aphrodite. I didn't say I didn't have a car. I said I haven't driven because, okay, if I'm going somewhere in Vegas, I'm always with somebody else. I hardly go anywhere by myself. If I go to the mall, I'm with my cousin, I'm with my daughter-in-law, or I'm with a friend, right? And they drive. Okay. If I go, I practically go 99.9 every place Perry goes. If I don't go where he's going and he's not driving, there's my two sons. That's what he did. There's always somebody willing to drive you around. It's so weird. And when my cousin first moved to Vegas, she said, "How come you're not driving?" And I said, "Because other people drive for me. Like I'll just walk to the passenger side and get in." So then after a while, my cousin was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you have me driving for you now." It just worked out really weird. Perry, how come I don't drive? How come you always go to the driver's side? I never once said, "Perry, can you drive?"
I mean, this has been going on for years. And I mean, you can have pets, you can have different things, but somebody's personality. It's like when it comes to that, when it comes to doing YouTube, I'm lazy, right? But when it comes to driving, you're lazy, and you don't even look to go to the driver's side. You don't even grab the keys. So, and I know how it is. I mean, you just want to just jump in and then, hey, let's go over here. Let's move. I almost thought
I don't know how I don't drive. I also do. I have a very weird personality. I also am going to admit to something else because it's slow and we got nothing to talk about. Try. I'm loving your Perry's coverage and commentary. It has been excellent. Oh, thank you. Keep up the amazing work and happy belated birthday, Perry. Okay, so listen.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
I mean, but I almost changed your name one time. They was like, "What's your wife's name?" Miss Daisy.
Oh my, it's something else I didn't forgot. I don't know how it works out that way. Every time I'm with somebody, and now they go, because even when my other cousin's down, Amar, remember Amar that was on my channel for a little bit? He just drives. He just gets in the driver's seat. I don't know. So weird. I feel like some kind of freak. Here we go. Samizer says, "How do you feel about the public speaking?" She said, "Terrified." Attorney, can you explain that, given that you've been in comedy? She said, "I had Puff's permission for that." Attorney says, "Any comparison to testifying about Mr. Combs' SA you here?" She said, "None." I don't know what that means. I'm going to reread it. Samizer, how do you feel about public speaking? She says, "Terrified." She says, the attorney says, "Can you explain that, given that you've been in comedy? How come you're so scared of public speaking when you are a comedian?" That's true. She said, "I had Puff's permission for that." Attorney says, "Any comparison to testifying about Mr. Combs' SAU here? Like, are you scared to talk about this here now?" And she said, "No, none."
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So this is what I do. So I want to tell you guys because something's really wrong with me. Stop listening to me because I got some problems. So Perry runs a real estate business, right? Where he flips houses. So we'll go looking for houses a lot. I've told you guys this before. When I go out and we're looking at houses, I'm always with Perry, my daughter-in-law, or one of my sons, right? Or sometimes it's all of us. But I can go somewhere. So one time I went with Patience, my daughter-in-law, and I never speak. I never speak to the agent, right? So they'll say, like, well, what do you think of this house? And then Patience will step in and say, she likes it. Well, how much do you want to put down on it? And Patience will say, such and much. And then I don't never talk. I don't know why. I just let them do all the talking. Perry, how long have I been doing that?
For a long time. And it's like, I love you to death, though, but it becomes nerve-wracking sometimes. Because it just like, just speak up, save ourselves an argument. We could be walking out and just like, well,
I got an update.
Okay.
Somebody just says, why are you here today? She says, if not, I couldn't look at my goddaughters in the eyes and ever advise them what to do in this situation. Judge says, Mr. Steele, any cross? ? He says, no, sir. Judge says, Mia, you may go. Unless you want to stay up. And then he gives her a smile. No, let's go. So I never talk to, like, in a business deal, I never talk. I don't know what it is. It's got, people got used to. Also, too, if I go somewhere, I never pay for anything.
Yeah, well.
I make Perry, my son, they always pay it. Like, if we're out to dinner, and my son just does it automatically now. The check comes, he pays for it. I'm a hot mess, ain't I?
Yeah, it's almost like you like being a visitor or something.
I don't know. I just don't like talking, huh?
Well, no, but see, the thing is, I'm just saying, you like talking.
To
I
my
don't
family.
know, at that point, yeah, I guess you like the idea to have people do stuff for you. Because
That's not true. Perry, stop.
No, because you have shit on your mind. Like, okay, we leaving the property. And now I'm talking to see, what I'm gonna put in. Well, what kind of offer you got, whatnot. And me being me, I'm gonna throw in a lowball offer. Right? I mean, that's just my thing. Like, only
I
they're gonna
hate
say
that.
no, then maybe they'll counter back, or maybe I could do whatever. And then so she'll walk off and leave me there. Right. So when I go back, what did you do? I said, well, I offer this. Why did you do that for? Why are you being so cheap? Well, hell, if you got a price, won't you go and talk to her? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. She's I love my wife enough, but she got her ways.
Why do I do that, you guys in the chat? I never talk in a business deal. I let whoever's with me talk, and the person could be looking at me and saying, well, what did you think? And I'll do this.
Oh, somebody said, oh, this is so sad. No, nobody really typed this, but if a person was really thinking, they probably would have typed this. But thank God, Perry, she let you talk somewhere.
Someone said I'm spoiled. It's not, no, it's not just Perry. All my relatives, all of them. My mother, my father. I never talk. Here we go. We got an update. Judge says, next witness. The government. We call Sylvia Oken. Attorney says, where do you work? She said, the Beverly Hills Hotel for 17 years. I'm the director of sales and marketing. Attorney, how do reservations work? She said, a system called Opera.
Yep.
Opera. Okay.
I'm glad they got a new witness. And this witness shouldn't be too long because to be personally honest with you, it don't sound like they got much to say.
Well, their name wasn't on the list, so I don't understand how she's coming in. Let's see.
And look, somebody feel my pain. Perry, don't worry. I can barely get a word in over here.
I don't know. I don't know.
You in the back and shit. I got a question. Getting overlooked and shit.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm a very weird person. I have very weird quirks. I should drive the next time we go somewhere. Am I lying?
Yeah, you lying. I ain't even
No.
entertaining it.
I can see Sherelle in the back, but still telling Perry how to drive.
No, that's the problem though. Woo, why you going so fast? Woo, I'm glad you didn't pull out there. Woo, there go the cops. Are you driving? I mean, you got a lot to say, not to be hitting the turn signal, hitting the brakes or the gas. A lot.
We're probably going to find out who actually paid for the rooms. I hope so. Perry, you're very opinionated.
Yeah.
Do you think in another life you could have been an attorney?
No, probably not.
How come?
Probably a smarter criminal. No,
How come?
no, I don't know. It just don't catch me like that. I don't know. It don't really catch my interest.
Yeah, I don't think I could be an attorney either because I like certain cases, but then I don't like them all. And plus, it's hard. And they say that state exam is very, very hard to pass. What's it called? It's called something.
The bar.
Yeah, the bar. I couldn't take the bar.
You know what? Though? Another thing, I don't like being inside like that. So that's an issue.
You don't.
Yeah.
So let's all play attorney.
Mm-hmm.
What charges could the prosecution put down that it would have actually stuck and we wouldn't be debating it? I don't think they had any. Maybe a weapons charge, but that's nothing. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, because I'm not sure if the feds charge them with weapon charges. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't see a charge that would stick at this point. But that's just me. So I think the best thing was just to move on to the next person, not charge them with shit. If this all they got. Now you got this lady up there from Holiday Inn about ready to say how reservations work. You know what I'm saying?
I think they did the best they could do, and let's see what happens. You never know.
If you can't win a case or even prove the shit, the best they could have did is save everybody the money.
Well, I'm really shocked about I just had a different idea in my head. Nobody told me this. I thought it would be more, not that it matters, more celebrities because they were like, this person's going to take this in. More
Sherelle, there you go. Somebody gave you a suggestion of what they probably could have done.
weapons. Yeah.
And then this one, definitely prostitution, but then they probably would have arrested Cassie for that.
Perry.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Maybe the prostitution crossing state lines.
But they haven't proved that yet. I don't know.
You're right, because they had Cassie right now making all the appointments.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's probably why she would have got some trouble. Well, I mean, but they still got another week and a half. And then what the hell? Let me refresh this. What the hell is this person at the front counter got to do their reservation? See what they talking about. And then I hate the boring stuff in court. So, being an attorney, I'd be in a sleeping.
You couldn't be an attorney? Extortion. Let me see the textbook definition of extortion. Let me see.
Some of this shit get boring, don't it?
That's court.
Yeah.
The definition of extortion: the criminal act of obtaining property or a benefit from another person through force, violence, and the threat of harm. So
It did say receiving property.
Extortion for the videotape, right? What do you think about that, Barry?
Receiving property. Is it even proven that he got the videotape?
What do you mean?
You saying that he received the videotape? Did he?
I didn't say that. I was giving you the definition of extortion.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, but I think it started off by saying receiving property, right? And then it went.
Let me read it again. Hold on. The criminal act of obtaining property. Well, yeah, you're right. And a benefit from another person through force. This is why I say the tape. Force, violence, or the threat of harm. That's when he wouldn't let her go. He forced her back into the freak offs. Remember?
But what property was he getting out of that? With force.
That part.
With force. What I mean, was she the property?
No, because the word or is in there. Let me put it up here. Or. So we got extortion. That's what they need to be focusing on. They need to bring an expert in. Maybe they will and say, what's extortion? Here we go. It says the criminal act of obtaining property or a benefit from another person through force, violence, or the threat of harm. There you go. They've got him for extortion.
So he benefited by filming her by force. Right?
No, I'm saying when he wouldn't let her leave places, when he would make her stay.
And what was the benefit? Her leaving?
Let me see on the tape, the hallway, the incident tape, right? Mm-hmm. She was trying to leave. We saw him grab her and drag her back. She said they were in a freak off, right? Right. So he's forcing her to get back there. You didn't see that?
Right, yeah. It says, so basically she get the benefit of another person through force. She was the benefit because he wanted to keep filming. That's what I said. Then you said, no, that's not what you was talking about. I don't know. I think all of it is too great for me.
Well, what is the filming? No, I want you to read the definition. Where do you see anything about filming?
Okay, well, hold on. Let me know what the benefit was. That was me.
Hold on. Let me make sure.
I mean, okay. Or a benefit from another person through force. Where is the benefit?
And there's also these things down here. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I'm not missing nothing. Maria says, Cassie actions fall under coercion, violence, and threat of releasing injurious videos, and we're to support Diddy's enterprise and criminal activities. The money to pay the workers likely came from Diddy. Now, see, this is not strong enough for me with the paying of the escorts, because I didn't hear anybody say that he paid them. He extorted her parents for the $20K.
Somebody said that couldn't be used for some reason.
Because he gave it back?
There was a few attorneys. Maybe that, but something else though. Like if that would have been a state, I don't know. It seemed like somebody said they couldn't use that for some reason. I just can't remember why. If anybody know why they said they couldn't use it, let me know in the chat.
I mean, they might get some charges. Maybe. Like extortion. I don't think extortion. Maybe extortion. Wrongful taking of property or a benefit from another person through the use of force, violence, and threat of such. It's a crime in most jurisdictions. Blackmail. Let's go to that one. A common form of extortion is blackmail. They're talking about Cassie's parents again. False. Coercion. The key element of extortion is the use of coercion, which means using threats or pressure to compel someone to do something against their will.
So, Sherelle,
Huh?
Joanne says this. No, Diddy did not ask her parents for 20K. Cassie told them the situation. They volunteered the money.
Oh my gosh. I hope that's not true.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I just seen it in the chat. So
I don't think they can use it because Cassie asked her mother for the money. Yeah, I didn't know that. Let's see this one. Oh, here, that's the same one.
yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. And what's taking them so long now? I mean, you got this little clerk. She's been there 17 years. Are they just showing exhibits or something? Let's get to it. Damn. Maybe I'm getting impatient. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm fighting sleep. "12 minutes. No, Sherelle, for real. I mean, I can go over all these things, and trust me, for the last 2 weeks, that's all you've been talking about. And I don't really, I can see how people want to plan it out that way, but I don't see nothing that make me find them guilty at this point.
It's something. We're not attorneys, and they
I
wouldn't
said
have.
for me. No, I was saying for me. Oh no, I'm not an attorney. Here, they can come back and find him guilty for a RICO. I'd be like, well, I didn't see it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't see it.
Here.
Somebody said I've been up for 5 days.
It's here. Oh, here we go. Does Opera link a customer's alias to their real name? Yes. And this one, who is it really? Sean Combs. Can a guest change his or her alias? Yes. Hi. Thank you, All Things Nella. I really, really, really appreciate that. That is so sweet.
That's a big super chat. Thank you.
If this witness proves that Diddy paid for the tape at the hotel, that's RICO. Is that why the guy doesn't want to testify? Extortion of the parent, security stopping anyone from helping, the friend that hid under the porch. I remember that. The Diddy security were chasing them to take them back to the house. Yeah, now that was pretty bad. Have we heard? We haven't heard testimony yet on the tape. Well,
No,
did the guys?
At least they at the hotel, the reservation lady, and then the other guy worked at the hotel too. So maybe they starting to get into the hotel situation.
Extortion of the parents. Now, I thought so, but people keep saying no.
Right.
Security stopping anyone from helping.
For me, at first when I heard it, I'm like, yeah, that's blackmail. If you don't give me, I'm gonna do. That's like blackmail. But some attorneys were saying that no, or something, it wouldn't be strong or it wouldn't work.
But here's the thing, Nella. So many people can interpret these things in different ways. I want a smoking gun, and we seem to not have that. This accumulative stuff is difficult. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to get a conviction, but that jury has a big responsibility on their hands, and I'm glad I'm not a juror. Because the RICO is so broad and so wide, will somebody feel comfortable saying, beyond a reasonable doubt, that's RICO? And I don't think you, I don't know, let's see what y'all say. Yeah, unfortunately, DV's not a RICO. I hope and pray that he does not get off. Love that name still. I hope this is going to lead to something at the hotel. If you get mugged, but then the next day the perk tracks you down and gives you everything back, did a crime occur? That's funny, but that's a serious question.
I would say yes.
So you think Cassie's mother has a point?
See, somebody said something else. He did not ask them for money.
Cassie did.
Right.
Hold on, let me do this. Attorney says, how was this paid for? Oaken says, it's to T. Fletcher at Bad Boy, paid by Amex of Sean Combs. What's this? The folio or bill for room 259. What's his? He says a 500 charge for oil damage. I'm telling you, baby oil is one of the hardest things to get up because it doesn't mix with water. You're going to be all day trying to get it, and it leaves a stain. It leaves a stain. Now, how do I know? I don't know how I know. I just know. But $500 for oil damage from baby oil. Do you know how much you would have to damage the room to be charged $500? Go ahead. Sorry.
So basically, now are they trying to just start linking it to the enterprise? I mean, his company, Bad Boy Kid said it was charged to Bad Boys. Is that what they're trying to do? Like now at this point? But then, you can write a lot of stuff off, like going to dinner or doing whatever. And if he used the hotel for whatever entertaining, then I guess it's still a item you can write off. So I'm not sure where this going.
Truth says, and it doesn't matter if Cassie sent the message to her mother. If it was under coercion by Diddy, which it was, that's textbook extortion. That could be true. That could be true. That is true.
Yeah, I don't know. And
That's
I give
true.
truth for consequence the benefit of the doubt because he's such a trustworthy friend of mine.
I don't know. I go back and forth with this case. If he gets off, I believe it will just create a bigger monster, okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead of doing better, he'll think he's invincible, just like he did with Shine. Just like he did with Shine. So let's just talk about Diddy for a minute. Yeah, it's obvious something happened to him in childhood, but he's damn near 60 years old. He's 55 years old. Who cares about childhood at that point? He has to be accountable for his things. And yeah, the mom, that's a weird old mom. She's a weird old mom. I think on top of being damaged from childhood, I think he's suffering from what a lot of powerful men suffer from, and that's abuse of power. I think if Diddy was a mailman, that he would be acting like this, Perry.
Nope. Because ain't nobody gonna go for it on a mailman salary.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yep. Money was his biggest downfall. Because when you get money, you can do a lot that the average person can't do, including, I'm never going to forget it, sending somebody falsely to prison for a decade.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. When you hear Shine's story and you don't feel anything, this man has to go to jail.
No, I mean, I get all that.
Do you really get it? Why he needs to be locked up?
Well, no, I said I understand why people want him locked up, clearly. I'm just saying, yeah, the Shine thing was one of those things like, damn. But no charges was pressed on him. The charges that was against him, he got away with it. So that's just a done deal. We feel like he don't did worse things than that. Kim Porter, the coroner. I mean, like, I'm saying this, right? we believe he did these things. We can't prove these things. You know, and the things that was proven, either they wasn't, people didn't file charges for him, or some kind of way people got paid off and nothing went with the things. So what else can you do? Statute of limitations run out.
What is Callie talking about? She said, yeah, but we don't need to change federal laws to get him locked up. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't think we're changing anything.
Well, they are with the RICO. That's what I feel like they're trying to change it. They trying to circumvent this thing. Okay, now with the RICO, we can go back 10 more years. And we can't try him over here because it's already past statute of limitation. They trying to recreate other ways to get him on things that's past statute of limitation.
One Stop, who was the dealer, ex-workers on payroll, drug smuggling on planes proves criminal enterprise. He paid people to do the criminal things before he's guilty.
Well,
I got to update. You think about that.
Okay.
The lawyer says no further questions on cross. Defense says the accompanying guest was Cassie Ventura? Question mark. Yes. Nothing more. Judge says, is that a good place to let the jury go for the day? Seriously. Then he says, someone says yes. He says, okay, jurors, we'll see you tomorrow.
Damn.
What? Come on. This is going to take forever. If we don't get, I don't like long court dates either, but you spent half of the morning rearranging the same questions over and over. Whose fault is this? We don't get anyone else on the stand. We get a hotel employee to say they charged him $500 for baby oil. Look, he ready to go home. He ready to go home. Bye. Bye.
You'll get the hell out of there.
What a waste of day. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, you guys. Thank you. We'll be back tomorrow. Wow.
Well, yeah. At least we got rid of Mia. And then the one stop from the hotel. I mean, but tomorrow we get to have new witnesses, right? It's nobody's here. New witnesses, and we can move on. So tomorrow's going to be a good day. When I say a good day, it don't mean whether you go for that. I mean, it'd be interesting things for us to talk about with the case. That's a good day for me. If we got something to debate.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
That was really